everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Fairy Tale, The Uncrowned King of Magic. Chapter 64 to 100, Chapter 64. After seeing off the Urza from the future, Marshall felt strangely empty. He liked beautiful older women. He liked the grown-up Urza even more. And a grown-up Urza in a catgirl outfit. That was the best of all. To seize even more happiness in the future, Marshall would have to work twice as hard. Not that he considered himself lazy. He was only 9, yet his magic power had already surpassed Kana, who had inherited Gildarts's monstrous talent. He had caught up to the prodigy Mira, and was steadily approaching Urza, the genuine walking cheat. But it still wasn't enough. Marshall remained incapable of accurately sensing the full extent of Makarov's or Gildarts's magic power, which proved that the gap between them was still enormous. With such clear goals standing directly ahead of him, he had no reason to relax. Besides, he possessed a system. Marshall was confident that he could eventually reach the very peak. His cheat was excellent in almost every respect. Its only true weakness was that it required time to develop. Given enough of that, Marshall believed he could push his 3 basic attributes and countless magical skills to heights no one else could ever reach. That was why obtaining the time-space grimoire Remembrance of Time had thrilled him so much. He had finally found a way to advance his time magic experience. The celestial spirit world's flow of time was only 1/90th that of the human world, and the system had confirmed that celestial spirit magic contained elements of time magic. That allowed Marshall to make a bold assumption. Perhaps the difference in time flow within the celestial spirit world was itself a magical effect. If time magic could slow time there, couldn't it also be used to create a chamber where time moved faster? A genuine hyperbolic time chamber. If Marshall succeeded, he would possess more time than he could ever use. He could push every skill to level 5. Who could possibly stand against him then? 1 week after obtaining Remembrance of Time. Time Magic LV1, 19.7%. This isn't working very well. Marshall stared at the experience bar with dissatisfaction. The growth rate has slowed down again. Why is time magic so ridiculously difficult to train? He had already drained the grimoire of nearly all the experience it could provide. Marshall now understood its fundamental principles. At its core, Remembrance of Time used a form of teleportation. Ordinary spatial magic transported something through the 3 dimensions of the physical world. This spell simply added time as a 4th dimension. By anchoring a particular moment and creating relative displacement, the grimoire transported people into the past. It was exquisitely designed. A magnificent piece of magic. Marshall still couldn't learn or reproduce it. He suspected his time magic level was simply too low to perform something as advanced as temporal travel. At level 1, he could only make certain inorganic objects move backward along their own timelines. Even then, the effect was extremely limited and consumed a ridiculous amount of magic power. The only practical spell Marshall had managed to develop from the inspiration contained in Remembrance of Time was Reparo. Yes, exactly like the repairing charm from Harry Potter. Its effect and appearance were nearly identical. It restored damaged inorganic objects to the state they had occupied before being broken. Makarov praised the spell highly. Ever since Marshall developed it, the guildmaster no longer needed to worry nearly as much about Fairy Tale's furniture being destroyed. He even claimed Marshall could publish a paper on the spell at a magical academy, and perhaps earn an advanced mage's qualification. Gray was far less pleased. If Marshall had invented the spell a few months earlier, the boys' dormitory might still have been saved. Natsu had demolished it, and Makarov had kept his promise not to rebuild the place, forcing every male guild member to find housing elsewhere. Despite all the praise and recognition his creativity received, Marshall remained dissatisfied. Using Reparo to grind experience was terribly inefficient. The spell consumed enormous amounts of magic power while providing very little progress. Spending the same energy on body conditioning magic would produce several times the results. In the end, his greatest problem remained unchanged. He simply didn't have enough time. Thought projection allowed him to train two things simultaneously, but dividing his attention between two bodies was already his limit. Marshall would have loved to imitate Rubal by splitting himself into dozens of people, and training like Naruto abusing the shadow clone technique. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. A thought projection simply wasn't a shadow clone. It lacked that one crucial advantage. Are you worrying about which magic to study next again? Makarov watched him with a warm, grandfatherly smile. The guild's youngsters became more impressive with each passing day, and no one could have been happier than their guild master. Fairy Tale's future looked brighter than ever. Master, does the guild have any other books related to time magic? Time magic is exceptionally rare. Makarov stroked his mustache thoughtfully. As far as I know, the only spell recorded in our guild's collection that involves time magic is Fairy Sphere, one of the 3 great fairy magics created by our first guild master. Huh? We really have one. Marshall's eyes lit up. Then I want to learn it. You? Makarov scoffed. You're far too young. Fairy Sphere is one of our guild's greatest treasures. Do you think we teach it to just anyone? Become an S-class mage first. Then we can discuss it. What? That's so stingy. You insolent brat. Marshall hadn't realized Fairy Tale possessed its own equivalent of a secret supreme cultivation art. If he hadn't casually asked Makarov, he might never have discovered it. Previously, Marshall had possessed little interest in becoming an S-class mage. He was too lazy to accept ordinary jobs anyway. Now, however, he finally had a reason to work toward the title. Still, if you truly want to study time magic. Makarov's smile suddenly became suspicious. I may have an idea. Would you like to hear it? What is it? Of course I'm interested. You really are an impossible child. Makarov shook his head. Your attention is scattered, you're greedy, and you want to learn absolutely everything. Worse, you somehow possess enough talent to succeed at most of it. There truly is no justice in the world. Oi! Master, get to the point. Ahem. Makarov cleared his throat. There is a form of magic that may suit you perfectly, archive magic. It was developed by mages to preserve and pass down knowledge. It converts information into magical data that can be stored, searched, retrieved, and shared. Generation after generation, mages have uploaded their magical research into vast archives. In theory, once you learn archive magic, you could gain access to knowledge concerning nearly every kind of magic in the world. Makarov grinned. Tempting, isn't it? What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Marshall's face flushed red, though whether from excitement or irritation was difficult to say. This magic was practically designed for him. Why was he only learning about it now? If he had discovered it earlier. Actually, it probably wouldn't have changed much. His greatest limitation was time, not a shortage of spells. Still, archive magic would make studying them far more convenient. Teach me. Hurry up and teach me. Calm down. Getting excited won't help. Makarov spoke at an infuriatingly leisurely pace. I don't know archive magic. No one else in Fairy Tale knows it either. Then why did you bring it up? Because I told you to be patient. Makarov continued before Marshall could complain further. Unless archive magic awakens naturally within you, the only proper way to study it is to enroll in one of the Magic Council's academies. So, Marshall, why don't you attend a magical academy? Ha! Marshall nearly hissed at him. Are you trying to throw me out of the guild? If I remember correctly, mages who have already joined a guild aren't allowed to enroll in council academies. Don't be ridiculous. Makarov coughed awkwardly. You can simply use another identity and enroll secretly. Don't worry. I know people inside the academy. No one will discover anything. Once Marshall graduates, I'll recommend him directly to the Magic Council. With that brat's talent, becoming one of the 10 wizard saints will be effortless. When 3 or 4 fairy tale members hold seats on the council, who will dare cause trouble for our guild? Ha 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 ha. Marshall could practically hear the gears of Makarov's scheme turning. Watching the old man's expression grow increasingly delighted, he stared at him with open contempt. There was no chance Marshall would become some tedious council member. The academy itself, however, might be worth attending. I suppose I could enroll. Marshall considered the problem. But I don't necessarily need to attend in person, do I? What if I send a thought projection to infiltrate the academy and study there? Makarov thought about it seriously. With the boy's magic power and talent, that might actually work. Marshall's eyes gleamed. He. Beautiful students of the Magical Academy, here I come. Since you've decided to enroll, choose a new name, Makarov said. I'll also need a photograph so my friend can arrange your admission documents. A new name. Marshall thought for a moment. How does Marshall Hannah sound? No problem. Chapter 65, 1586 words. Dear Miss Hannah Marshall, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into the Magic Council Academy. The new term will begin on September 1st. We await your response no later than July 31st. Marshall read the acceptance letter aloud to Makarov, one painfully deliberate word at a time. By the time he finished, his expression had turned completely black. Master. He slammed the letter onto the table. Would you mind explaining why this says Miss Hannah Marshall? The name I gave you was clearly Marshall Hannah. Are you deliberately messing with me? Knowing he was at fault, Makarov guiltily avoided Marshall's gaze. Well, you see. My friend at the academy must have read the surname and given name in the wrong order. He coughed. These things happen. There was nothing we could do about it. What do you mean, nothing could be done? I refuse to enroll under this name. Change it back. It's too late. The acceptance letter has already been issued. How are we supposed to change it now? Then I'm not going. Don't say that. Makarov hurriedly tried to calm him down. It took me a great deal of effort to arrange this. Besides, it isn't entirely a bad thing. Registering you as a different sex will make your true identity much harder to discover. And to be fair, this isn't entirely our fault. The photograph you submitted didn't make your sex very obvious, so the misunderstanding is understandable. Marshall's face flushed bright red. The photograph he had given Makarov showed his transformed 15-year-old appearance. He had admittedly grown up with an unusually pretty face, but he didn't look so feminine that no one could distinguish whether he was a boy or girl. His figure was still tall and straight. The problem was that the Academy's file only used a headshot. If someone saw nothing but his face, fine. Maybe it was a little difficult to tell. But was it his fault for being handsome? He had only chosen the surname Hannah as a joke. How had that harmless joke somehow turned him into Miss Hannah Marshall? Was he really expected to become a princess now? This can't be serious. Oh, stop worrying about it, Makarov said. You're only sending a thought projection to attend the academy, aren't you? Your real body won't be going. It doesn't matter. Just transform a little. My thought projection is still me. Marshall glared at him. You're not the one transforming and attending school, so stop pretending it's nothing. Damn this old man. He had treated Marshall like a performing monkey. Marshall would remember this grudge. Unexpectedly, Makarov became agitated instead. You think I wouldn't want to go? This is an incredible opportunity. The academy is a boarding school. They assign roommates. He pointed enviously at the letter. With that identity, you could be assigned a female roommate. Do you have any idea how fortunate you are? I'm jealous enough to cry. Master, please show some dignity. Marshall had clearly overestimated his guild master's sense of shame. The upper beam was crooked, so naturally the lower ones followed. This hopeless guild was doomed. Makarov snorted and turned his head away. In any case, the acceptance letter has already arrived. We can't change it. If you still want to learn archive magic, you'll have to accept the identity on that letter. Whether you go is up to you. Marshall's face pulsed red with frustration. He wanted to learn the magic. He genuinely wanted to attend the academy too. But was he truly supposed to enroll under the identity of a female student named Hannah Marshall? Were the few scraps of dignity he still possessed about to disappear like this? Marshall, stop making such a big deal out of it, Makarov said. No one at the academy will care whether you're male or female. It isn't as though anyone is forcing you to wear a skirt. It's only an error in your documents. Even if someone discovers your real sex, it won't matter much. Magic capable of changing a person's sex does exist, after all. Wait. Marshall stared at him. You mean I can attend exactly as I am? I don't have to pretend to be a girl? Question mark. Makarov looked equally confused. I never told you to pretend to be a girl. Your registration information is simply incorrect. The only thing it might affect is your roommate assignment. Otherwise, it isn't much of a problem. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Don't tell me you were planning to dress as one yourself. Marshall's face became so red that he looked ready to combust. Killing intent leaked from his body, making it obvious that he wanted to stab someone. Master. He spoke through clenched teeth. I expect no one else to learn that I'm attending under this identity. What? Am I not a person? Makarov laughed. All right, all right. I'll keep it secret. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Seeing that Marshall hadn't abandoned the academy plan, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. He truly worked himself to the bone for Fairy Tale. The thought that their guild would soon possess a properly academy-trained mage filled him with delight. Raw strength was one thing. A respectable education was another. Let anyone try claiming Fairy Tale was uncultured after this. The academy's location is concealed, Makarov explained. Only someone carrying an official acceptance letter can find it. You may have to travel there by yourself. That won't be a problem, will it? No. Problem. At all. Still glowing red with embarrassment, Marshall left with a dark expression. Over the following months, Marshall continued training his body with relentless intensity. He electrocuted himself every day, determined to improve as much as possible before the academy term began. Shortly before enrollment, he examined his newly updated basic attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Energy, 866/886. Stamina, 666/688. Magic power, 6,000+/7,024. Marshall's true height was now approaching 140 centimeters. He was considerably sturdier than most children his age, and his physical constitution had already surpassed that of most ordinary adults. His maximum magic power had also broken through 7,000. At this pace, he estimated that he could reach the threshold of an S-class mage within another year or two. Breaking Laxus's record and becoming Fairy Tale's youngest S-class mage was practically within sight. Inspiration, 150,536. Unfortunately, he was struggling to save inspiration now. Marshall had begun worrying that forcefully upgrading another skill might cause it to become uncontrollable, just as meditation had. From now on, he intended to raise a skill's experience bar beyond 50% before using inspiration to fill the remaining gap. That should make the upgraded ability considerably easier to control. There wasn't much worth mentioning about his other skill levels. Marshall had continued advancing numerous experience bars, but raising anything to level 4 was extremely difficult. The only notable development was Time Magic LV2. After months of painstaking practice, Time Magic had finally risen by 1 level. And it had granted Marshall the ability to send inorganic objects into the future. He could select a stone and move it several minutes forward along the timeline. The stone would vanish during that interval, then abruptly reappear at the designated moment. It was a fascinating ability, somewhat similar to the effects of the Time fruit. Unfortunately, it still worked only on lifeless objects. Marshall couldn't throw people into the future. According to Makarov, the spell already resembled the earliest foundations of Fairy Sphere. Once Marshall became an S-class mage, he might genuinely be capable of learning the super spell. Marshall remained unconvinced. Before long, the day arrived for him to send his thought projection to the Magic Council Academy. He began deciding which abilities to allocate to it. To make academy life easier, Marshall assigned most of his available magic power to the projection, slightly over 5,000 units. To prevent anyone from discovering his identity, the projection was forbidden from using light magic. Spatial magic couldn't be exposed, and flying was also prohibited. That left script magic as its main specialty. As for an elemental attribute, ice magic would work. Marshall occasionally used it to cool himself during hot weather. After several years of casual practice, he had accidentally raised it to level 2. That was more than enough to support his false identity. He could simply pretend to be an ice mage. The only remaining problem was the thought projection's transformed appearance. Marshall fell into agonized indecision. Should he actually become Hannah Marshall? Fairy Tale already had one stripping exhibitionist. Surely the world didn't need another strange person. But imagining someone mistaking him for a girl, only for Marshall to reveal later that he was male. The expression on their face would probably be incredibly entertaining. Alternatively, he could behave with all the overwhelming masculinity of a roaring lion, then casually produce a student identification card bearing the name Hannah Marshall and the sex female. That could be equally hilarious. Hee. Why should anyone presume his gender? Whether he presented himself as Hannah, or Hannah's very masculine brother could depend entirely on which option offered the greatest advantage. Once Marshall cast aside those pointless restraints, a single mischievous thought made the entire world seem broader. He would take both options. Speaking of which, was his sense of humor becoming increasingly unhinged? Had something inside him finally broken? Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 66, 1,490 words. Marshall didn't make any drastic changes to his thought projection, nor did he actually transform into a girl. He merely softened the lines of his face, and made his build a little slimmer. That was already enough for him to pass as female at a glance. Makarov had said no one cared about the sex listed on his documents, so there was no reason to go as far as transforming into a woman. All Marshall needed to do was claim he was one. The only real problem was that he had allocated nearly 80% of his magic power to the projection, leaving his real body feeling unusually weak. Still, his main body would mostly remain in Magnolia and focus on physical training, so having less magic power wouldn't interfere much. If anything, possessing only around 1,000 magic power made him look far more like an ordinary 9-year-old. Marshall, since you'll be traveling so far by yourself, remember to take care of yourself. In a secluded corner of Magnolia, Marshall prepared to send his thought projection away in secret. Only Makarov had come to see him off. Oh, spare me. You're the one throwing me out. Marshall folded his arms and snorted. Just wait. Once I establish myself within the Magic Council, I'll eventually come back and take revenge on Fairy Tale. The thought projection carried no guild emblem, so technically speaking, it wasn't a member of Fairy Tale. Honestly, I did begin regretting this afterward, Makarov admitted. You're still only a child. Sending you away simply to prove a point may have been a little. Marshall narrowed his eyes. Prove what point? Ahem. Nothing important. Makarov glanced away. You remember how I fought Jose of Phantom Lord near the end of last year? That bastard called Fairy Tale a guild full of illiterate barbarians. Was I supposed to tolerate that? So I taught him a lesson, naturally. But defeating him through brute force didn't feel satisfying enough. That's why I decided to send you into a Magic Council Academy, and humiliate him properly on the academic front. Huh? Marshall stared at him. But no one will know I'm from Fairy Tale. That part isn't important. As long as you don't have a guild emblem, the arrangement remains technically acceptable. Makarov grinned. As for how we reveal everything later and rub it in Jose's face, leave that to me. Marshall blinked. So this wretched old man intended to keep all the satisfying boasting for himself while dumping the actual work on Marshall. He would remember this grudge. All right. You don't need to treat me like a child. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Marshall suddenly stiffened. His projection wouldn't have Virgo or Ruby with him. Come to think of it. Perhaps he wasn't entirely capable of looking after himself. Never mind. It wasn't a serious problem. Once he placed a spatial coordinate inside the academy, he could dismiss the thought projection whenever necessary and teleport a new one back there. I'm leaving, old man. Call me master. Show some respect, you brat. Bleh. The thought projection slipped quietly out of Magnolia. The Magic Council Academy was also located within the Kingdom of Fiori. In fact, it had been built near the capital, Crocus, the City of Flowers. After all, a conveniently loyal, neutral kingdom like Fiori made an excellent base for the Magic Council. Marshall first had to take a train to the capital. Why use a train instead of teleporting? Because he hadn't unlocked that part of the map yet, and possessed no coordinates in Crocus. Even after arriving in the capital, he still had to follow the magical directions within his acceptance letter to locate the academy. Marshall couldn't understand why they had hidden the place so thoroughly. After wandering through several villages and dealing with a few magical beasts along the way, he finally reached the academy. New student. Yes. Name? Hannah Marshall. Let me see your acceptance letter. The clerk glanced through the document. Regional recommendation, originating from Magnolia. Everything appears to be in order. He handed Marshall a card. This is your student identification. Keep it safe. Proceed to the first academic building for your magic power assessment. Continue straight ahead from here. Thank you. Marshall passed the first inspection with almost insulting ease. So easily, in fact, that the experience felt strangely unsatisfying. Excuse me, sir. I'm not even wearing a skirt. Does my listed sex not deserve the slightest scrutiny? Then he heard the clerk's thoughts. Another pretty girl. The quality of this year's new students is excellent. Shame she doesn't have much of a figure. Note, the author got bashed a lot cause of this. Guess the Chinese readers has enough of MCs looking so beautiful that he looks like a jade LMAO. Marshall hadn't even begun deceiving anyone, yet somehow he already felt as though he were the one being deceived. This was nothing like the scene he had imagined. The examiner was supposed to approach nervously and ask about his sex. Marshall would smile calmly, introduce himself as Hannah, then walk away beneath the examiner's stunned and existentially confused stare. Wasn't that how the script was supposed to go? Why had none of it happened? Could the problem perhaps not be everyone else? Could the problem be Marshall? He walked woodenly into the academy's first academic building. Numerous new students were already lining up for their magic power assessments. The procedure matched every stereotypical magical aptitude test Marshall had ever seen. An instructor called a name, the student stepped forward and touched a crystal sphere, and the brightness of the resulting light determined their magical potential. Seagrain Fernandez. A blue-haired boy with a strange marking over the right side of his face stepped forward. The crystal sphere erupted with dazzling light. S-Class Aptitude. Class 1. Marshall raised an eyebrow. What a crude sorting system. If he had designed it, he would at least have included a talking hat. Altair Milkovich. A beautiful girl of around 15, with long straight black hair, approached the crystal. The light she produced was even brighter than the boy's. S-Class Aptitude. Class 1. The surrounding students immediately began whispering. Students with S-Class Aptitude were extremely rare, yet 2 had already appeared among this year's new arrivals. Marshall quietly measured their magic power. The blue-haired boy possessed slightly less than Urza, probably around 6,000. But the black-haired girl's magic power was nearly equal to Urza's. Were geniuses really this common? Hannah Marshall. Marshall's turn arrived soon afterward. The result was exactly what he expected. S-Class Aptitude. Class 1. The whispers grew even louder. Even the instructors began discussing the result among themselves. 3 S-Class students in a single year. Students with S-Class Aptitude can often enter a council institution immediately after graduation. One of them may even become a counselor someday. This year's class is extraordinary. And 2 of them are beautiful girls. The other students are certainly fortunate. Marshall turned and walked away with an icy expression. From watching the previous tests, he had already determined that anyone with more than 5,000 magic power would receive an S-Class rating. The result itself didn't surprise him. What surprised him was that not a single person found anything strange about pairing his appearance with the identity Hannah Marshall. Damn it. Were all of them blind? Marshall could no longer enjoy this joke. The dormitory assignment brought him even greater disappointment. He had expected to share a bedroom with a beautiful girl. Instead, the academy was so wealthy that every pair of students received a luxurious apartment containing 2 private bedrooms and a shared living room. He did get a female roommate, but they wouldn't actually be sleeping in the same room. And his assigned roommate was none other than the most talented student of their year, the black-haired beauty, Altair Milkovich. Hello. I hope we'll get along well over the next few years. Hello. Marshall shook Altair's hand. She maintained a graceful smile throughout their introduction and showed no sign that she found anything unusual about him. Marshall finally swallowed his embarrassment and asked directly. Don't you think there's something strange about me? Altair examined him from head to toe. Then she smiled. You're very pretty, Hannah. I'm delighted to have you as my roommate. Something inside Marshall died. He stared at her without expression. I'm a boy. There was an accident with my registration, so my student identification lists me as female. Altair froze briefly. She studied Marshall more carefully, then gave a delicate laugh. Haha, that isn't a very convincing joke, Hannah. But don't worry. I won't interfere with your personal interests, or how you choose to present yourself. She's an adorable roommate. It's unfortunate that she seems a little confused in the head. Marshall no longer wanted to attend school. He wanted to go home. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. 1,433 words. Marshall had planned to play everyone for fools when school began. Instead, the entire scheme backfired spectacularly. His classmates unanimously decided that he was an eccentric, handsome girl who simply preferred dressing and behaving like a boy. The whole situation left him depressed for quite a while. Before enrolling, Marshall had imagined countless ways his magical academy life might unfold. Somehow, he had never considered this one. Apparently, once someone was attractive enough, even their roughest behavior looked graceful through other people's eyes. Whenever his classmates looked at Marshall, it was as though they were seeing him through a beautifying filter. No matter how often he explained that he was male, introduced himself as a boy, or deliberately behaved in the most masculine way possible, no one believed him. Instead, a bizarre rumor spread through the academy. Among this year's 3 new prodigies, one is a handsome boy, one is a beautiful girl, and one is a beautiful girl who insists on calling herself a handsome boy. Marshall had tried to fool everyone, only to become the joke himself. Truly impressive. If that had been the end of it, he wouldn't have cared much. He could have enjoyed watching those idiots continue misunderstanding everything. Unfortunately, matters became even more ridiculous. A strange group of admirers began gathering around him. Several younger girls, especially the flatter-chested ones, thought that this handsome girl, who stubbornly identified as male and refused to conform, was unbelievably cool. There were even signs that they intended to establish an unofficial Hannah support club. Marshall had no idea how to deal with them. Normally, receiving piles of love letters from girls should have been a wonderful experience. Yet he couldn't enjoy it at all. Forget using them to gather inspiration. Their behavior was beginning to make him genuinely miserable. He had absolutely no interest in a group of girls who liked him specifically because they believed he was also a girl. Worse, Marshall's cold attitude toward them only increased his popularity. So cool. She's a perfect role model for the new generation of female mages. The more distant he acted, the more the girls admired him. And the more popular his false identity became, the less Marshall could enjoy any of it. It was a vicious cycle. His imagined wonderful school life had ended before it ever truly began. Marshall decided to stop paying attention to those foolish humans. He couldn't endure this wretched academy for another day. The sooner he learned archive magic, the sooner he could escape. As for Makarov's dream of dominating the Magic Council, Marshall didn't give a shit about it. Unfortunately, once he discovered the requirements for studying archive magic, it felt as though the sky had fallen on him all over again. Academy regulations stated that only students who placed within the top 10 of their year-end examinations for 2 consecutive years could receive authorization to study archive magic. That damned old man had clearly known, and deliberately failed to mention it. There was some good news, however. Any student who achieved first place for 3 consecutive years would have an opportunity to study the even more restricted Super Archive magic. Marshall learned that Super Archive magic was the ultimate version of ordinary archive magic, granting higher operational authority and access to a much broader knowledge base. If archive magic was a personal terminal for an individual mage, then Super Archive magic was the central control system with full administrator privileges. Marshall wanted that even more. Unfortunately, that meant his thought projection would need to remain at the academy for 3 full years. He had considered finding another path. For example, he could locate someone who already knew archive magic and learn directly from them. One student named Hibiki Lates had selected archive magic as his specialization this year. But Hibiki had only just chosen it, and hadn't learned anything yet. Worse, he constantly approached Hannah, with transparent attempts to impress her. Marshall found him exhausting, and had no desire to spend time with him. The academy was quite cunning. It merely granted students an opportunity to study rare magic without guaranteeing that they would actually master it. Through this system, the council could bind its most talented graduates to its institutions. Unfortunately for them, that strategy was destined to fail against Marshall. As long as he gained even brief access to Super Archive magic, he was confident he could learn it. But there was no way around the problem of gaining that access. Marshall had originally intended to spend his time among the others as an ordinary student. Now he had no choice but to abandon that pretense. He would simply take first place for all 3 years. For Marshall, the task couldn't have been easier. He might not feel equally confident competing in every possible field, but when it came to studying harder than everyone else, who could possibly outwork someone with a system? His thought projection needed somewhere to practice magic anyway, so he might as well leave it at the academy. And thus, a legend of the Magic Council Academy was born. Hannah Marshall. In the examinations that followed, Marshall achieved nearly perfect scores in almost every subject, leaving the rest of his year so far behind that several classmates nearly cried. That overwhelming academic performance was also one of the main reasons for his popularity. Even the other two students with S-class potential were nowhere near his level. After all, very few people could learn and master nearly anything as quickly as Marshall. Speaking of those other two S-class students, Marshall had discovered several interesting things about them. Seagrain remained the Academy's eternal second place. Altair occupied the third. His roommate, Altair, appeared to have known the blue-haired Seagrain before they enrolled, and their relationship was extremely strange. On the surface, Altair seemed to be Seagrain's follower. In reality, she was clearly the dominant one. It was almost as though she held a leash and took Seagrain for walks like an obedient dog. For a while, Marshall suspected that Altair had hypnotized him. Otherwise, there was no reasonable explanation for the bizarre difference between their thoughts. Seagrain's mind was constantly occupied with advancement, networking, and finding a path into the Magic Council as a counselor. Altair, meanwhile, dumped every troublesome responsibility onto Seagrain and spent nearly every day reading in the library. Today, Marshall happened to encounter her there again. And not merely any ordinary encounter. They reached for the exact same book at the exact same moment, the most classic library coincidence imaginable. Well, Altair. Still interested in time magic? Marshall raised an eyebrow. The previous time he had seen her in the library, she had also been reading a book related to temporal magic. Could she share the same magical interest as him? Hannah. It's you. Altair glanced at the book beneath their hands. Are you interested in this one too? You can take it first. Altair wasn't especially fond of her roommate. Not because she found Marshall's behavior strange, but because he had introduced himself as an ice make mage. For some inexplicable reason, whenever she watched Marshall use ice make, she saw faint traces of someone from her past. The two should have had absolutely nothing to do with one another, so Altair couldn't understand where that unsettling familiarity came from. You can read it, Marshall said. There are plenty of other magical books here. I'm not in any hurry to finish this particular one. The Academy Library was far larger than fairy tales, and held an enormous collection. It had quickly become Marshall's favorite place to gather experience. You really are diligent, Hannah. I have no choice. Marshall sighed modestly. Hard work is the only way to compensate for a lack of talent. I'm not especially intelligent, so I have to read more than everyone else. Altair gave him a polite, thoroughly false smile, but her thoughts immediately betrayed her. This woman's magical talent is terrifying. I hope she doesn't interfere with our plans. Still, I should occasionally handle something myself. I'll test her. Do you have some time now, Hannah? Altair closed the book. Why don't we sit somewhere outside and exchange a few thoughts about magic? Altair had never believed Marshall was male. No matter how often he explained it, she trusted only what she saw and stubbornly refused to reconsider. What could someone this difficult possibly want from him? Marshall's curiosity was immediately aroused. Sure. Let's go. This Academy arc won't be showed much since the one attending it is his thought projection. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. 1,431 words. Inside the Academy Café, Marshall and Altair chose a quiet corner and sat across from one another. With the elegant tea set between them, the scene carried the strange atmosphere of two refined young ladies enjoying afternoon tea. Altair began with a generous helping of flattery. I've heard the professors describe you as a magical genius who appears only once in a century. Even I can't help feeling envious. She smiled pleasantly. Do you have any special study methods, Hannah? How do you manage to excel in every subject? Marshall calmly sipped his tea. Special methods? Not really. I just study normally. He set down his cup. No matter how untalented someone is, learning a few spells shouldn't be that difficult. Altair nearly lost her grip on her teacup. How could one person sound so smug without even changing their expression? Was it still possible to have a normal conversation with her? Ha ha. I suppose the world of a genius really is different from that of ordinary people. No, no. In my opinion, you're the true genius, Altair. Marshall spoke with complete sincerity. You possess more magic power than anyone else our age I've ever met. That's an extraordinarily rare gift. Compared with you, my own reserves are rather unremarkable. Hee hee. Perhaps. The corner of Altair's mouth twitched. How did this girl manage to step on one of her sore spots with practically every sentence? Altair would have gladly discarded this so-called gift if she could. Never mind. She needed to get to the point before Marshall irritated her any further. I've heard that exceptional graduates of the Academy may enter the Magic Council directly. Altair folded her hands neatly. Those with sufficient talent might even become counselors and join the highest authority governing the magical world of the Eastern continent. Is that something you're interested in, Hannah? Oh, so that's all you wanted to ask? Marshall leaned back. I was wondering why you invited me here. Altair showed no embarrassment at having her motive exposed. Most students who enrolled in a council academy hope to join the Magic Council after graduation. It was an unspoken understanding, so her question wasn't particularly suspicious. Marshall didn't find it strange either. Taking a government job really was the ultimate destination in every universe. If his royalties weren't already enough to support him for the rest of his life, even he might have considered finding a stable position and comfortably coasting until retirement. I'm not interested. Marshall answered without hesitation. Joining the council, becoming a counselor, none of that appeals to me. I came to the academy to learn magic. I don't care about anything else. Altair quietly breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, she believed him immediately. Perhaps she assumed that someone as talented as Hannah had no reason to lie about such a thing. If there was no conflict between their interests, cooperation might be possible. I see. You truly are a pure-hearted mage, Hannah. Altair's smile became more genuine. Then let's leave those vulgar political matters aside and discuss magic instead. There are many things I'd like to ask the Academy's top-ranked student. She glanced toward the book they had brought from the library. You've also been researching temporal magic, haven't you? What do you think? Is magic that allows someone to return to the past actually possible? Altair had only intended to make idle conversation and pass an otherwise boring afternoon. Marshall's next sentence made her entire body snap to attention. Possible. He tilted his head. That kind of magic already exists. I've personally met people who traveled here from the future. What? Altair's composure shattered instantly. She shot to her feet so quickly that she knocked over her cup without noticing. Her voice rose sharply enough to draw several looks from nearby tables. You've met someone from the future. Is that really true? Whoa, why are you getting so excited? Marshall tapped the table. Of course it's true. Why would I lie about that? The fallen cup moved in reverse, as though someone had rewound a recording. Tea flowed back into it, the cup righted itself, and everything returned to its original state. Altair's pupils contracted violently. Arc of time. This woman could even use that lost magic. Could she truly be telling the truth? Altair's mind descended into chaos. Why had she joined Grimoire Heart? Why had she endured hiding beside Brain as a spy, manipulating Jalal despite how tiresome she found the entire affair, and carrying out countless tasks she despised? Because of the future Hades had promised her. She believed that reviving Zerif would allow her to obtain magic capable of crossing time. She could return to the past before every tragedy began. Before she was sent to the research facility. Before her mother took in those two other children. She could finally stand before her mother and ask why she had abandoned her. That obsession was the only reason Altair continued struggling through a world she found unbearably painful. And now, some mysterious genius who had appeared from nowhere was calmly telling her that she had already witnessed time travel. How could Altair remain calm? How could she possibly contain her excitement? Hannah, no, Marshall. She leaned across the table. Please tell me about the person who returned from the future. I need to know everything. Wait. Give me a moment. Marshall had been startled by Altair's sudden outburst. More importantly, he had just overheard an alarming number of secrets. Grimoire Heart. Zereth. Hades. Brain. And how was Jalal involved again? That Jalal fellow seemed to appear wherever something suspicious happened. What was the connection between all these people? His roommate appeared to possess slightly more secrets than any reasonable person should. What exactly was going on here? Marshall shifted most of his attention into the thought projection. Altair had genuinely caught his interest now. He was extremely curious. You're interested in time magic? Yes. Altair no longer bothered hiding her excitement. To tell you the truth, I also practice the lost magic known as Arc of Time. Its effects are similar to the spell you just used. My dream is to master magic that can return me to the past. She stepped forward and seized Marshall's hand, her eyes burning with desperate hope. Please, Hannah. You have to tell me about those people from the future. This is the one thing I must know, no matter what. Her fingers tightened. Please tell me. I'll do anything I can in return. You really shouldn't say things like that so casually. Marshall tried to pull his hand free, but she held on far too tightly. He sighed helplessly. The people I met traveled through time using a magical artifact. That artifact no longer works, so telling you where it is wouldn't help. Altair's expression faltered. But there's no need to search so far away. Marshall continued calmly. I already know the complete spell structure for traveling into the past. It simply isn't an easy spell to cast. What? Altair stared at him. You even know that? Marshall had thoroughly studied Remembrance of Time. The grimoire truly no longer functioned under ordinary circumstances. Opening it produced no reaction at all. Apparently, activating it required some unusual coincidence or opportunity. He had indeed deciphered and forcibly memorized the complete temporal spell structure contained within it. But understanding the spell and being capable of casting it were completely different matters. Marshall suspected that anyone below level 5 in time magic wouldn't stand a chance. He had no idea just how devastating an impact his casual statement had on Altair. The way she looked at him changed completely. Her gaze practically shimmered. Altair immediately rose from her chair, moved around the table, and sat closely beside him. Then, with remarkable naturalness, she wrapped both hands around his arm. My dear Hannah, I felt a special connection with you from the moment we met. She smiled sweetly. I'm certain we can become the closest of friends. No. Before we sat down for coffee, you clearly couldn't stand me. Altair, please control yourself. Marshall tried to move his arm. And I've explained this many times already. I really am a boy. That doesn't matter. Altair answered immediately. Sex is irrelevant. Then she looked directly into his eyes. But if it matters to you, do you need a girlfriend? I believe I would be an excellent choice. Why had this girl's attitude changed so dramatically the moment she learned he might be useful? It was almost impressive enough to make him laugh. Chapter 69, 1553 words. My dear Hannah, are you really not going to tell me the secret of that time travel spell? This is incredibly important to me. Altair, Marshall appreciates that you helped tidy the apartment, but Marshall does not appreciate you using favors as leverage. Inside the apartment they shared at the academy, Marshall and Altair were locked in a standoff in the living room. Marshall sat comfortably on the sofa, leisurely eating a cup of pudding. Altair knelt beside him with her hands clasped together, wearing the most sincere expression she could manage. Thought projections were made entirely of magic power, so they normally had no need to eat, drink, or use the bathroom. They couldn't even taste food properly. But Altair had bought the pudding especially for him. Wouldn't refusing to eat it hurt her feelings? The kind-hearted Marshall would never do anything so cruel. Ever since their afternoon tea together, Altair's attitude toward him had undergone a complete reversal. She had become so attentive that it bordered on shameless flattery. A beautiful girl with long black hair constantly worried about his daily life, bought him snacks and milk tea, and checked on him from morning until night. Under normal circumstances, it should have been wonderful. Marshall, however, felt nothing. His heart remained perfectly calm, as he accepted every bit of her service without the slightest trace of guilt. Why? One only needed to listen to her thoughts. This damn tomboy. I've gone this far to please her, so what else does she want from me? If we weren't inside the academy, I'd drag her back to headquarters and interrogate her until she talked. What a wicked woman. She said one thing aloud while thinking something entirely different. Her acting was impressive, though. If Marshall hadn't been one step ahead, she might genuinely have fooled him. Honestly, I'm already beginning to regret teaching you that spell. Marshall scooped up another spoonful of pudding. That really was the complete spell structure for returning to the past. Why won't you believe me? He had never intended to withhold it from her. Marshall had never been possessive about magical knowledge, so when Altair asked, he handed over the entire model without hesitation. Unfortunately, she refused to believe that was all there was. No. You must still be hiding some crucial piece of information. Altair leaned forward. The magic circle appears theoretically sound, but there's no possible way to activate it. Unless you let me examine the time-space artifact that actually transported those people, I won't stop asking. That was the reason for their current stalemate. Marshall certainly wasn't going to hand remembrance of time over to a mysterious, untrustworthy woman. Especially not when every thought in her head was suspicious. If her constant attention hadn't become somewhat comfortable, Marshall would have stopped dealing with her days ago. Altair, meanwhile, felt as though her lifelong wish was only one step away. The problem was that she couldn't find the door leading to it. She was desperate enough to cry. Marshall had become her only lifeline, and she intended to cling to him without ever letting go. You really only think about yourself, don't you? Marshall sighed. Instead of pestering me here, why don't you focus on improving your time magic? The only reason the spell won't activate is that both of us are far too weak. But you already met people from the future. Altair immediately objected. From the way you described them, they weren't overwhelmingly powerful either. I already told you. They cross time by borrowing the power of a magical artifact. Then let me examine that artifact. You really are impossible. Altair bit her lip. Then she suddenly bent forward into a deep bow and swore with complete sincerity. Please. If you let me borrow the artifact's power and return to the past just once, then my life belongs to you. Afterward, I'll do anything you ask. Marshall sprang away from the sofa and looked at her with open disgust. Get lost. Who said I wanted your life? You've trapped yourself in a dead end, do you understand? It's only one spell. It isn't worth throwing away your entire life. I don't care. Altair looked up at him. The entire purpose of my life is to return to the past. Bullshit. Marshall cut her off. People live to create a better future. Anyone obsessed with the past eventually becomes a prisoner of their own memories. His expression hardened. In the end, you're simply drowning in regret, aren't you? You want to change what happened. Then I'll tell you the truth. According to my research, events that have already occurred cannot truly be changed. Even magic that sends someone into the past won't alter that. So stop clinging to an impossible fantasy. Marshall's words struck directly at Altair's deepest wound. This time, her panic was genuine. That's not true. I never wanted to change the past. I only wanted to ask her why she abandoned me. I only wanted to know what truly happened back then. I only wanted to ask my mother whether she had ever loved me. Marshall heard the echo rising from the deepest part of Altair's heart. Her conscious thoughts and buried desires were fighting one another. She was another fool who had locked herself inside a prison of her own making. Marshall sighed. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Fine. I'll make it perfectly clear. According to my research, the spell for returning to the past is missing several essential requirements. Altair immediately raised her head. What requirements? An enormous amount of magic power, genuine space-time energy, and an ultimate understanding of time itself. Marshall counted them off on his fingers. Those are things neither of us can possibly possess right now. So stop dreaming about shortcuts. Unless you can somehow obtain all three, don't bother me about this again. Altair froze. Weren't those exactly the kinds of things Zeref possessed? The world's greatest black mage would undoubtedly have immense magic power, mastery over time, and access to strange space-time forces. Had everything simply come full circle? Was her only path still the one Hades had shown her? Even so, she couldn't completely let go. Is there truly no other method? She moved closer again. Couldn't you at least let me see the artifact? Just once. He. Marshall narrowed his eyes. Then why don't you tell me your story first? Perhaps I could help you. I can't. See? Marshall pointed at her. You have no sincerity at all. You only know how to make unreasonable demands of other people, but the moment someone asks something of you, you refuse. There's nothing more for us to discuss. You should leave. Marshall swallowed the last bite of pudding, dusted off his hands, and turned away. Altair reached toward him. Her mouth opened, but in the end, she said nothing. I really am a despicable woman. She's right. I already knew she wasn't lying. I was simply forcing her to give me more. If she could truly use magic that returned her to the past, she probably would never have allowed anyone to discover the secret. She has already helped me more than enough. At the very least, she proved that my wish is not completely impossible. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you. Altair lowered her eyes. And thank you, Hannah. Marshall ignored her. At the moment, he had very little affection left for this woman. Can we still be good friends? Why haven't you left yet? Marshall snapped. I don't want to speak to you. This is our shared apartment. I forgot. Then I'll leave. Marshall marched into his bedroom and slammed the door, leaving Altair standing helplessly in the living room. What should I do? She seems genuinely angry. It must be because I refuse to be honest with her. Come to think of it, Hannah is the only friend I've made in years without any schemes involved. And with her talent, she might make a breakthrough in time magic within a few years. She may become another path available to me in the future. I have to repair our relationship. Later, Altair took the spell model for returning to the past and secretly consulted her guild master, Hades. He reached almost exactly the same conclusion as Marshall. From that point onward, Altair finally believed everything Marshall had told her. She also began an aggressive campaign to win back his friendship, following Marshall everywhere, and attending to him with the devotion of an embarrassingly loyal puppy. One day, Seagrain, who cared about nothing except advancing his position, finally remembered that he hadn't seen his supposedly faithful follower in quite some time. With no other choice, he came looking for her himself. Altair, contact Brain for me. I need to purchase a batch of living supplies for the Tower of Heaven. Ha! Altair handed him a communication address without looking away from the gift she was preparing for Marshall. Here's his contact information. Speak to him yourself. And stop coming to me over trivial matters like this. She frowned. I don't want Hannah to misunderstand. Seagrain stared at her. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 70, Chapter 70. 1,777 words. Year X780. Marshall was 10 years old this year. Another peaceful half-year passed without any major incidents. Everything was going well for Marshall's real body. He was healthy, growing rapidly, and eating enough to make Virgo question whether his stomach contained its own spatial dimension. His magic power had also risen at an astonishing rate, breaking past 9,000. He had already caught up to Mira, and was closing in on Urza. At 15, Urza possessed roughly 10,000 magic power. She had a strong chance of passing the S-Class Mage trial by the end of the year, and breaking Laxus's record as Fairy Tail's youngest S-Class Mage. Mira had spent years chasing her, and still hadn't managed to catch up. She would probably qualify next year. Kana might need another 2 years. It was difficult to say. Marshall himself had no intention of taking the trial anytime soon. His real body currently possessed only 2,000 or 3,000 magic power, since most of it remained allocated to the thought projection attending the academy. He expected to graduate and obtain super archive magic in X782, so he planned to wait until X783 before attempting the S-Class trial. That would leave at least one opportunity for his beloved Kanane. Life at the academy remained equally peaceful. Nothing particularly unusual happened aside from Altair becoming his constant follower. Marshall still treated her with indifference. She was far too calculating and ambitious, nothing like the straightforward companions he had in Fairy Tail. Marshall simply didn't like her very much. If she insisted on following him, however, he might as well use her as a maid. He certainly wasn't going to spoil her. In July, the academy year came to an end. Marshall secured first place in the final examinations with another overwhelming lead. Archive Magic Quest Progress, 1/3. The academy now entered a summer vacation lasting more than a month, leaving his thought projection with nowhere in particular to go. Marshall decided to use the opportunity to expand his map. He would travel across Fiori, explore new regions, and leave spatial coordinates behind for future teleportation. Since the entire purpose was to unlock the map, taking a magic train would defeat the point. Marshall chose to travel alone on foot. Ever since arriving in this world, he had almost always been surrounded by companions. Traveling without anyone beside him felt unexpectedly strange. His journeys were still conducted on easy mode, though. Marshall would walk throughout the day, leave a coordinate wherever he stopped, and disappear for the night. The following morning, he would teleport back to the same location and continue onward. Spatial magic made traveling absurdly convenient. Along the way, he visited countless villages that seemed to belong to entirely different worlds. Some were primitive settlements where everyone dressed in animal hides. Others were bizarre punk-style towns filled with technology far ahead of the surrounding era. He even encountered giants standing more than 10 meters tall. The world was vast, strange, and endlessly fascinating. Adventuring through another world really was exciting. While passing through one village, Marshall helped the residents eliminate several magical beasts that had been destroying their farmland. Afterward, a pretty village girl approached and asked whether he had any brothers. Marshall wasn't even using the Hannah identity anymore, yet she still somehow mistook him for a woman. At this point, he had become numb to it. When he explained that he was actually male, however, her eyes lit up with terrifying intensity. She immediately began asking whether he would consider staying in the village and helping her start a family. Marshall teleported away before she could finish. If Guildarts had encountered the same situation, he probably would have agreed with hearts in his eyes. No wonder that men loved traveling so much. In the ordinary world, mages were treated somewhat like immortals from cultivation stories. To isolated villagers with little experience of magic, meeting a powerful mage was practically the same as encountering a divine being. Wanting such a person to marry into the village wasn't particularly surprising. Yet most ordinary people also lacked any proper fear of magical power. The villagers from Myra's hometown had dared to persecute someone they believed had become a demon. Marshall didn't know whether to praise Mira for being too kind or marvel at the courage that came from absolute ignorance. The current situation seemed somewhat similar. A rain woman. What's that? Marshall looked curiously at the enthusiastic villagers gathered around him. Sir Mage, there's a girl living beside the river in the neighboring village, one man explained. Wherever she stays, it rains without end. Sometimes the rain is useful, but I couldn't bear living beneath permanent storm clouds, so I moved away. You're a mage from the big city, and must know far more than we do. Could you solve the problem? He hesitated. Or perhaps take the rain woman away with you. We're willing to offer payment. That sounds like the effect of magic, Marshall said. How old is she? Juvia is 14. I remember clearly because her parents died 10 years ago. The villager sighed. It hasn't stopped raining over that village since. She's a pitiful child, really. Interesting. I'll go have a look. Marshall fell into thought. A naturally awakened magical talent powerful enough to influence the weather. This sounded like another prodigy. Perhaps he could conveniently bring her home and dump her on Makarov. Having made his decision, Marshall looked toward the dark clouds in the distance and began walking. As he approached, he discovered that the rain cloud covered only a small area. Rain poured over the village and riverbank, while the land beyond remained bright and sunny, creating a bizarre boundary between the two climates. Not wanting to soak his clothes, Marshall stopped just outside the curtain of rain. The concentration of water element magic in the air startled him. It was practically overflowing. Could a mage truly alter the environment to this extent? And if she had been consuming magic power continuously for 10 years, how was she not exhausted? Could she have awakened directly with water magic LV4, just as Marshall and Mira had awakened extremely advanced magic? His telepathy magic had already located the rain woman at the center of the clouds. Marshall greeted her from a distance. Hello. I apologize for disturbing you, but would it be possible to stop the rain outside for a moment? Who are you? A traveling mage. I heard that a rain woman lived here and came specifically to visit. Would you be able to stop the rain? A long silence followed. I'm sorry. I'm the rain woman. Juvia hates the rain too, but wherever Juvia goes, it never stops. So she couldn't control it properly. Was uncontrollable passive activation simply a common problem among level 4 spells? Allowing talent of this degree to remain buried in a tiny village was practically criminal. Would you mind if I visited your home? I'd like to become friends. Friends? Oh, of course. Please come in. Juvia had only just started rising to open the door when the air flashed. A mysterious pink-haired figure appeared directly in front of her. She gasped. What a handsome boy. Marshall's mood instantly improved. There were still people in this world with functioning eyes. His initial opinion of the rain woman rose enormously. The girl before him had wavy ocean blue hair and wore thick, extremely conservative winter clothing. A tall hat covered her head, leaving almost none of her skin exposed. She held a small sunshine doll in one hand. Her exaggerated expression was strangely adorable. Hello. Juvia is Juvia. She bowed frantically. Please take good care of Juvia for the rest of our lives. Marshall didn't understand what she meant but politely shook her hand. It's nice to meet you, Miss Juvia. I'm Marshall, a mage who happened to be passing through. Nice to meet. Juvia's face turned bright red. Is this a confession? Juvia hasn't prepared herself yet. What was this girl muttering about? Why did she look as though intelligence had never properly reached her? I am sorry. Juvia hasn't spoken to anyone in a very long time. She flailed in panic. You're so handsome that Juvia's heart began racing. No, wait. Juvia isn't asking you to marry her. She clasped her hands. Did you come here to fall in love with Juvia? Was this girl completely obsessed with romance? Her imagination could almost rival Levy's most unhinged fantasies. Marshall took a cautious step backward and gave her an awkward smile. Miss, please calm down. I only came here hoping to make a friend. Juvia's expression collapsed. You hate Juvia too. Tears immediately filled her eyes. Juvia is sorry. Juvia will disappear from your sight. Her emotions surged with astonishing intensity. Wait, don't. The next instant, a flood erupted from nowhere and swallowed the entire room. Marshall teleported outside into the rain, but the sudden escape still left him completely drenched. In the end, his clothes had gotten soaked anyway. Water element magic churned wildly through the air, surging in every direction as Juvia's emotions spiraled out of control. Marshall's face grew hot with frustration at the sheer absurdity of the situation. That is enough. Light exploded from his body. In an instant, Marshall transformed into a colossal giant of light towering 100 meters above the land. A massive pillar of radiance pierced the heavens. Blinding light erupted from his enormous body, producing a violent gale that swept every cloud from the sky. For the first time in years, sunlight poured down over the village. Golden rays illuminated the towering giant of light, making him appear almost divine. The sky cleared. Juvia, who had transformed into water and was preparing to flee through the river, stopped completely. She stared at the brilliant blue sky. Then she looked toward the radiant giant standing beneath it. She couldn't tear her eyes away from either sight. Can a person be this good looking? Their bonus chap, since we got considerable gap with the raw chapters, I'll update much faster. Here, this is what Marshall used as magic power measuring units in this FIC for anyone who's confused. Magic power in units, approximate status. Below 10,000 ordinary to relatively strong mage. Around 10,000 first major qualitative threshold. 10,000 to 20,000 S-class potential, depending on skill. 20,000 to 50,000 strong S-class territory. 80,000 to 150,000 extremely powerful S-class, far beyond normal ones. Around 200,000 plus approximate wizard saint threshold. Far above 200,000 high-ranking wizard saint or monster class mage. This is probably how much their container can contain ether nano. Around 100k to 200k. The person probably already opened their second origin. Chapter 71, Chapter 71. 1,372 words. I'm sorry. Please forgive Juvia. Juvia didn't mean to do that. Juvia will dry you immediately. Under the radiance of the giant of light, the rain woman finally regained control of herself. She curled up timidly in front of Marshall and used her magic to draw every drop of water from his soaked clothes. Manipulating water seemed as natural to her as breathing. In theory, someone with this level of control shouldn't have been incapable of stopping the rain. Perhaps the problem was simply that she had grown up in an isolated village without ever studying magical theory or learning the correct way to control her power. That wasn't the only thing that surprised Marshall. Juvia, your body just now. Did it turn into water? Huh? Why, yes. Juvia's body is made of water. Like this. Juvia transformed her entire arm into a flowing stream. Even the sleeve covering it turned into water along with her body. That can't be possible. Elemental transformation. Seriously? Marshall stared in shock. Could level 4 elemental magic truly reach this degree? Were high-level elemental spells really this absurd? Or had Juvia awakened with water magic LV5? I am sorry. Juvia has always been like this. Juvia never wanted it. She lowered her head sadly. Juvia is a freak. Someone as unnatural as her would obviously be hated. No, she had already done something hateful. It didn't matter anymore. From now on, Juvia could simply remain in some dark, damp corner and slowly rot away. Why are you apologizing? Your talent is incredible. Huh? Marshall's face was glowing with excitement. Juvia might be only the second person he had ever encountered whose magic had reached level 5. The first was Gildarts, and this time, the person in question was a young girl. Her abilities were unbelievably valuable for research. Do you know what a mage is? Marshall leaned toward her eagerly. You aren't a freak. You're a naturally awakened mage. Your magic may already be stronger than what most people could achieve after an entire lifetime of training. All you need is to learn how to control it properly. Juvia is a mage. That's right. You're a mage just like me. Marshall pointed outside. There are many people in the wider world who can use magic. You're not alone or abnormal. He paused. Well, you are a little unusual, but your talent is a gift most people could only dream of possessing. You've simply been trapped in this backward village your entire life. Ha! Ha! The little rain woman didn't know what to do with herself, but a new light had appeared in her eyes. Juvia's total magic power wasn't exceptionally high. It might not even surpass Natsu's or Gray's current reserves, probably falling somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000. But her mastery of water magic was clearly on an entirely different level. Was the ability to transform one's body and possessions into an element a defining feature of level 5 magic? If that theory was correct, then once Marshall raised his light magic to level 5, would he be able to become light itself? That would be unbelievably cool. Marshall felt as though he had grasped the edge of something important. There had to be a true dividing line between level 4 and level 5, a qualitative difference rather than merely an increase in power. Gildarts's crush magic was the perfect example. His magic didn't simply destroy things. It carried a strange conceptual property. Marshall had once watched Gildarts crush a single puppy into a group of tiny puppies. The sheer absurdity of that effect defied common sense, which was why Marshall believed Gildarts's crush magic had reached level 5. And now Marshall had encountered a second level 5 mage. He had made his decision. No matter what it took, he would bring this rain woman back to Fairy Tale and convince her to cooperate with his research. He was far too curious about power of this level. So, Juvia, come with me. Marshall extended a hand. This village is nothing more than a cage trapping you. The sky suited to someone like you lies in the outside world. If you're willing. Juvia is willing. Marshall hadn't even finished extending his hand before Juvia lunged forward and seized it with both of hers. Her eyes transformed into enormous hearts. Something about the situation suddenly felt wrong. All right. But you don't need to be that excited. When will we be getting married? Ha! Marshall nearly choked. I'm inviting you to join my wizard guild. What in the world are you imagining? Stop thinking such ridiculous things. He couldn't help shouting because he could hear every wild fantasy currently racing through her mind. Some of them were far too embarrassing to listen to. Ha! Oh. So that's what you meant. Juvia lowered her head shyly. Juvia is still willing then. Then she glanced up at him. Lord Marshall, after Juvia joins the guild, may Juvia become your girlfriend? ? Marshall paused. A mischievous smile slowly appeared on his face. Oh? Do you really like me that much? He leaned closer. We only met a few minutes ago. Yes. Juvia fell in love at first sight. She nodded frantically. Look at our hair. Juvia's is water blue, and yours is cherry pink. We're clearly destined for each other. He he he. You're young, but your imagination certainly isn't. Marshall's smile became even more wicked. There's something I didn't have time to tell you. This isn't my real appearance. I'm using transformation magic. In the next moment, Marshall returned to the appearance of his true 10-year-old body. Under Juvia's dumbfounded stare, he proudly raised 2 fingers in a victory sign. Hee hee. I'm actually 10 years old. He grinned. Are you sure you want to date a little kid, Miss Blue-haired Winnie-san? Why you? You. Huh? Juvia's mind completely overloaded. Her eyes turned into spirals, and she temporarily lost the ability to speak. Marshall burst into delighted laughter. No one knew how badly he had suffered at the academy, where he couldn't reveal his identity or freely play tricks on anyone. This was exactly the reaction he had always wanted to see. Ha 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 ha. All right, enough joking. Marshall finally took pity on her. Pack whatever you want to bring, and we'll leave. If you don't feel like packing, that's fine too. I can move your entire house for you. What do you think? Juvia still hadn't fully recovered. She stood there looking as though her soul had left her body. Had she just been rejected? Did that count as heartbreak? Did it not count? Surely it didn't. Once she regained her senses, Juvia shook her head. And no. There's no need to move the house. Juvia doesn't own anything particularly important. Juvia can leave like this. She looked around the cold, silent room. Juvia never liked this lonely house very much. Juvia gathered her belongings into one small bundle. Marshall then watched her push the entire package directly into her body. Can you store objects inside yourself too? Huh? Carrying it by hand would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Juvia tilted her head. Our village is very remote. Even the nearest town is half a day away. That isn't the important part. Marshall decided not to question it further. Never mind. We don't need to walk anyway. Have you forgotten how I entered this room? My specialty is spatial magic. He held out his hand again. Come on. I'll take you directly to the guild. Marshall took Juvia's hand. Her entire body trembled, and an uneasy expression crossed her face. Before she could think about it, the scenery changed. The next moment, Juvia found herself standing inside a loud, lively building that resembled a tavern. Hey, master. Look. Marshall brought another pretty girl back to the guild. Is she a new member? As expected of Marshall, he certainly knows how to choose them. What? That idiot Marshall. He spends all day fooling around instead of doing anything useful. I'm going to teach him a lesson. While Juvia stood frozen in confusion, Marshall's real body, now dressed in a different outfit, floated over and stopped in front of her. He gave her a sincere, welcoming smile. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Juvia. Chapter 72, Chapter 72. 1517 words. Makarov had gotten drunk again. Perched on the guild counter, he stretched out one arm and repeatedly patted Marshall on the head, already far too pleased with himself. You really do have incredible luck, Marshall. Juvia is an exceptionally rare talent. He laughed loudly. And that village of hers was inside Phantom Lord's territory. If no one had intervened, she probably would have joined them eventually. You did excellent work this time. Try drinking a little less, old man. You're far too old to behave like this. Ha ha ha. I don't care. I'm celebrating. Makarov continued ruffling his hair. When you're wandering around outside, remember to bring back any other talented youngsters you happen to find. Fairy Tale can afford to raise them all. Ahahaha. Even Laxus, who was in the middle of his rebellious phase, surprisingly agreed with his grandfather for once. The people you've brought into the guild lately have been impressive, Marshall. Mira, Juvia. Only people with talents like theirs are truly suited to fairy tale. Hey, Laxus. Makarov snapped. We don't judge our companions by their talent. You're clearly delighted about it yourself. Of course, I'm happy that our companions are talented. But a person's value can't be measured by talent alone. TCH, whatever. Laxus turned and walked away. Already emotional from the alcohol, Makarov became angrier the more he thought about it. Before long, the old man had practically drunk himself into tears and started complaining to Marshall. Marshall. Look at Laxus. Why can't that idiot be as sensible as you? Please leave me out of whatever strange emotional game you and your grandson are playing. Several days had passed since Juvia successfully joined Fairy Tale. Beautiful, powerful, and wonderfully strange, she fit into the guild almost immediately. Fairy Tale might have lacked many things, but eccentric people certainly weren't among them. Since Juvia only became truly peculiar whenever Marshall was involved, she almost qualified as normal by guild standards. She could frequently be seen acting as an unconventional disciplinary officer, scolding the others throughout the guild hall. Natsu. Stop destroying the guild. What if Marshall learns from you? Wakaba. Don't smoke in front of the children. What if Marshall learns from you? Gray. Put your clothes back on. What if Marshall learns from you? Everyone soon began teasing Marshall for bringing home a new mother. Strangely, Juvia only behaved like this while Marshall was present. The moment he left the guild hall, she stopped caring what anyone else did. Instead, she hid alone in a dark corner and muttered mysterious things such as, "4 years really isn't that much. Juvia only needs to wait. In a few more years the timing will be perfect." Marshall knew exactly what she was thinking. As long as a girl genuinely understood that he was male, he had never objected to being liked. The more affection directed his way, the better. He wouldn't actively encourage anything inappropriate, but he saw no reason to reject harmless admiration either. His policy was simple: remain passive, accept the goodwill, and spread love equally. Juvia might have been obsessed with romance, but her sense of right and wrong was surprisingly normal. She wasn't nearly as dangerously imaginative as Levi. Since she couldn't properly express her feelings toward Marshall yet, she decided to become an enthusiastic Brocon, who doted on him instead. However, after only a few days in Fairy Tale, Juvia made a disturbing discovery. Did Marshall perhaps have slightly too many self-proclaimed big sisters? Her romantic danger senses immediately activated. She decided to observe the guild quietly for a while, understand every relationship surrounding Marshall, then infiltrate the enemy ranks and prepare for future operations. Marshall paid no attention to Juvia's secret campaign. Because he had spent the past few days studying magic with her, Juvia had remained in an excellent mood. Ever since arriving at Fairy Tale, the Rain Woman phenomenon had never appeared again. That proved Juvia could indeed control her abilities. The key seemed to be her emotional state. Her emotions influenced her control over magic power and triggered the release of rain magic. That's right, rain magic. The constant rainfall surrounding Juvia wasn't merely an accidental side effect. It was a specialized form of water magic. It also seemed extremely difficult to learn. Marshall had failed to reproduce it with water magic LV1. He suspected the spell required at least level 3, perhaps even level 4. It was an exceptionally rare field spell, yet Juvia had been using it unconsciously as a passive ability. She hadn't even realized it was a distinct spell. Juvia had absolutely no idea how powerful she truly was. After several days of research, Marshall had developed a fairly thorough understanding of her abilities. He was now almost certain that Juvia's water magic deserved to be rated at level 5. She possessed what stupid cultivation novels might call an innate water spirit constitution. Or, more simply, she was a natural water mage. Juvia didn't merely possess extraordinary talent for water magic. She could voluntarily transform her body, and even objects she touched, into water. She also held a superior degree of authority over water elements within a certain area, allowing her control to override ordinary water magic. Marshall had begun to suspect that every level 5 spell touched upon the power of concepts and authority. That would represent a qualitative difference from the first 4 levels, not merely a greater amount of power. Juvia's actual combat strength, however, didn't seem worthy of such advanced water magic. Part of the problem was that her total magic power wasn't especially high. Water magic also lacked naturally overwhelming offensive power. And of course, Juvia's limited imagination had prevented her from fully developing her abilities. Marshall didn't criticize her. He simply handed Juvia a copy of the Naruto manga, and told her to study the water release techniques. If she developed something resembling the hidden mist jutsu, her combat ability could multiply several times over. And if she reproduced the water-severing wave, there might be only a handful of people in Fairy Tail capable of defeating her. Still, Juvia's magical development wasn't what interested Marshall most. A far greater question had appeared in his mind. If level 5 existed, was there also a level 6? And what kind of power would that represent? In Marshall's understanding, anyone who completely mastered the authority of a particular concept could probably call themselves a god. Could the gods said to have existed in this world's distant past have been connected to that higher level? Since a human like Juvia could awaken with level 5 magic from birth, then perhaps in ancient times there had been beings born with level 6 abilities. Beings people called gods. Once Marshall reached that thought, his imagination exploded. Suppose the ancient gods had been a race of naturally powerful beings who possessed level 6 skills. How had entities that strong fallen? History appeared to contain an answer. The dragons had dragged the gods down from their thrones. If so, dragons were probably creatures who each possessed at least one ability at level 5 or higher. The existence of dragon seeds supported that theory. A dragon seed carried an extremely powerful conceptual nature of its own. Natsu's fire dragon seed allowed him to consume flames. Wendy's sky dragon seed allowed her to consume positive energy from the atmosphere. Marshall's space-time dragon seed allowed him to consume space-time power. Perhaps the overall power level of the world had been declining throughout history. In the current era, a human possessing even a level 4 ability could already be considered extraordinarily powerful. As far as Marshall knew, Makarov possessed an absurd amount of magic power, yet he didn't truly have any level 5 skills. The Guildmaster's light magic was level 4 at most. Marshall could already perceive the limits of his abilities. A high skill level didn't automatically make someone invincible. Juvia herself wasn't overwhelmingly strong yet. However, without sufficiently advanced skills, it was impossible to climb toward a higher realm at all. In that respect, Juvia, who had been born with level 5 water magic, was already walking ahead of nearly everyone else. Marshall had no special reason for considering all this. He merely wanted to point out one simple fact. He possessed a system capable of raising skill levels by spending inspiration. Judging from the system's established pattern, advancing a skill from level 4 to level 5 would require 10 million inspiration. Then level 5 to level 6 would probably demand around 100 million. 100 million. At Marshall's current average rate of saving 600,000 inspiration per year, gathering that amount would require roughly 160 years. That number was admittedly somewhat despairing. But what if it truly represented a shortcut to becoming a god? Reaching divinity after only a little over a century of training. Even dragons without systems would weep with envy. Marshall's future had never looked brighter. Surely everyone could understand how incredible this was. Marshall was completely fired up. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 73, Chapter 73. 1411 words. Fantasy time was over and life still had to go on. Level 6 magic remained far too distant for Marshall to worry about seriously. His current goal was to raise body conditioning magic beyond the halfway point, then use inspiration to force it up to level 4. His present progress was body conditioning magic LV3, 28.7%. Inspiration, 658,761. At this rate, he should meet the requirements for level 4 near the end of the year or early next year. Once body conditioning magic was upgraded, he would move on to his other core abilities. Script magic LV3, 46.1%. Spatial magic LV3, 40.4%. Light magic LV3, 35.9%. Enchantment magic LV3, 12.2%. Raising one skill to level for each year shouldn't be a problem. Within 3 years, he could probably upgrade all 4. By then, his magic power should have reached several tens of thousands. Most people were lucky to possess a single level 4 skill, while Marshall would have several. Surely that would make him unbeatable among his generation. Just as Marshall was imagining his glorious future, Natsu and Gray suddenly surrounded him with a whole gang of younger guild members. Something about their expressions looked suspicious. Every one of them wore the kind of grin that promised trouble. Marshall immediately became wary. "What are you planning?" "Yo, Marshall." Natsu cracked his knuckles and grinned. "All the girls went to some fashion exhibition today, so no one's around to interrupt us." "Ahahaha. Let's fight. A real battle where we settle everything with our fists." "That's right," Gray added. "Why are we always the ones getting punished while the girls never bother you? It's unfair. Now that I think about it, you've never sparred with us even once since joining the guild. You're starting to seem a little antisocial." "Fight us, Marshall." Happy cheered. Marshall stared at them. "Is this bullying?" "This is definitely bullying, right?" He pointed at himself in bewilderment. "You want to fight me?" "That's right." Natsu waved his fist and bared his teeth in an unsettling grin. "Master keeps saying you're strong, so we're finally going to test you ourselves. Don't worry. We'll hold back. We definitely won't hurt you." Keek. This is all Marshall's fault. Happy gets chased and bullied by Ruby and Carla every day. Today I'm getting revenge for Happy. For once, Gray didn't argue with Natsu. "You're not a little kid anymore, Marshall. What kind of man spends every day hiding behind a group of women?" He pointed dramatically. "Come have a proper duel between men. This is all Marshall's fault. Those women yell at me every day because of him. I'm finally going to pay him back." Marshall was speechless. Those two held grudges far more fiercely than he had realized. And what did any of that have to do with him? If they had the courage, they should take it up with the cats and girls responsible instead of ganging up on an innocent honor student. Laxus had been quietly listening to music nearby. Even he turned to stare at Natsu and the others in surprise, wearing an expression that suggested he was barely suppressing laughter. "Laxus!" Natsu shouted. "You joining us? I want to challenge you too." That finally broke Laxus. He laughed openly. "Idiots. Beat Marshall first, then come talk to me." He glanced at the boy. "The old man hasn't been lying about this. Marshall is much stronger than either of you." Everyone's ability to sense magic power differed. Reading someone weaker than yourself was easy. Measuring someone stronger was far more difficult. Laxus's magic power was currently growing at an explosive rate, and had already passed 30,000, placing him near the upper limit of what Marshall could perceive. In return, Laxus could clearly sense that Marshall's magic power was already approaching the threshold of an S-class mage. Natsu and Gray were both talented, but even combined, their magic power only barely matched Marshall's. A greater amount of magic power didn't always guarantee greater combat strength, but Marshall's talent for spatial magic was enough to make even Laxus feel pressured. Against Natsu and Gray, he could handle them however he pleased. Laxus had absolutely no faith in their chances. What? Even Laxus says so. One of the others stared at Marshall. Is he really that strong? Wait, Laxus means Natsu can't even beat Marshall. Another guild member looked horrified. Damn it. Am I seriously being surpassed by a 10-year-old now? Natsu showed no shock but excitement instead. Oh ho ho. So that's how it is. Flames practically burned in his eyes. Then let's have a real fight, Marshall. Show me what you've got. I'm all fired up. Gray, however, sensed that something was wrong. Laxus wouldn't lie about a fight like this. Did he genuinely believe Gray couldn't defeat Marshall? How was that possible? Marshall was only 10. Marshall smiled. The period when he could still be easily bullied had ended long ago. At his current level, there wasn't anyone in Fairy Tail he needed to fear. I don't mind fighting. He glanced at Natsu. But knowing you, once you lose, you'll start pestering me for another match every single day. I have no intention of spending the rest of my life fighting a human bonfire. Nanny? Natsu exploded instantly. You little bastard. Who do you think you are? Marshall's being way too arrogant. Natsu lunged forward to grab him, but Marshall slipped away effortlessly and floated into the air. A faint smile curled across his lips. We can duel, but how about adding a wager? Fine. Let's do it. I haven't even told you the wager yet. Marshall drifted back down and slowly circled Natsu and Gray. I'll fight both of you at once. If you lose, then from now on, whenever either of you wants to challenge me, you must defeat the other one first. Only the winner earns the right to fight me. He spread his hands. Simple enough, isn't it? Fine. No problem. Let's fight. Idiot. Gray immediately objected. The two of us fighting Marshall together. Those women will tear us apart when they find out. I'm the one challenging both of you, Marshall said with a shrug. No one else gets a say. He looked at Gray with a deliberately provoking smile. Unless you're scared. Scared? Gray's face flushed red. You think I'm scared? He jabbed a finger at Marshall. You still haven't said what happens if we win. Marshall pretended to think. I hadn't really considered that possibility. He smiled sweetly. If I lose, I'll call both of you Oni-chan every time I see you from now on. How does that sound? Good? It's a deal. Let's fight. Hell yeah. Times 108. The moment the challenge was settled, the entire guild erupted. The sudden roar startled even Marshall. Natsu. Gray. Get him. Beat Marshall senseless. I've been sick of that brat for ages. That's right. That little punk gets pampered by girls every day, never does any work, and still has more money than he can spend. Why does every good thing happen to him? Teach him a lesson. Do your best, Fire Kid and Ice Kid. Marshall's mouth twitched as he stared at the roaring crowd. When had he become this unpopular? Weren't they all supposed to be beloved guild companions? You bastards. Marshall pointed accusingly at them. This is bullying. You're all ganging up on a 10-year-old child. Have you no shame? Marshall normally had an excellent reputation in the guild. Unfortunately, nearly every girl had gone to that fashion exhibition today. Even Ruby had been dragged away by Levy, and Makarov wasn't around either. In the entire enormous guild hall, not a single person stood up to support him. Marshall knew most of them were joking, but he still felt his temper rising. Damn these petty adults. All he had ever done was take photographs of their most humiliating moments and spread them around, occasionally say a few painfully honest things for everyone's entertainment, and enjoy being slightly more adorable and popular with girls than average. Was that really enough to make them turn against him? It seemed the time had finally come to show these fools what real skill looked like. All those years training with Urza had not been wasted. Marshall glanced at his status panel. Energy, 1/165/1, 273. Stamina, 1/068/1, 088. Magic power, 8/000+/9, 191. A slightly vicious smile spread across his face. Come on, my dear brothers. Let's begin. Chapter 74, Chapter 74. 1879 words. Magic power was a relatively easy attribute to quantify. For example, the destructive force of magical attacks could be measured in a unit known as Edia. The problem was that this world had far too many different systems for measuring magic power, with no single universal standard. Marshall had always relied on the values provided by his system. Energy and stamina, however, were much harder to measure. Energy represented vitality and defensive endurance to some extent. Marshall thought of it as a health bar. Most mages were fragile fighters with tremendous offensive power but relatively poor defenses. Some people, however, possessed such ridiculous vitality that knocking them down became nearly impossible. Natsu was the most obvious example. Marshall believed Natsu had more energy than anyone else in Fairy Tail. If Marshall currently possessed around 1200, then Natsu had at least 8 times that amount. His vitality was so excessive that it barely seemed human. Dragon Slayer magic probably played a part. The dragon power cultivated through a dragon seed greatly strengthened the user's vitality, and Natsu's dragon power was likely already approaching level 3. Unfortunately, Marshall primarily trained his own dragon power by consuming space-time energy. Space and time supposedly existed everywhere, yet the amount he could actually consume was pitifully small. He could never eat enough to feel satisfied, so his progress remained painfully slow. His dragon power was still stuck at level 1. Fortunately, he no longer lacked other methods of strengthening his body. Gray's energy wasn't nearly as monstrous as Natsu's, but he was still exceptionally gifted. Marshall estimated that he possessed roughly 2,000. Stamina, meanwhile, was closely connected to physical strength, endurance, and similar bodily attributes. Running out of magic power left a mage mentally disoriented. Running out of stamina left them unable to move. 10-year-old Marshall already possessed more than 1,000 stamina, placing him close to the level of an ordinary adult male mage. 14-year-old Natsu and Gray, however, were anything but ordinary. Both specialized in close combat, and their overall strength was nearly equal. Marshall estimated their stamina at slightly above 2,000 each. That placed their approximate base attributes at Natsu, energy is stamina magic power, 9, 500 +/2, 000 +/5, 500 plus. Gray, energy is stamina magic power, 3, 000 +/2, 000 +/5, 000 plus. Marshall, energy is stamina magic power, 1, 000 +/1, 000 +/9, 000 plus. Natsu and Gray possessed considerably more energy and stamina than Marshall. But it didn't matter. Battles between mages were ultimately decided by magic power, which remained the most important factor in determining combat strength. Natsu's and Gray's combined magic power only barely matched Marshall's. He had no reason to fear them, even if they attacked together. Nearly everyone in the guild followed the three of them to the open field behind the building. Even Laxus refused to miss the spectacle. The entire crowd was looking forward to the fight. More than anything, they were curious about Marshall's true strength. Makarov constantly boasted about how quickly Marshall improved. Urza was said to spar with him regularly. Kana's terrifying summoning cards had been developed with his help, and Elfman's explosive growth had also come from Marshall's guidance. Countless stories circulated about him inside the guild. Everyone knew that Marshall possessed wisdom and strength far beyond his age. No one knew exactly how powerful he had become. Today, they would finally see his true abilities for themselves. The thought had everyone excited. Wait, what kind of garbage odds are these? Marshall alone pays 2.1, while Natsu and Gray together pay 1.8. Natsu alone is 1.9 and Gray is 1.7. Who opened this betting pool? Do you not want customers? I'm the one taking the risk here. Bet or don't. You seriously think Marshall might win? Natsu and Gray are 4 years older than him. Who knows? The important thing is that only one of those three will probably still be standing at the end. That actually makes sense. Fine, 10,000 jewels on Gray. Wouldn't Natsu be safer? Marshall definitely isn't weak either. Quiet. They're about to start. In the makeshift dueling ground, Marshall floated leisurely in the center with his hands clasped behind his back. Natsu stood on his left. Gray stood on his right. For several moments, none of them moved. Marshall looked between them. Aren't you two supposed to stand on the same side? Heh. I'd rather die than cooperate with that fireball bastard, Gray said. Let's fight you one at a time. Humph. I'm not on the same side as that ice block idiot. Natsu declared. I'll beat you by myself. He crooked a finger arrogantly at Marshall. You can attack first. Don't complain that I bullied you afterward. You're letting me attack first. Marshall smiled. You might not get a chance to fight back. He extended his right hand. Light gathered within his palm, gradually forming a long staff that shimmered with golden radiance. Light make, Rui Jingu Bang. Spear and Staff Arts LV3, 2.3%. Now then, be careful, Natsu. Marshall vanished from Natsu's sight. Every hair on Natsu's body immediately stood on end. Danger. Without caring how undignified it looked, Natsu threw himself forward and rolled across the ground. A thick golden staff smashed down, where he had been standing a moment earlier. Boom. The earth split apart. Cracks spread outward like a spiderweb as fragments of stone sprayed through the air like shrapnel. The shockwave swept across the field, carrying a wall of dust into the watching crowd and swallowing their startled cries along with their flapping clothes. Everyone sucked in a breath at the same time, as though trying to inhale the entire dust cloud. Marshall? Were you trying to kill me? Cold sweat poured down Natsu's face. What followed wasn't fear. It was excitement. So you really are that strong? Fine, then I don't need to hold back either. Natsu inhaled deeply. Fire dragons roar. Marshall calmly watched the flames rush toward him. He could have teleported away with ease, but he simply chose not to. He intended to crush Natsu head-on. Script enchantment, wind. A glowing character appeared along the Rui Jingu Bang. Marshall swung the staff, now wrapped in roaring wind, directly into the fireball. Natsu's own roar reversed direction at an even greater speed, and engulfed him completely. What? It didn't work. Natsu burst out of the flames, blackened but otherwise unharmed. Damn it. Try this. Fire Dragon's Claw. Abandoning long-range attacks, Natsu launched himself through the air and kicked at Marshall with one foot engulfed in fire. It looked impressive. But an attack of that level was useless. Useless. Useless, 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 useless. Marshall spun his staff. Within seconds, he and Natsu exchanged more than a dozen blows. After surviving Urza's hellish training, Marshall found Natsu's close combat skills somewhat lacking. Script enchantment, tremor. Marshall spotted an opening. One end of the staff suddenly expanded, becoming several times thicker before slamming into Natsu's body. A violent magical vibration briefly stunned him. The overwhelming force that followed launched Natsu more than 10 meters through the air. Damn. Times 108. An eerie silence settled over the field. Was Marshall always this strong? Natsu couldn't fight back at all. Gray. Maybe we should surrender. Gray had been observing coldly from the side, but sweat was now running down his back. The pressure became so intense that he hurriedly removed another piece of clothing. Don't be ridiculous. A man can't run away before the fight even begins. He pressed his hands together. Marshall, take this. Ice make, hammer. A gigantic ice hammer formed above Marshall and came crashing down. Light make, thicker, bigger, longer. Marshall casually planted the golden staff against the ground. The Rui Jingu bang expanded toward the sky. Before Gray's hammer could land, the rapidly lengthening staff struck it from below and launched the entire construct away. Ice make, lance. Several ice spears shot toward Marshall. A wall of light couldn't reliably stop attacks designed for piercing. So he changed its properties. Script enchantment, iron. Another glowing character appeared on the staff. Its radiant surface gained the texture and durability of metal. Marshall spun it in a smooth flourish, knocking every ice spear away. Ice geyser. Gray swept one arm forward. A surging wave of freezing air rolled across the ground and encased one of Marshall's ankles in ice. Got you. Gray punched both hands forward. Now, ice make, prison. A massive block of ice formed around Marshall, freezing his entire body inside. Did Gray win? No. Look. The ice is glowing. The light surrounding Marshall grew brighter. His body gradually transformed into pure radiance. The block shattered apart as blinding light flooded the field. A giant of light more than 10 meters tall stood upon the earth, holding a distinctive heroic pose. Taiya Yiga. Gray panted heavily as he stared up at the towering figure. Disbelief quickly gave way to despair. What the fuck is that? Why is he so huge? How am I supposed to fight that? Then an enormous foot descended toward him. Wait. Something's wrong. Hold on, AAAAH. Marshall stomped Gray into the ground. Then he ground his foot back and forth for good measure. His giant of light differed from Makarov's giant magic. It was formed entirely from light and only appeared massive, possessing very little actual weight. There was no danger of crushing Gray to death. Damn it. I'm not losing that easily. Natsu had finally recovered on the other side of the field. Unable to accept his defeat, his frustration ignited the flames inside him until his entire body began burning. Marshall. Take this. As he charged toward the giant of light, Marshall continued stepping on Gray while crossing the giant's arms into a classic pose. Light energy gathered between them and a brilliant beam erupted forward. Duratium light stream. The ray struck Natsu continuously. It halted his charge, then forced him backward one step at a time. What is this beam? It stings. And it's making me numb. Natsu tried to withstand it. Ow. Ah. He attempted to escape, but the beam followed his every movement. There was nowhere to run. Normally, the attack would have burned its target as well, but Natsu's resistance to heat rendered that part useless. The impact of the light alone was still enough to make him howl. Damn it. Stop blasting me. Stop. Quit shooting. Natsu threw up his arms. Marshall. I surrender. Marshall continued firing for a little longer. Only after Natsu went completely silent did he finally end the attack. Shoe watch. The giant of light launched itself into the sky. When the radiance disappeared, Marshall remained floating peacefully in midair with a relaxed smile. Gray lay unconscious beneath him. Marshall's clothes didn't carry so much as a speck of dust, creating a sharp contrast with his two battered and filthy big brothers. The sight left everyone from Fairy Tale utterly stunned. "What are all of you doing?" At that moment, the girls returned from the fashion exhibition carrying bags of purchases. They looked at the scene in confusion. Marshall's eyes immediately lit up. He teleported to Urza's side, pushed out his lower lip, and complained with the most pitiful expression he could produce. Urzane. They all ganged up to bully me. They even opened a betting pool over the fight. They're horrible. The Fairy Tale members scattered in every direction. Furious roars echoed faintly behind them. "Marshall, you damned little brat." Times 108. Chapter 75, Chapter 75. 1712 words. "Marshall. Are you hurt anywhere?" Natsu and Gray went way too far. Ganging up on a little kid like that. After hearing what had happened, Juvia immediately pulled Marshall into her arms and anxiously checked him from head to toe, completely ignoring the two people lying motionless on the ground. Natsu and Gray. Juvia's double standards were almost impressive. Marshall fought back a laugh. "I'm fine. Wendy, could you heal those two instead?" "Okay." All done. Neither of them was seriously hurt. Then why aren't they getting up? They might be pretending to be dead while questioning every decision that led them here. Times 2. Natsu and Gray remained silent and refused to lift their heads. They had just been completely overwhelmed in a head-on fight by someone 4 years younger than them. Facing the others again was simply too humiliating. Worse, they genuinely couldn't beat him. Fighting Marshall had given them the same crushing sense of helplessness they felt against Urza, which only made them less willing to speak. Boss defeated both Gray and Natsu. "You're amazing, Naya." Ruby landed on Natsu's head, raised one paw in a victory sign, and used the instant photo card Marshall had made for her to snap a picture. Natsu's commemorative defeat photo. "This is for you, happy Naya." Was defeating him not enough? Did they have to destroy his dignity too? As expected of Marshall's cat. They were both cat owners, so why was the difference between them this enormous? Even the dried fish in Happy's paws no longer tasted good. Urza grabbed Natsu and Gray by their collars, dragged them together, and demanded. "Why were you bullying Marshall?" Gray finally snapped. Who was bullying whom? Who could possibly bully that monster? "We're the ones who got beaten up." "That's a separate issue," Urza replied sternly. "I know Marshall's personality better than anyone. He would never start a fight with you without being provoked. The fact that you weren't strong enough to win is your own problem. Apologize to him." Gray stared at her, opened his mouth, then closed it again. He couldn't think of a response. They had admittedly started the whole thing, but why did he still feel so horribly wronged? And was Urza truly sure she understood Marshall's personality? Marshall quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. The prank had gone far enough. He had never intended to cause Natsu and Gray any real trouble. "It's fine, Urza. I was only joking earlier. I was the one who officially proposed the spar, so it wasn't Natsu's or Gray's fault." "What a considerate child you are, Marshall." Urza affectionately patted his head, then turned back toward the other two. "Look at him. A 10-year-old is more mature than either of you." Natsu and Gray, at hashtag at hashtag at hashtag at hashtag at hashtag at dollar at percent dollar at percent hashtag $% and Natsu dejectedly picked up Happy and muttered in a hollow voice. "I'm sorry, Happy. I'm lower than a worm. I couldn't even beat Marshall. I'm completely useless." That was bad. Marshall hadn't meant to leave the poor boy traumatized. Being the kind-hearted person he was, he immediately stepped forward to comfort him. "Don't be discouraged, Natsu. I was simply born with unusually strong magic power. As long as you keep training, you'll definitely have a chance to catch up. Keep working hard. Tears welled in Natsu's eyes. Marshall. He grabbed Marshall's shoulders. You're a real NIA true bro. Well said. Just wait for my next challenge. Gray felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Marshall continued with a sweet smile. I'm afraid you can't challenge me yet. If you want another match, you'll need to defeat Gray first. That was our agreement, remember? Oh. That's right. Natsu immediately turned toward Gray. Then prepare yourself, Gray. Gray? Damn it. We fell into a trap. Does this mean that fireball idiot is going to harass me every single day from now on? Marshall, you scheming little bastard. Marshall rolled his eyes. As though those two hadn't already been fighting every day before this happened. Urza, look at how enthusiastic Natsu and Gray are. Marshall smiled innocently. I can practically feel their burning desire to become stronger. Could you help them? Urza nodded seriously. You're right. A desire to improve should be encouraged. In that case, I'll set aside more time to give both of you additional training from now on. No need to thank me. All the color drained from Natsu's and Gray's faces. What had Marshall just done to them? Urza frowned. What's wrong? You don't want to train. Marshall's strength is already close to mine. If you don't start working harder now, how are you ever going to defeat him? We want to. They answered weakly. Natsu and Gray looked utterly lifeless, as though every remaining hope had been stripped from their world. Then they saw Marshall raise two fingers in a smug victory sign from a corner where no one else was looking. His mocking voice echoed directly inside their heads. Ha ha ha. That's what you get for bringing an entire gang to corner me. Regretting it now, losers? Pathetic little losers. Marshall, you bah. Urza glanced over. Natsu's and Gray's eyes turned red with rage, but with Urza standing beside them, neither dared finish the sentence. They nearly suffocated from holding it all in. How could one child be this wicked? Just you wait, Marshall. I'll come back for revenge. Natsu grabbed Happy and fled at full speed, afraid he would lose control if he stayed any longer. Same here. You'll pay for this, Marshall. Gray ran after him, already planning to train like a madman until he could reclaim his dignity. Mira watched them leave, then looked thoughtfully at Marshall. Did you say something to them at the end? They seemed awfully angry. Hee hee, nothing important. Marshall smiled innocently. I merely offered a few encouraging words to awaken their fighting spirit. Young men should be filled with passion. We can't allow them to lose confidence after one defeat. You're a young man too, Mira pointed out. I've never seen you show that much enthusiasm for anything. That's because I'm a beautiful young man. Marshall brushed a hand through his hair. My only responsibility is to remain beautiful. You're so full of yourself. Kana rolled her eyes and began listing his faults with one finger pointed at him. We buy all your clothes, you never bother taking care of your hair, you don't do any housework, and you can't even cook. I don't want to imagine what your life would look like without Virgo taking care of everything. Rather than feeling ashamed, Marshall proudly lifted Ruby into his arms. I still have Ruby. Ruby will take care of me. That's right, boss. Ruby has already learned how to cook, Naya. Times everyone. Even Urza couldn't overlook that one. Marshall, Ruby is only 2 years old. Kana immediately grabbed him by the ear. You rotten little man. How can you shamelessly make a cat take care of you? You're clever enough to invent new magic, so at least learn how to cook. Ow. That hurts. Mira slapped Kana's hand away, pulled Marshall into her arms, and stuck her tongue out at her. Marshall doesn't need to learn any of that. I'll take care of him from now on. I'll make sure he never wants for anything. If the rest of you don't like it, you're free to leave. There's no need for any of you to concern yourselves with him. Kana's pupils contracted. Myra's words had clearly struck a sensitive nerve, and Kana's reaction was immediate. Ha! You only joined later. I'm the one who's been taking care of Marshall all these years, and I'm the one who'll keep doing it. What right does an outsider like you have to interfere? Mira hadn't expected such a fierce response, but she was hardly the type to back down. What did you say? She glared at Kana. You want to fight, you drunken idiot. Realizing the situation was about to explode, Levy hurriedly forced herself between them. Come on, don't fight. Didn't we buy Marshall some new clothes? Marshall, let's hurry back and see which ones look best on you. Oh, okay. Marshall had already broken into a cold sweat. How had the situation deteriorated this badly in a matter of seconds? He immediately began damage control. First, he reached out and took Kana's hand. Marshall would never leave you, Kana. You know I'm terrible at taking care of myself, so I'll still need my big sister's help in the future. Then he pulled Mira closer. Mira, please don't fight. If my sisters started hating each other because of me, I'd be really sad. Humph. I wasn't trying to fight, Mira said. She was the one who overreacted first. Kana had also regained her senses and realized that her response had been excessive. She took a slow breath. Sorry, Mira. That was my fault. She handed Marshall a bag. Marshall, these are the clothes I picked for you. I just remembered something I need to do, so you girls can go ahead without me. Kana practically fled. The remaining girls exchanged uncertain looks. Mira pursed her lips. Don't look at me. You all knew I was joking. Kana has been acting strangely lately, hasn't she? Urza frowned. I know she's been secretly drinking. I've already warned her several times. Levy rubbed her forehead. I spoke to her about it too, but she promised she wouldn't drink much, so I let it go. It seems she really does have something troubling her. Marshall scratched his head. He had a general idea of the reason, but Kana's personality was so stubborn and awkward that he couldn't think of an easy solution. Don't worry. I have an idea. I'll take care of it. He glanced at the bags they were carrying. For now. Shall we go back to my house? Juvia had remained hidden in a corner throughout the entire exchange, secretly observing everyone and filling page after page of notes. Her mind was racing so wildly that even Marshall couldn't make out what she was thinking. He sighed. As the girls grew older, their thoughts became increasingly complicated. Keeping this group together was becoming harder every year. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. 1,442 words. Juvia had been under a great deal of pressure lately. She had lost both parents at a young age, and spent the following 10 years living entirely alone. To put it simply, Juvia was desperately starved for affection. Because of the endless rain surrounding her, she had experienced almost no kindness from anyone throughout her childhood. The only thing that had kept her going all those years was her faith in a brighter future. She had always believed that one day, she would meet the prince destined for her, fall hopelessly in love, get married, and build a warm, happy family together. Every dream Juvia had about life revolved around romance. Romance was her life. To win at life, one first had to win at love. That was Juvia's guiding principle. With her personality, she had always been destined to fall in love at first sight with the first boy who showed her genuine kindness. So when Marshall accidentally entered her world and pulled her out of that lonely prison, Juvia immediately marked him as the one. Marshall was unquestionably her prince. Her prince might still be a little young at the moment, but Juvia could wait. And while she waited, she could remove a few potential rivals from the board. When it came to gathering romantic intelligence, Juvia considered herself a professional. Unfortunately, while compiling her research report on Marshall's many big sisters, she encountered the greatest challenge of her life. There seemed to be slightly too many rivals. That wasn't necessarily a problem, though. The greater the competition, the more it proved that Juvia's choice had been correct. Anything truly valuable would naturally be in high demand. If anything, having more opponents only strengthened her fighting spirit. After completing the initial observation phase and identifying every potential enemy, Juvia decided it was time to take the initiative. The most complicated romantic battles often required the simplest methods. She started with Urza. Urza, do you like Marshall? How much do you like him? Urza paused her sword training and wiped the sweat from her forehead before answering with a bright smile. Oh? Why are you suddenly asking that? Of course I like Marshall. He's like a real little brother to me. If it weren't for him, I might never have escaped the darkest period of my life. He's an incredibly special person to me. Then once Marshall grows up, would you ever consider dating him? De-dating him? Urza froze. Her face flushed bright red as her hands began flailing helplessly, and her eyes practically turned into spirals. What are you talking about? We're like older sister and younger brother. How could that possibly? She suddenly looked at Juvia in realization. Wait. Does this mean you like Marshall? In that case, please take good care of him. Juvia silently evaluated her. Urza, threat level, 1 star. Small fry. Leaving the thoroughly flustered Urza behind, Juvia moved on. Someone who couldn't even understand her own feelings wasn't worthy of being called a rival. Next, Juvia visited Myra's home. Mira was in the kitchen preparing lunch for her younger siblings. Mira, do you like Marshall? How much do you like him? Mira paused with the soup ladle still in her hand. She set it down and turned toward the guild's newest member with a faint, knowing smile. My, why would Juvia ask something like that? Her eyes narrowed playfully. Could it be that you've taken a liking to our Marshall? Yes. In a few years, Juvia intends to begin pursuing Marshall properly. I'm currently identifying my competition. Ahahaha. You're surprisingly bold, Juvia. Myra's smile remained pleasant, but a dangerous light flashed through her eyes. I won't go easy on anyone who sets her sights on our Marshall. Juvia understands. Thank you for your time. She turned and left with a grave expression. Mira was a capable opponent. However, she was also a coward who lacked the courage to openly admit what she wanted. Nothing Juvia couldn't handle. Mira, threat level, 3 stars. Manageable. After that, Juvia found Levi reading in the guild library. Levi, do you like Marshall? How much do you like him? Levi slowly lowered her book. She removed her glasses. Her gentle smile disappeared, and the harmless air surrounding her vanished with it, replaced by a frighteningly sharp presence. So this day has finally come. She regarded Juvia coolly. Some stray cat appears out of nowhere and already dares to swagger before the lady of the house. Alarm bells rang throughout Juvia's mind. Her romantic instincts were screaming at her. This was a genuine opponent. What do you mean by that? Since when did Marshall have a lady of the house? Humph. How long have you even known him? Levi folded her arms. Do you know his habits? His interests? What foods he likes or how he spends his free time? You know absolutely nothing about him, yet you came here to interrogate your senpai. Don't you think you're being incredibly presumptuous? Stay calm, Juvia. This is the enemy's strategy. If Juvia allows Levi to control the conversation now, she'll always hold the advantage. Damn it. Blue-haired girls really are the strongest enemies. Senpai. Juvia refused to retreat. Until Marshall grows up, all of us are standing at the same starting line. Juvia doesn't believe she's fallen behind any of you. She pointed dramatically at Levi. Levi, from this day onward, we are romantic rivals. Juvia formally declares war. How childish. Levi put her glasses back on. You still haven't understood the real issue. Our conflict means nothing. The only thing that matters is whom Marshall himself prefers. Wasting energy on irrelevant people is nothing more than a pointless distraction. She reopened her book. You may leave. We have nothing else to discuss. You. Juvia gritted her teeth. She hated to admit it, but Levi was indeed a formidable opponent. Just you wait. Juvia will be the one smiling at the end. After delivering her final threat, Juvia fled. She knew she had lost this round. Her first serious confrontation had already been this difficult, but she refused to lose heart. Levi, threat level, 5 stars. Extremely dangerous. The final person Juvia intended to investigate was Kana. She considered Kana the most dangerous rival of them all, because Marshall clearly treated this particular sister with greater care than the others. Juvia didn't know that this was partly because Gildarts had once saved Marshall's life. The special treatment alone was enough to put her on high alert. When she failed to find Kana in the main guild hall, Juvia followed her romantic instincts toward the stairs leading to the second floor. She sensed Kana nearby and Marshall was with her. Juvia silently transformed into a damp, slime-like puddle and hid in a shadowy corner to spy on them. Kana, you're not allowed to drink anymore. Marshall stood before her with his hands on his hips. You're already drinking this much now. At this rate, you'll grow into a complete alcoholic. If you keep this up, I'm genuinely going to get angry. I didn't drink that much. I only had a few bottles. Kana wilted beneath his glare. Fine, fine. I'll stop. I'll listen to you, Marshall. So unfair. Juvia wants Marshall to scold her too. Juvia angrily bit down on her handkerchief in the darkness. Marshall. Kana leaned closer. Since your big sister is being so obedient, will you promise me something too? Of course. In the future, please don't leave me. What are you talking about, Kana? Marshall looked at her helplessly. I'll always stay by your side. We already promised each other that, remember? He. That's right. We did promise. Kana's smile trembled. But someday, you'll meet a girl you truly like and find your own happiness. When that happens, your big sister will only become an annoyance. Her eyes began to water. Even then, please don't chase me away, all right? I'll leave by myself. I won't cause you any trouble. She sniffled. Your big sister won't get in your way. Kana, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Kana raised an empty bottle. I'll be perfectly fine on my own. Bring me another one. Unable to watch any longer, Marshall teleported away with Kana. The damp little slime, hiding in the corner, blinked several times. Ha! Did the opponent Juvia thought was strongest just eliminate herself? So Kana genuinely thinks of herself only as his older sister. Juvia's face brightened. Wonderful news. She hurriedly added a new entry to her notes. Kana, threat level, 0 stars. No action required. Chapter 77, Chapter 77. 1,332 words. After spending a comfortable stretch of time at the guild, summer vacation came to an end, and Hannah Marshall returned to his ever-faithful Magic Council Academy. Now a second-year student, Hannah had become something of a legend thanks to his extraordinary looks, unmatched grades, and proudly unconventional personality. Many newly enrolled girls were drawn into the unofficial Hannah Support Club. An emerging organization that might one day exert a profound influence over the Magic Council was quietly taking shape. Marshall knew absolutely nothing about it. Altair, I have a question. Altair was cleaning their apartment while trying to think of new ways to improve her relationship with her roommate. Her eyes immediately lit up. Hannah had finally started a conversation with her. She even felt strangely honored by the attention. Somehow, Marshall had successfully conditioned her into appreciating the smallest scrap of friendliness. "What is it?" "Go ahead. You already know that I'm extremely popular with girls." Marshall spoke with complete seriousness. "Far too many girls like me, and lately it's been causing me some trouble." Altair's expression nearly collapsed the moment he opened his mouth. What an enviable problem to have. She had witnessed the madness of the Academy's younger girls herself. Marshall was practically a celebrity here. Altair, on the other hand, had sharp, intimidating eyes and lacked any unusual gimmick that attracted attention. She received none of that treatment. She was less popular than even Seagrain. Public support from the students might actually have made becoming a counselor easier in the future. Ahaha. That certainly sounds like a problem most people would envy. Altair forced a smile. "You are incredibly popular, Hannah. But why would being liked trouble you?" "I'm not talking about those girls." Marshall showed a rare flicker of irritation. He couldn't have cared less about the admiration of some random Academy students. What bothered him was what Kana had accidentally said while drunk. Especially the moment she claimed that one day she would leave him. Marshall's heart had tightened painfully when he heard those words. He knew he wasn't exactly a saint. He spent nearly every day surrounded by girls and happily collected their affection. He hadn't fallen far enough to become a complete scumbag, but his desire to build relationships from childhood and watch them grow had never been particularly subtle. Marshall had always considered himself reasonable and respectable. He had never forced anyone to like him. Only now had he begun to realize that he was selfish too. He couldn't accept the possibility that someone he loved might one day leave him. He always claimed that he wouldn't pursue anyone or reject anyone, but perhaps that passivity was simply another expression of his fear of loss. People often chased hardest after whatever they lacked most. Perhaps greed was only another form of being starved for affection. Marshall could hear everyone else's heart, yet his own remained the one voice beyond his reach. For the first time, he felt genuinely uncertain. "Altair, what would you do if someone you loved decided to leave you one day?" "Gossip." Altair's eyes shone. My. Does Hannah have someone she likes?" She leaned closer. "A boy or a girl?" "What kind of question is that?" "I'm a boy, so naturally I like girls." Marshall hesitated. "The problem is, I like slightly too many of them. I'm worried that some might leave because I can't devote myself to only one person." "What am I supposed to do?" Question mark. Altair's smile froze. None of that had sounded remotely reasonable. Was her roommate actually human? She drew a deep breath, struggled to follow his train of thought, and offered what she considered practical advice. "Ahaha. I understand completely. It seems very easy to solve." She smiled brightly. "Simply catch whoever tries to leave and lock her up. After enough strict retraining, she won't dare run away again. With your strength, surely that wouldn't be difficult." "I must have lost my mind to ask you for relationship advice." Marshall stared at her. "Altair, I have the distinct feeling the Magic Council will arrest you for a serious crime someday." He. "Who knows what the future holds?" Marshall sighed. "Still, perhaps you aren't entirely wrong. I can't remain passive forever. Some things are important enough that I should hold on to them properly." He slowly exhaled. Marshall had acknowledged his own greed. Now he would face every difficulty that came with it. He didn't know what the future would look like, but he had never been the type to sit helplessly and wait for disaster. Every human predicament ultimately came from insufficient ability. As long as he became powerful enough, he would eventually find a solution. "It looks like you've found your answer." Altair smiled. I wonder whether I helped at all. Remembering that someone as utterly devoid of moral boundaries as you exists, has filled me with confidence in myself. Marshall nodded solemnly. You helped enormously. My, that didn't sound like a compliment. Altair didn't care. She had long since stopped pretending to be a decent person in front of Marshall. Maintaining the act was too difficult. His attitude toward her was consistently rude and unfriendly. He always saw through her true intentions and stated them openly without the slightest concern for her dignity. Eventually, Altair had simply given up trying to hide herself. That was precisely why she had been so delighted when Marshall willingly spoke to her today. By the way, my dear Hannah, there's something about magic I'd like to ask you. Would that be all right? Go ahead. You specialize in ice-make magic, don't you? Altair's expression became more serious. Have you ever studied ice shell? I've read about it. Marshall nodded. The caster sacrifices their physical body, transforms into ice, and seals the enemy forever. It's an interesting spell. Why? Altair's face darkened. Interesting. She stared down at her hands. Hannah, do you believe a mage who casts ice shell is truly dead? Could they ever be restored? Marshall raised an eyebrow. You happen to ask exactly the right person. Before this summer, I probably would have said no. That's what every book claims. But I've developed a different understanding of the spell recently. Altair abruptly leaned forward, unable to hide her excitement. Really? Please, tell me. I believe ice shell works by forcibly pushing ice magic into a realm the caster cannot properly control. Marshall explained carefully. Their entire body undergoes elemental transformation. The magic then runs out of control, leaving them unable to return to human form. So, theoretically, the caster hasn't died. They've simply transformed themselves into ice. For a certain period after the spell is cast, it may still be possible to turn them back into a human. Altair's emotions rose and fell with every word. She asked nervously, how could someone sealed in ice be restored? Would time magic be involved? I've met someone capable of deliberately transforming her entire body into water. Marshall folded his arms. I believe complete elemental transformation is the highest rank of elemental magic. In theory, if a mage capable of turning their body fully into ice assisted with the process, they might be able to restore someone who used iced shell. Of course, that's only theoretical. No successful case has ever been recorded. His expression grew more solemn. And if too much time passed, the caster's energy would eventually be exhausted. Even if you managed to return them to human form after that, all you would recover would probably be a corpse. Time. It always comes back to time. In the end, I still can't escape this curse. Is there even any reason to continue with the moon drip plan? Altair shook her head and gave a bitter smile. Thank you, Hannah. I'm certain you'll become an extraordinary mage someday. Naturally. Marshall smiled with complete confidence. That has never been in doubt. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. 1,651 words. Time flew by and before long, the year was X781. At the end of the previous year, Urza, Mira, and Kana had all taken Fairy Tale's S-Class Mage trial. Urza was the only one who passed. Since then, she had begun making a name for herself across Fiori as Titania, the Queen of the Fairies. Fairy Tale's reputation once again spread throughout the kingdom, keeping Makarov delighted for weeks. Marshall's current strength, however, was already close to Urza's. If the two of them fought seriously, there was no guarantee she would win. That was because Marshall had recently undergone another enormous leap in power. Not long ago, he had painstakingly raised body conditioning magic beyond 60% and script magic past 70%. Then, using inspiration, he successfully upgraded both skills to level 4. He had deliberately waited to upgrade them together because his body conditioning magic was deeply connected to script magic. It wasn't merely a method of using enchanted words to strengthen the body. The spell itself contained an intricate understanding of human anatomy and vitality, allowing Marshall to train his body correctly without anyone guiding him. Once body conditioning magic reached level 4, its effects became almost absurd. His hair, skin, features, bones, organs. It was as though every part of his body had begun undergoing systematic training. All the minor flaws and weaknesses common to the human body gradually disappeared. His physique was moving closer and closer to a state of perfection, and even his appearance continued improving so dramatically that it sometimes felt as though his entire art style had changed. Level 4 body conditioning magic appeared to be altering him at the genetic level, and doing so passively. His body had already started becoming somewhat inhuman, much like Natsu's, and his energy was rising at an astonishing pace. Even more outrageous was the sudden explosion in his magic power. It had broken past 15,000, and was now racing toward 20,000. The most likely explanation was that body conditioning magic had stimulated some hidden potential within the human body. Marshall had discovered another source inside himself capable of storing magic power. After careful study, he concluded that this wasn't a unique effect created solely by his own spell. In theory, every mage possessed the potential to open this hidden reserve. Marshall named it the second origin. Humans in this world were born capable of storing magic power within themselves, but the place where that power accumulated couldn't actually be found anywhere in the physical body. It resembled the dantian described in cultivation stories, yet it was closer to a spiritual structure tied to the soul. Because the soul inhabited the body, people naturally felt as though their magic power was stored physically within them. But just as no one could point to the exact location of the soul, it was almost impossible to identify where the first origin truly existed. The second origin was different. It existed entirely within the physical body. Once the human body had been developed beyond a certain threshold, it could open a genuine internal space specifically designed to store additional magic power. The second origin overlapped so closely with the first origin that no one had ever recognized them as separate structures. With level 4 body conditioning magic, however, Marshall could clearly sense the difference. To describe it in more fantastical terms, his magic power had formed a core. Once the second origin opened, excess magic power no longer placed the same strain on the body. In theory, that meant Marshall's physical development would no longer restrict the growth of his magical reserves. Even an ordinary mage would experience a dramatic increase in strength after awakening their second origin. Marshall considered the discovery significant enough that he intended to publish several academic papers on it eventually. He might as well contribute something to the advancement of magical research. The reason he suddenly had enough free time to write papers was simple. The Naruto novel he had used to train script magic every day was finally complete. He had worked on the series intermittently for 5 years. Although the manga adaptation had thoroughly surpassed the novels in popularity, the original books had still earned Marshall enough money to achieve complete financial freedom. With the novel finished and script magic already upgraded to level 4, Marshall temporarily lacked an obvious way to grind more experience. Writing magical research papers seemed like a reasonable alternative. Overall, level 4 body conditioning magic had shown no meaningful disadvantages so far. Aside from making Marshall even more attractive and causing girls to lose track of conversations while staring at his face, there were no noticeable problems. That tiny side effect hardly mattered. Marshall even suspected that level 5 body conditioning magic might genuinely extend his lifespan. Unfortunately, the advanced version remained a spell custom-built specifically for him. At most, he could forcibly install a level 3 variation in Elfman, and even that version carried an unfortunate side effect, unrestricted muscular growth. Anything beyond that was impossible. Marshall himself hadn't fully untangled the principles behind the spell, so he couldn't yet create a universal body training system suitable for everyone. Otherwise, he might have transformed the magical world into a cultivation world by now. Given enough time, however, perhaps he really could. That confidence came from reaching script magic LV4. After the upgrade, Marshall's understanding of magic deepened considerably, and the rate at which he gained experience in every other spell accelerated again. His spatial magic had already passed 65%. It might reach level 4 naturally before he even saved enough inspiration to force the upgrade. Spatial magic was the ability most perfectly suited to Marshall. It was one of the few major skills he had raised primarily through relentless study and practice rather than relying heavily on inspiration. This progress truly belonged to his own hard work. More importantly, level 4 script magic had expanded the possibilities available to him when creating new spells. At their core, every form of magic in this world could be interpreted through script magic. If individual magical systems were separate programs, then script magic was the fundamental programming language beneath them all. Raising its level therefore accelerated his study of every other form of magic. Master one principle, and 10,000 others became clearer. That was the main reason Marshall had insisted on upgrading body conditioning magic and script magic together. At the very least, he hadn't experienced the same dangerous loss of control that occurred when meditation reached level 4. The script magic upgrade had also provided countless new insights. Magical creations he had once failed to understand now appeared completely different through his eyes. One recent example was the celestial spirit keys he had begun researching. While Marshall's strength continued soaring, and he happily immersed himself in his discoveries, the outside world was undergoing its own turbulent changes. Rumors had spread across the continent that the Alvarez Empire in the west intended to invade Ishgar. The news caused growing unrest throughout the kingdom of Fiori. Inside Fairy Tale, the tension was difficult to notice. But Marshall's thought projection at the Magic Council Academy could clearly sense the unease in the air. A storm was approaching. War. No matter the world, it remained an unavoidable disaster. In the past, Marshall might have felt worried. Now, with formidable strength in his hands and the ability to travel almost anywhere, he found it difficult to panic. His guildmaster, however, seemed considerably less relaxed. Inside Fairy Tale, Makarov had pulled Marshall aside for a private conversation. "Marshall, are you truly unwilling to join the Magic Council after graduation?" "Absolutely not." Marshall rejected the idea without hesitation. "I only attended the academy to learn magic. I'd originally hoped to enjoy school life and meet some girls too, but that ridiculous student identification you arranged ruined the whole thing." He snorted. "If the academy library weren't so useful, I would have left ages ago. The moment I obtain super archive magic, I'm disappearing on the spot. I won't stay there 1 second longer than necessary." Makarov sighed deeply. "You really are an impossible child." "Fine. If that's your decision, I suppose Mest will have to become your junior at the academy." "Nanny?" Marshall spun toward him. "You promised you wouldn't tell anyone about this." It's fine. Makarov waved dismissively. "That fool Mest plans to erase his own memories as part of the mission anyway. He won't remember you." "That does sound exactly like something Mest would do." Marshall studied Makarov suspiciously. "So what are you planning, Master? Are you trying to seize control of the Magic Council and crown yourself ruler of the magical world? What nonsense are you talking about?" Makarov's mustache bristled. "I'm sending Mest to infiltrate the council and investigate the Alvarez Empire. If you discover anything useful at the academy, remember to report it to me as well." "TCH, boring." Marshall looked disappointed. "If you were actually planning to take over the council, I might have been willing to endure the humiliation and lend you a hand." "Get lost, you rotten brat." Marshall clicked his tongue and shook his head. "You worry too much, Master. Even if this empire does start a war, what can they possibly do to us? Just call Gildarts back and have him smash the whole empire apart with one punch." You truly have no idea how vast the world is. Makarov's expression grew serious. Guildarts is powerful, but the Alvarez Empire has mages of comparable strength. And their real target may even be our guild. Marshall's eyes immediately brightened. Oh. Now that sounds interesting. Go on, Master. Tell me everything. No. Makarov turned away with an offended huff. You disobedient little brat. I'm not telling you anything. Stingy old man. Shameless little flirt. Marshall and Makarov lunged at each other and began wrestling across the guild hall. Their important discussion ended without accomplishing anything. Chapter 79, Chapter 79. 1,311 words. In September, Mest enrolled at the Magic Council Academy as a postgraduate trainee. Trainees studied at the academy for 1 year. As long as their grades met the required standard, they could apply directly to join the council and become proud entry-level civil servants. Marshall had just entered his 3rd year, so the two of them would probably graduate around the same time. Fortunately, that idiot Mest had voluntarily tampered with his own memories before infiltrating the council. Otherwise, there was a real chance he might have recognized Marshall. Not that Marshall showed himself around the academy very often anymore. These days, he was either buried in the library or holed up inside the apartment. Altair had also stopped bothering him recently. She came and went without explanation, seemingly occupied with something mysterious, and every time she returned, her head was filled with so much negativity that merely overhearing it became irritating. Marshall had simply stopped listening. His control over telepathy magic had improved tremendously, and other people's thoughts rarely intruded on him anymore, unless he deliberately paid attention. After 2 years, Marshall had learned nearly everything the academy could teach him. His skill list had grown so long that he could barely see the end of it, but more importantly, he had completely filled the gaps in his fundamental magical education. At this point, the academy's professors had very little left to teach him. For his final year, Marshall planned to write and publish more research papers. He had no intention of shutting himself away and relying solely on his own ideas. One person's perspective would always be limited, and even a passing insight from another researcher might become the inspiration he needed. Clinging possessively to knowledge would only leave him stagnant. As for the minor detail that Hannah's popularity rose every time another paper was published, Marshall didn't care in the slightest. Another discovery worth mentioning was a record he had found in the Academy library concerning a lost magic known as God Slayer magic. Marshall suspected that Dragon Slayer magic might have been developed as an imitation of it. Unfortunately, the surviving records were far too vague to trigger the system's registration function. He could only hope that Super Archive magic would offer him a pleasant surprise once he gained access to it. Whether it was his primary spells, physical constitution, or magic power, every aspect of Marshall's strength was now improving at a stable pace. He wasn't likely to experience another sudden breakthrough anytime soon. That was why he had recently resumed his research into celestial spirit magic. Part of the reason was that after script magic reached level 4, looking back at celestial spirit magic gave him the strange feeling that the mountains he once understood were no longer mountains at all. A single small zodiac gold key contained an explosively dense amount of magical information. Marshall finally understood more deeply what Virgo had meant when she said that celestial spirits were not human, and that celestial spirit keys represented the pinnacle of holder magic. More importantly, once Marshall's magic power surpassed 15,000, Virgo's abilities finally evolved. She unlocked her intermediate form, receiving an enormous increase in strength. In the past, Virgo's abilities had mostly been limited to digging holes and tunneling underground. They hadn't been completely useless, but their practical value was admittedly limited. After evolving, however, her earth magic reached level 4. She could freely shape and command earth, split the ground with a light stomp, and trigger localized earthquakes with a casual gesture. Her power had increased by far more than a small margin. This indirectly proved that celestial spirits weren't truly people. They were closer to some unusual type of magical artifact whose power adjusted itself according to the strength of its keyholder. If they weren't people, then perhaps they were something more like artifact spirits. Whatever the correct classification, celestial spirits were undeniably useful in every sense of the word. Marshall felt that neither Gray nor Natsu could defeat Virgo in a one-on-one battle anymore. Her magic consumption was admittedly quite high, but for someone like Marshall, a non-professional celestial spirit mage whose individual strength surpassed his summons, calling Virgo into battle often felt unnecessarily complicated. He could usually defeat the opponent himself before she even needed to act. Virgo was better suited to continuing her work as his maid. For example, she had been tremendously useful while helping rebuild Marshall's house. Marshall was obviously an exceptional case, though. Objectively speaking, celestial spirit magic was an extraordinarily powerful and sophisticated magical system. A celestial spirit mage didn't need to study complex theory or possess exceptional control over magic power. The sole requirement was having enough magic power to open and maintain the gates. The spirits could handle everything else themselves. Was there any magic more perfectly suited to lazy people? Possessing even one zodiac gold key could secure the inheritance and survival of an entire magical family. Whoever created celestial spirit magic had been a true genius. Wait. Could some overwhelmingly powerful person have deliberately created such a simple, convenient magical system specifically to protect their descendants? Ha ha ha. Surely not. Marshall's smile slowly faded. Right? The more he considered it, the stranger, and more reasonable, it seemed. If Marshall eventually had children and descendants of his own, wouldn't it be perfectly natural to design an easy-to-use form of magic so they could protect themselves? This was serious. Marshall felt as though he had accidentally uncovered a secret that might not technically be a secret at all. Then there were the records he had read claiming that most of the demons terrorizing the world today had originally come from the books of Zerif, created by the legendary Black Mage himself. The great figures of this world seemed remarkably fond of creating strange things, and leaving them behind for future generations. If celestial spirits and demons were both magical creations at their core, could Marshall also create an entirely new form of life? His inspiration began to stir. Just as Marshall's real body prepared to record the new ideas flooding into his mind, Makarov entered the guild hall with a handsome blonde man. Brats. Quiet down. I have an announcement. Makarov pointed at the newcomer. This is Loki, the newest member of Fairy Tale. Everyone give him a warm welcome. Hello, everyone. The newcomer pushed up his glasses and flashed a cheerful smile. I'm Loki. I specialize in holder magic, have a wide range of interests, and love beautiful women. I look forward to getting along with all of you. The new member was a blonde man with glasses and a bright, outgoing personality. He was certainly handsome, though still somewhat inferior to Marshall. At this point, Marshall seemed to exist on an entirely different layer of reality from ordinary people. Still, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The newcomer didn't quite feel like a human. The magic surrounding him was peculiar, almost like Virgo when she forced herself into the human world without drawing upon her keyholder's power. Marshall soon teleported back to his rebuilt home, a 9-story mage's tower resembling a small castle. He summoned Virgo and handed her a photograph of Loki. Virgo, do you recognize this man? Is he connected to the celestial spirit world? Virgo needed only a second to identify him. Little Master, he is Leo, the Lion of the Zodiac. He violated a celestial spirit contract, and was recently banished by the celestial spirit king. He is currently unable to return to the celestial spirit world. Oh? Marshall's eyes immediately lit up. There's a story here. Tell me everything. In principle, Little Master, I'm not permitted to reveal private information concerning other celestial spirits and their keyholders. Virgo paused delicately. However, there should be no problem with telling you a small story about a human. I heard it from Ares. Chapter 80, Chapter 80. 1637 words. I see. Leo sounds like a pretty honorable guy. Honestly, I don't think he did anything wrong. You celestial spirits really need to learn some flexibility. After hearing Virgo's story, Marshall offered what he considered a fair and objective judgment. To summarize, the former keyholder of Aries and Leo had abused her spirits. Leo rebelled and refused to close his gate, occupying the summoning slot and preventing his master from calling on any other spirits. That indirectly left her defenseless, and she was eventually killed. Marshall's opinion of the celestial spirit mage was simple: good riddance. Little Master, celestial spirits are forbidden from violating their contracts, Virgo explained. That is the law of the celestial spirit world. Leo seriously breached those laws by defying his keyholder's orders, so his banishment was unavoidable. TCH. Then what happens to him now? Celestial spirits can't remain in the human world indefinitely, can they? That is correct. Losing access to the power of the stars is extremely painful for a celestial spirit. Virgo considered the matter. Under normal circumstances, Leo should already have faded away. However, he appears to have adapted to the human world. He should therefore remain here until the energy inside him is completely exhausted. And after that? Does the gate of the lion simply cease to exist? No. Celestial spirits do not truly die. His original body will eventually be reborn. Virgo's expression remained calm. However, in Leo's case, the damage to his soul would erase his memories. For all practical purposes, it would be no different from dying once. Wow! Your celestial spirit system is surprisingly thorough. Marshall rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Virgo, what if I kept supplying Leo with celestial magic power? Wouldn't that prevent him from disappearing? Virgo tilted her head and thought for a moment. In theory, yes. Leo's key has already been reclaimed by the celestial spirit world, so an ordinary human cannot provide him with magic power. However, Little Master can directly convert your own magic into celestial energy. Keeping him alive in the human world should not be difficult. She paused. Whether Leo would accept that help is another matter. Oh? Why not? Leo is an exceptionally proud celestial spirit. He understood and accepted his punishment when it was imposed. Virgo looked away slightly. In my opinion, even if he is unwilling to disappear, his pride would prevent him from clinging desperately to life. You are practically the second parent who gave me life. Thank you so much. Loki, whom Marshall had invited to a private meeting, seized the magic crystal containing celestial energy and drained it in one breath. The ecstatic expression spreading across his face was almost indecent. Ah, the scent of the stars. I'm alive again. Virgo stood nearby, staring at Leo without expression. A trace of killing intent seemed to lurk behind her calm eyes. She was deeply disappointed in herself for having completely misjudged her fellow celestial spirit. Little Master, I no longer believe there is any reason to waste your magic power on this particular spirit. Perhaps it would be best to allow him to fade naturally. The rest of us would understand and respect your decision. Hey! Wait, what? Loki stared at her in horror. Virgo. I'm Leo. How can you say something so heartless? Virgo immediately stepped behind Marshall, wearing an expression that clearly said she had never seen this spirit before in her life. Marshall almost laughed. All right, both of you, calm down. He looked at Loki. Leo, no, Loki. Virgo told me what happened. Personally, I think you did the right thing. Now that we're members of the same guild, I'm obviously not going to stand aside and watch you disappear. Loki smiled bitterly. I never expected Fairy Tale to have a celestial spirit mage, much less one capable of seeing through my identity. In any case, I'm deeply grateful. He sighed. Unfortunately, I can't access the power of my true form anymore, so I have no way to repay you. No, no. Don't underestimate yourself. Marshall smiled pleasantly. There's still something you can help me with. Huh? The true purpose behind Marshall's kindness finally emerged. I'm currently conducting research involving celestial spirits, but I lack a suitable experimental subject. I could never bring myself to experiment on Virgo, so. His smile widened. I'll provide all the celestial energy you need to remain active in the human world. In exchange, how would you feel about becoming my test subject? Loki's smile stiffened. May I ask what sort of experiments you're planning? I am extremely curious about the nature of celestial spirits. Marshall explained enthusiastically. You aren't human, but you still qualify as a form of life. By studying the power that sustains celestial spirits, I hope to uncover the secrets behind creating artificial life. Don't worry. I'm not planning anything bizarre. No, no. That already sounds terrifying. Loki examined the boy in front of him again. Despite having joined Fairy Tale only a few days earlier, he had already heard many of the legends surrounding Marshall. The child before him was a genuine genius. He probably had no reason to deceive him. Besides, Loki didn't have many other options. All right. He adjusted his glasses. Then allow the final days of my life to serve some purpose. Marshall-sama, I look forward to working with you. The final days of your life. Marshall raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't assume that yet. With my help, you may end up living far better than before. Besides, your attitude is strange. You don't seem especially eager to live, but you don't truly want to disappear either. What exactly are you planning? Loki pushed up his glasses and flashed a brilliant smile. My life as a celestial spirit has already ended. So now, I intend to follow my heart and live entirely for my own desires. This world is filled with so many wonderful things. I plan to enjoy every one of them. Virgo made no effort to conceal the disgust in her eyes. Little Master, I strongly recommend reconsidering your decision. Otherwise, the human world may soon gain another shameless scoundrel. Marshall fell into thought. I've heard you're very skilled at managing relationships with several women at once. Could you teach me? Oh? Loki's eyes lit up. That is one of the Lion King's most closely guarded secrets. But since you're the one asking, Marshall, I would never hold anything back. Excellent. You're a true bro after all. Virgo cancelled her own summoning and fled that corrupt place. She was genuinely angry. As punishment, she decided that she would not cuddle Marshall while he slept for an entire week. The fact that the celestial spirit world had produced someone like Leo filled her with sorrow. Marshall and Loki's newly formed partnership in wickedness could be set aside for now. Not long after Loki joined the guild, Gildarts also returned to Fairy Tale. This time, however, it seemed he would be leaving again almost immediately. Before departing, he pulled Marshall aside and secretly pressed a book into his hands. Brat, when I picked you up all those years ago, I never imagined your talent would become this terrifying. You've traveled farther down the path of magic in only a few years than most people manage in a lifetime. He tapped the book. This contains some of the insights I gained while training my crush magic. Consider yourself lucky. Gildarts, why are you being so sentimental today? Marshall looked at the book. And why are you giving this to me? I don't even like using your crush magic. You ungrateful little bastard. Gildarts ground his knuckles into Marshall's hair. Other people would beg me for this, and I still wouldn't give it to them. If you didn't have the talent to understand it, I never would have gone through the trouble of writing everything down. He thoroughly messed up Marshall's hair before releasing him with a sigh. I'm heading to the northern continent. I've decided to accept a quest that no one has completed in nearly 100 years. The death rate is frighteningly high. Gildarts laughed, though his expression carried unusual seriousness. I figured that if something happened to me, I should at least leave a little something behind in this world. And naturally, you were the brat who came to mind. Well? Touched. You're joking, right? Marshall stared at him. What kind of quest could make even you uncertain about coming back? Ha ha ha. There's always someone stronger than you, no matter how far you travel. Gildarts crossed his arms. I'm not arrogant enough to believe I'm invincible. Anyway, this has nothing to do with you. Adventure is a man's greatest romance after all. Ha 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 ha. Marshall opened his mouth, nearly telling him that he had a daughter waiting for him. He couldn't truly understand Gildarts's thirst for adventure. Compared with him, Marshall felt more like a coward who feared losing anything important. Then he remembered Kana's recent, rebellious phase, and felt a headache coming on. Those two really were father and daughter. You're such a troublesome old man. Marshall sighed and held out a card. Here. Take this. Watch your mouth, brat. Gildarts accepted it and frowned. What is it? A teleportation card. Activate it, and you can teleport over 10,000 miles away, or return directly to the forest east of Magnolia. I'm not worried about your strength, but since you admitted the quest could be dangerous, keep it with you. It might save your life. Marshall added casually, oh, and Kana was the one who made the card. Marshall harem is divided between three factions, the one led by Kana, Juvia and Mira. Mira was simply creating a faction so she could mark and eliminates the members LMAO. Chapter 81, Chapter 81. 1,352 words. Stop staring. He's already long gone. If you miss him that badly, I can teleport you over to find him. Humph. Who cares about that shameless, womanizing old man? He can do whatever he wants. It has nothing to do with me. At the top of Marshall's mage tower, Kana watched Gildarts's figure disappear into the distance with a gloomy expression. I'm just saying. Why don't you forgive him? Marshall leaned against the railing. He doesn't even know he has a daughter. The man is unbelievably dense about things like this. Unless you tell him yourself, he'll probably never figure it out. I don't want to. Why should I? This is all his fault. Kana hugged her knees. He only ever thinks about himself, and makes everyone else worry. But if you never tell him, he won't even know he's supposed to feel guilty. You're the only one sitting here making yourself miserable. What's the point? The more Kana thought about it, the angrier she became. Her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish as she glared at Marshall. Why aren't you conflicted at all? That's not fair. Before he left, he didn't secretly meet with anyone else. He only gave you special training notes. She pointed accusingly at him. He definitely thinks of you as his son. What do I have to be conflicted about? Marshall rolled his eyes. I have no desire to gain a father out of nowhere. Even if he really were my father, I wouldn't acknowledge him. Then I won't acknowledge him either. That worthless father can go die for all I care. Lying to yourself isn't healthy, Kana. Kana buried her face against her knees. After a long silence, she finally mumbled. If I become an S-class mage this year, I'll tell him. I'll prove that even without him around, I've been perfectly capable of living well. Marshall smiled. Are you confident you can defeat Mira this year? Humph. If you hadn't spent so much time improving Myra's body, I would have beaten her ages ago. That's unfair. I've helped improve your strength too. But Mira can take far more punishment than I can. She has a special body. Even Urza might not be as durable as her, so don't compete with Mira in that area. I don't care. Kana grabbed Marshall by the shoulders. Aren't I the sister who loves you most? Marshall, I order you to invent a card that can defeat Mira right now. Impossible. Marshall smiled. How about I prepare a gift for you in advance instead? I've been researching holder-type magic items recently. I should be able to finish it around the time of the S-Class trial. A gift? Kana's eyes immediately lit up. What kind of gift? That's a secret for now. Marshall relented slightly. Fine, I'll give you one hint. It's a special piece of equipment suited perfectly to you, handmade by me. That should give you a little more motivation, shouldn't it? Humph. I suppose that's good enough. Kana proudly lifted her chin. Then just wait for me to win the trial and become an S-Class mage. 3 months later, during Fairy Tail's annual S-Class mage trial, Mira defeated Kana and successfully advanced to S-Class. What? Marshall. Mira cheated. Kana clung to him in outrage. She secretly hid my cards before the trial. Otherwise, I definitely would have won. Kakik. That's called strategy. Mira ran circles around Marshall while laughing triumphantly. I already knew you were hiding several holy attribute cards specifically meant to counter me. Did you seriously think I wouldn't prepare in advance? If you want to blame something, blame your magic for depending too heavily on external tools. Ahahaha. You rotten bitch. Get back here. Blay, you can't catch me. Marshall had no choice but to stretch out both arms and stop the two girls from circling him. They were already 16 years old. Watching them run around him like children was making him dizzy. All right, enough. If you didn't make it this year, there's always next year. Stop fighting. But. Kana looked both furious and miserable. At that moment, Marshall suddenly produced a gift box and held it out to her. Kana, this is the gift I specially prepared for you. Open it. Her eyes brightened, but then she remembered her defeat and pouted. But I didn't become an S-Class mage. You don't want it. Then I'll put it away. I want it. Kana immediately snatched the box and opened it excitedly. Inside lay a beautiful silver bracelet that gave off a faint, mysterious glow. It's so pretty. She eagerly fastened it around her wrist, then deliberately waved her arm back and forth in front of Mira to show it off. Try pouring some magic power into it, Marshall said. Okay, huh? What's happening? The moment Kana supplied the bracelet with magic, silver light burst from its surface. The bracelet slowly transformed, unfolding across her forearm into a unique magical device. This is the light card dual disc. Marshall eagerly began explaining his proud invention. I designed it specifically for you to make card magic easier to use. The bracelet has permanent light make magic embedded into it. Once you supply magic power, it automatically transforms into a dual disc. It contains 10 card slots, allowing you to activate multiple cards simultaneously. You can also insert magic crystals manually. The stored magic inside them can support your summoned cards, greatly increasing how long you can keep them active. Marshall was enthusiastically describing every feature, when he failed to notice that neither girl beside him looked particularly pleased. Kana pinched the soft flesh at one side of his waist and smiled sweetly. It truly is a wonderful gift. So, Marshall, why didn't you give it to me before the S-Class trial? With this, would I really have lost to that bitch? Well. Cold sweat appeared on Marshall's forehead. I wanted it to be a surprise. Before he could finish, someone pinched the other side of his waist. Mira wore an equally sweet smile. My dear little Marshall, your Mirane successfully became an S-Class mage. That's such a major celebration. Surely you prepared a gift for me too. Hiss. Marshall pretended to be in pain, and hurriedly reassured her. Of course. I prepared something for Mirane too. Look. He handed her another gift box while explaining. This bracelet also contains permanent light make magic. As long as you continuously supply it with magic power, it transforms into an enchanted whip made of light. I noticed you didn't have a weapon that suited you, so I made one especially for you. My, what a wonderful gift. Mira beamed and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Marshal moi. Marshal immediately turned back to pacify Kana. Kana, look. Mira didn't have her new weapon during the trial either. Neither of you had your equipment, so the fight was completely fair, right? Humph. You slippery little brat. Kana pinched him hard one more time, then finally let go. In truth, she was delighted to receive the gift. She simply would have been even happier if Mira hadn't received one too. But showing that openly would make her appear petty. As the older sister who was supposed to set a good example, Kana chose to be tolerant. Watching both of his big sisters happily admire their new equipment, Marshall wiped away imaginary sweat. His life seemed to be growing increasingly difficult. But then... Inspiration plus 1888. Marshall's expression became complicated. Was this what people meant by finding pleasure in pain? Marshall. At that moment, the other girls surrounded him with shining eyes. Urza, Levi, Juvia. Even Wendy stared expectantly at him. No one needed to say a word. Oh crap. Marshall's smile stiffened. Handcrafting magical equipment was exhausting. Unfortunately, there was no escape. He had chosen this path himself, so even if he had to crawl, he would see it through. Ahaha, there's no need to rush. He raised both hands placatingly. Everyone will get one. One at a time. I promise there'll be something for all of you. Chapter 82, Chapter 82. 1,415 words. As his graduation approached, Marshall finally raised his spatial magic to level 4. And this time, he hadn't spent a single point of inspiration. He had ground out every last bit of experience through sheer effort. Manipulating space now felt as natural as moving his own limbs. Within the area surrounding him, even the slightest spatial disturbance could no longer escape his senses. Urza also knew spatial magic, though hers was probably only around level 2. Mest's was stronger, roughly equivalent to Marshall's former level 3. But now, neither of them could draw upon the power of space at all while standing inside Marshall's domain. That was how overwhelming level 4 spatial magic had become. It allowed him to seize complete control over the space within a given area. Marshall was now capable of developing techniques on the level of Kamui, spatial slash, shattered space, and even something resembling the limitless technique. His resistance to spatial forces had also increased dramatically. He could punch directly into a spatial rift and have his fist emerge somewhere else, striking an opponent from a distance. Placing one's body between two disconnected sections of space was normally suicidal. The slightest mistake could slice a limb, or the entire person, in half. For Marshall, however, it no longer caused any trouble. His combat strength had undergone a genuine qualitative leap. Most of his earlier level 4 skills, telepathy, meditation, body conditioning, and script magic, were primarily supportive abilities. Their effects on direct combat weren't nearly as obvious. Now that Marshall had level 4 spatial magic, however, he felt powerful enough to start ignoring rules meant for ordinary people. For a brief while, his confidence swelled so much that he considered challenging Makarov to a serious match. Then he realized that even with nearly 30,000 magic power, he still couldn't determine the true depth of the master's reserves. Marshall quietly abandoned the idea. Ever since opening his second origin, the speed at which his magic power grew had continued increasing. He had already surpassed Urza, and was steadily closing the distance with Laxus. If he wanted, Marshall could probably become an S-class mage this year. Unfortunately, poor Kana had failed the trial 2 years in a row. Marshall decided to leave this year's opportunity to her. He wasn't in any hurry. After all these years, he still disliked leaving the guild to complete jobs. Nearly every mission credited to him had been one he tagged along on with his female companions. He was far too lazy to move unless absolutely necessary. If Makarov hadn't tempted him with the promise of seeing Fairy Tail's 3 great magics, Marshall might never have bothered becoming S-class at all. Since finishing the Naruto novels, he had poured nearly all his spare time into research. And what exactly was he researching? After mastering more than 100 different types of magic, Marshall was attempting to become a true master artificer. Ordinary magical cards could no longer satisfy his need for inspiration. His current minor goal was to create a magical doll with a simulated soul, or, in simpler terms, a magical robot. After studying Loki for so long, Marshall had already begun making progress. But those projects could wait. The most important matter right now was, Hannah Marshall was finally graduating. For 3 consecutive years, she led her class to victory in the Academy Cup. Throughout her enrollment, she maintained the highest grades in every subject across the entire academy. In 3 years, she published a total of 121 papers, 56 of which received formal academic awards. Her achievements during her enrollment stand unmatched by any student of the past century. Please give your warmest applause to the Magic Council Academy's most outstanding graduate, Hannah Marshall. Came the collective battle cry. Hannah, we love you, countless girls screamed. After barely surviving the chaotic award ceremony, Marshall followed the academy headmaster away from the crowd and released a long breath. At last. The moment had finally come to claim the reward for all his work. Ha ha ha. You don't seem very comfortable with that kind of attention, Marshall. The headmaster was a white-bearded old man who looked exactly like the stereotypical image of an ancient mage. He was also the person who had taught Marshall most of what he knew about crafting magical items, and the two had developed a fairly good relationship. With so many people cheering for you, don't you feel happy? Please spare me, Professor. Marshall rubbed his temples. Right now, I only want to receive my archive magic. I'm not interested in anything unrelated to magic. What admirable dedication to learning. The headmaster smiled warmly. Marshall, you are the finest student I have taught in all my years here. I'm truly proud of you. Ahaha. Let's not dwell on that. Marshall changed the subject immediately. Who will be teaching me archive magic? I've been looking forward to this for years. There's no need to rush. We've almost arrived. The headmaster led him into a building that resembled some kind of scientific research facility. The sudden change in atmosphere was jarring. One moment, Marshall was walking through a magical academy. The next, it felt as though he had stepped into a world of advanced technology. Glowing screens filled the rooms, each displaying streams of constantly changing data. For a moment, Marshall genuinely wondered whether he had transmigrated again. Professor. What is this place? This is the Magic Council's Continental Bureau of Magical Records. The headmaster smiled. What you're seeing now is one part of archive magic. They eventually entered a vast chamber. A gigantic projection of the planet floated in the center, while endless streams of information moved across layers of surrounding light. The headmaster spread his arms toward the entire room. All of this, every screen, every stream of data, every magical structure you see, is part of archive magic. He turned toward Marshall with a solemn expression. Listen carefully. What I'm about to tell you is one of the true secrets of this world. Super archive magic is not actually an independent spell. It is an artifact of divine origin, a fragment of authority left in the human world by the ancient god of knowledge. It contains nearly all magical information recorded by humanity from ancient times to the present. Almost any knowledge you seek can be found somewhere within Super Archive. The headmaster raised one hand. A complex magical sigil appeared above his palm. He offered it to Marshall. The Magic Council of the Eastern Continent was fortunate enough to gain control over this divine artifact. The existence of Super Archive is one of the primary reasons the Council possesses such overwhelming influence. The reward granted to you, Marshall, is authorization to access and operate most of Super Archive's functions. This is recognition of your talent, your relentless effort, and everything you have contributed to magical research over the past several years. The magical world thrives because of gifted and energetic young mages like you. He smiled. Please accept it. Marshall was genuinely stunned. The power controlled by the Magic Council appeared far greater than he had imagined. And Super Archive, why did it look so much like an enormous network server? Was learning archive magic really just a matter of obtaining an interface that allowed someone to connect to it? You mean, once I accept this magical sigil, I'll be able to use archive magic? Ha ha ha. Of course not. The headmaster shook his head. Authorization is authorization. Magic is still magic. Even if you possess access rights, you must still learn how to operate the archive. It is not an easy spell to master. An ordinary person would require roughly 1 year to learn basic archive magic. Super Archive would take at least 3. So, Marshall, you should remain at the academy and continue your studies. Marshall had already stopped hearing him. The moment he accepted the sigil, his system panel underwent an astonishing transformation. Telepathy Magic LV4, 11.2%, Super Archive Magic LV0. Super Archive Magic LV0 LV1. Telepathy Magic EXP plus 1000. Telepathy Magic LV4 Super Archive Magic LV1, Information Magic LV4. Information Magic LV4, 11.5%. What? Marshall stared at the panel in shock. In short, the academy remains the place best suited for your future development. The headmaster continued speaking before finally noticing Marshall's vacant expression. Marshall? Marshall, are you listening? Did you understand what I just explained? Professor? Yes? Marshall slowly raised his head. I think I've already understood it. Question mark. Chapter 83, Chapter 83. 2089 words. After graduation, Marshall wasted no time leaving the Magic Council Academy. He had already obtained Super Archive magic. If he didn't escape now, what was he waiting for? Any longer, and the headmaster might genuinely find some way to keep him there. He had to admit, however, that Super Archive magic had brought him 2 enormous surprises. Super Archive was fundamentally a form of information processing magic. Marshall's naturally awakened telepathy magic also revolved around gathering and processing information, which meant the two were essentially different branches of the same underlying power. The key difference was that Super Archive connected its user to an unimaginably vast cloud database. By exchanging information with that database, a mage could perform all sorts of incredible tasks, sharing geographical coordinates across the world, searching and accessing information, uploading and downloading data. Super Archive was practically the magical world's internet combined with an intelligent terminal. Since Marshall's telepathy magic had already reached an extremely high level, learning Super Archive caused both abilities to merge into an entirely new category, information magic. And it had retained its level 4 rating. Marshall could boldly claim that there probably wasn't anyone in the entire Magic Council who understood Super Archive better than he did now. He wasn't even certain whether the old headmaster had been telling the complete truth. At least from Marshall's perspective, regardless of whether Super Archive was truly a divine artifact, the Magic Council didn't technically own it. Super Archive was essentially an enormous magical cloud server. Every mage capable of connecting to it merely possessed a different level of access and operational authority. No one held true ownership of the entire system. Those permissions were also directly related to the user's level of information magic. Before Marshall connected to Super Archive, the Council could decide how much authority he was permitted to receive. But now that his information magic had reached level 4, he had effectively become one of the handful of people with the highest level of access. Naturally, Marshall had no intention of telling anyone. He was quietly enjoying his newfound fortune. If the Magic Council discovered what he could actually do, there was a very real chance they would drag him away and lock him inside some research facility. After all, Marshall now possessed enough authority to interfere with two of the Council's strategic weapons: Ether Ion and Face. Before gaining Super Archive, Marshall had no idea the Council controlled anything that terrifying. Both weapons were operated through the Super Archive system, yet the Council still handed out access rights as rewards to talented students. This was a magical world with orbital magic arrays and the equivalent of nuclear weapons, but the people guarding the launch controls were remarkably casual about security. The entire world really was one enormous improvised operation. It gave Marshall the uncomfortable impression that a group of children had been left in charge of intercontinental missiles. To be fair, he was an exceptional case. No one could have predicted that his information magic would start at such an absurdly high level. Ordinarily, progressing from first contact with archive magic to genuine mastery would require decades of dedicated study. The Council probably believed that granting limited access wouldn't create any immediate danger. Most people in this world would burn through countless brain cells merely trying to understand how archive magic worked. Marshall, who had come from an era of computers and the internet, found the entire system remarkably intuitive. It barely required any effort. Once he mastered Super Archive, almost nothing in the world remained completely hidden from him. Almost. Super Archive wasn't omnipotent. The first thing Marshall had excitedly searched for was information on Fairy Tale's 3 great fairy magics. The search result read: the 3 great fairy magics, 3 super spells created between X686 and X696 by Fairy Tale's first guild master, Mavis Vermilion. They consist of Fairy Law, Fairy Glitter, and Fairy Sphere. Their known effects include: omitted. The complete spell structures have not been recorded within Super Archive. Super Archive could only provide knowledge that someone had previously uploaded. Anything no one had shared couldn't be found there. Most ancient lost magics were recorded somewhere in the database, but the system no longer possessed the ability to gather knowledge automatically. New information had to be uploaded manually by its users. The way modern mages used archive magic actually resembled an exclusive magical forum. People could publish posts, leave comments, and reply to one another. Marshall even discovered several of his own research papers on newly developed magic inside the archive. When he checked who had uploaded them, he found the headmaster's name. Well, at least the old man had properly credited Marshall as the original author, so he decided not to complain. Many of those posts had attracted discussions and replies from other researchers. It truly was a miniature internet community. The only problem was how small the community remained. Very few people in the world possessed permission to access Super Archive. No wonder the Academy rewarded its finest students with archive privileges. The entire system relied upon new generations of mages contributing their knowledge. Without them, Super Archive would eventually become a stagnant pool filled only with old information. The moment Marshall returned home, he added another floor to his mage tower and constructed an enormous chamber devoted entirely to Super Archive magic. He could have sustained the whole system using only his own magic power, but doing so would have been exhausting. With the assistance of specialized magical equipment, the burden became considerably lighter. Once every instrument was installed, Marshall could unfold a map of the entire planet. He could observe the terrain of every continent, track natural disasters, and monitor changes in global weather in real time. In the past, telepathy magic had only allowed him to extract information from people's minds. Now, with the support of Super Archive, Marshall could gather information from the entire planet. It wasn't difficult to understand why the headmaster called it a divine artifact. The greatest benefit Super Archive provided wasn't the ability to study almost any recorded spell. Nor was it the convenience of conducting experiments without constantly running to the library to search through books. The system's most powerful function was information infusion. Super Archive could compress magical knowledge and directly implant it into another person's mind, allowing them to learn powerful magic almost instantly. For ordinary people, this function was extremely dangerous. For Marshall. Well, that was how he had always upgraded his abilities. He even began to wonder whether his system was somehow related to Super Archive. There were still obvious differences. Super Archive consumed magic power to compress and implant information, and the process carried considerable side effects. If the mage couldn't withstand the strain, it could cause serious damage to the brain. Marshall's system only consumed inspiration, and its upgrades produced almost no harmful side effects. His cheat was clearly the superior version. Since the infusion function wasn't particularly surprising to him, the most useful improvement was actually global coordinate sharing. Marshall could now teleport to almost any point on the planet whenever he wished. There was no longer any need to wander across the world manually unlocking the map. For a spatial mage, this function was almost impossibly convenient. After completing the Super Archive chamber, Marshall immediately began playing with the projected globe. He enlarged the kingdom of Fiori until it filled the room. Unfortunately, the map only displayed the general terrain. Its resolution wasn't high enough to reveal individual towns or buildings. That would need further improvement. Then Marshall noticed something strange. What's happening with the weather over there? A violent atmospheric disturbance had appeared on the map. A typhoon. A tornado. He narrowed his eyes. That isn't particularly far from Magnolia. Before Marshall could investigate further, he felt the spatial mark he had left on Mira suddenly activate. It was the first time anyone had ever triggered one of his emergency marks. Mira is in danger. Marshall vanished instantly. Sometime earlier. Come on, Elfman. Your big sister is taking you to attempt a more dangerous takeover. Mira excitedly waved an S-class job request in front of him. Your body is already stronger than mine, so you should be capable of receiving more powerful creatures now. She pointed to the creature described on the page. What do you think about this beast, King? I have a feeling it would suit you perfectly. Elfman had grown enormous under the constant stimulation of Marshall's body conditioning magic. He was already tall and heavily built, standing close to 180 centimeters. Since he was still developing, he could easily grow beyond 2 meters within another couple of years. There probably wasn't another person in Fairy Tale with a more imposing physique. However, although Elfman had gained considerably more confidence, he remained fairly shy. His magic had never been particularly strong. The ordinary beasts he could receive were too weak to provide any meaningful improvement, and he still couldn't compete with Natsu or Gray in a serious battle. Mira saw his frustration and became increasingly worried. She had been an S-class mage for more than half a year now, and had already earned some fame in the magical world under the title The Demon. Unfortunately, Urza's reputation continued overshadowing hers. The thought drove Mira mad. Her own strength wouldn't increase significantly in the near future, so she decided to strengthen her younger siblings instead. Even if she had to combine the reputations of all 3 Strauss siblings, she would defeat Urza at least once. This particular S-class job seemed perfect. With Myra's current strength, dealing with one Beast King should have been easy. So she brought Elfman and Lysanna along. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. The Beast King was stronger than Mira had expected, but both she and Elfman possessed bodies that Marshall had reinforced over the years. The battle was difficult, yet they ultimately emerged victorious. Elfman successfully received the Beast King. How do you feel, Elfman? Mira asked. It's a little difficult. Elfman breathed heavily, then gave her a determined smile. But I think I can handle it. I can keep it under control. Mira smiled proudly. She turned toward Lysanna, intending to pull her sister into a celebratory hug. At that exact moment, a violent wind erupted from nowhere. The weather changed in an instant. Dark clouds twisted overhead as a massive tornado connected heaven and earth. What's happening? Mira struggled to remain standing. This wind is too strong. Her eyes widened. Lysanna. Hurry. Grab my hand. The gale arrived too quickly. It vanished just as suddenly. When Mira and Elfman finally regained their senses, the surrounding area had been reduced to a devastated mess. And Lysanna was gone. Even her magical presence had completely disappeared. Mira's and Elfman's faces turned deathly pale. Lysanna. Mira spun around desperately. Lysanna. Where are you? Come out. Don't frighten your sister. Lysanna. Beside her, Elfman suddenly felt something go terribly wrong. His Beast King takeover had never fully stabilized. The moment his concentration collapsed, the creature seized the opportunity to break through his control and reverse the spell, taking over Elfman instead. Sister. Something's wrong. Elfman clutched his head as his body began transforming. I can't control it. Sister, run. Hurry. A monstrous roar tore from his throat. Ruhar. Elfman fought desperately, but his resistance wasn't enough. The Beast King overwhelmed his mind, stripped away his reason, and launched itself at Mira. No. Wait. Mira raised her arms to defend herself. Elfman, stop. Why now? Her thoughts were already in chaos. Lysanna, where are you? Mira exchanged several blows with the rampaging Beast King, but the earlier battle had nearly exhausted both her magic power and physical strength. She was quickly forced onto the defensive. For the first time, Mira completely panicked. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Someone. Please, someone help me. Then she remembered. Marshall had left a spatial mark on her body. Marshall. Mira poured her remaining magic into the mark. Help me. Marshall. I'm here. Light flashed. Marshall appeared beside Mira, wrapped one arm securely around her waist, and calmly raised his free hand. The Beast King's enormous fist crashed into his palm. Marshall stopped it without taking a single step backward. Don't be afraid. His voice remained quiet and steady. I'm here now. Mira had never imagined that merely hearing someone's voice could make her feel so safe. Chapter 84, Chapter 84. 1542 words. You're Elfman, right? I think you need to calm down. Marshall raised a hand and gave the rampaging Beast King a light pat. Elfman vanished on the spot, replaced by a card between Marshall's fingers. Card sealing magic was exceptionally effective against straightforward brutes like this. Mira finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the tears from her eyes, but the panic in her voice hadn't faded. Marshall. Lysanna is still missing. She was right beside us only moments ago, and then she suddenly disappeared. You left a mark on her too, didn't you? Please find her. Please. Mira, calm down. I'll help you. Marshall gently patted the back of the hand clutching his arm. He could feel how frightened and desperate she was. This was the first time he had ever seen Mira like this. Marshall expanded his senses and searched for Lysanna's location. A moment later, his brow furrowed. Something was wrong. There was nothing. He couldn't sense her anywhere. The spatial mark he had left on Lysanna had vanished from his perception. How was that possible? What exactly had happened here? When did Lysanna disappear? Less than 5 minutes ago. She was still beside us when the wind started. The wind. Marshall glanced toward the sky. Wait. I'll use past image magic to see what happened. By combining time magic with light magic, Marshall had created past image magic, a spell that allowed him to observe light from the past and replay events that had already occurred. He took out a numbered crystal sphere and cast the spell. The events from several minutes earlier began playing inside the crystal. Mira immediately leaned closer, and both of them focused entirely on Lysanna. They saw the tornado descend without warning. The unconscious Lysana had been lying directly within its eye. The wind lifted her high into the air, carried her toward the sky, and then, she disappeared. What? Lysana was swept away by the wind. Mira stared in disbelief. How is that possible? Why did she suddenly vanish? Lys. Before she could finish, Marshall swept her into his arms, and used flight magic to rise into the sky. Within moments, they reached the exact place where Lysana had disappeared. Marshall extended one hand and closed his eyes, carefully feeling the surrounding space. This wasn't a natural wind. It was magic, an extremely sophisticated form of spatial magic. He concentrated harder. I can faintly sense Lysana's mark from here. That's wonderful. Mira grabbed his sleeve. Marshall, please bring her back. Give me a moment. Marshall summoned a thought projection beside himself and ordered it to teleport along the faint spatial coordinate. The projection vanished. In the very next moment, Marshall's face went pale. His body swayed, and he nearly fell from the sky with Mira still in his arms. Marshall? What happened? Mira hurriedly activated her Satan soul, spreading her wings to support them both. Seeing his bloodless face, a terrible feeling rose inside her. My thought projection. Marshall stared into the distance. I lost contact with it. The space on the other side probably isn't anywhere on this planet. What? Then your soul. Marshall raised a hand, stopping her before she could panic further. His mind raced. The situation was already fairly clear. Some unknown spatial magic had transported Lysana into another space, or perhaps an entirely different world. If Marshall's spatial magic hadn't reached level 4, he might not have been able to sense that other space at all. He could now move freely to any location on this planet. If the destination lay beyond even his global perception, then the place on the other side was most likely another world. Did worlds beyond this one truly exist? But if the destination was in another world, why could he still faintly sense Lysana's mark? And why had his thought projection lost contact the moment it crossed over? Marshall's expression changed. The response from Lysana's mark was weakening. Whatever enormous spatial transfer spell had connected the two worlds was fading. There was no time left to hesitate. Marshall took a deep breath and firmly gripped Mira by the shoulders. Mira, my thought projection can't travel too far from my real body. I may need to cross over there myself. He looked directly into her eyes. I'll bring Lysana back. Trust me. Myra's heart clenched. A panic unlike anything she had ever felt before swallowed her whole. She grabbed Marshall's arm with both hands and refused to release him. No. Wait. Marshall, you can't go. The other side might not be safe. I have to, Mira. Lysana is waiting for me over there. I'm the only person who can bring her home. But no. Tears spilled from Myra's eyes. There has to be another way. We can go back and find Master. We should think about this first. There's no time. Marshall's voice grew firm. The spatial trace is fading. If we wait any longer, I won't be able to locate Lysana's mark at all. He placed Virgo's gold key into Myra's hand. Take this. I have a soul contract with Virgo. As long as I'm alive, that contract won't disappear. With this key, you'll be able to confirm whether I'm safe. He softened his voice. Don't worry. I'll bring Lysana home. Trust me. No, something's wrong. Marshall, you can't. Lysana's coordinate was becoming more indistinct by the second. Marshall knew he could no longer delay. He locked the space around Mira, completely immobilizing her, then reached out and gently pinched her tear-soaked cheek. Please explain everything to Master for me, Mira. And help take care of Ruby and Wendy while I'm gone. I'll be back very soon. He smiled. I promise. Marshall. Don't. Marshall disappeared. Several seconds passed before the spatial restraint around Mira finally released. With her vision blurred by tears, she frantically flew around the sky, searching everywhere for even the slightest trace of him. There was nothing. Eventually, her strength ran out, and she had no choice but to return to the ground. At that moment, Elfman finally regained consciousness inside the card. Sister. His confused voice came from within. Why am I inside a card space? Did Kana come here? Where's Lysana? Did you find her? Mira felt as though a knife had been driven through her heart. Every breath became unbearably heavy, crushing her chest until she could barely breathe. Lysana had disappeared and Marshall had followed her. Mira had been unable to stop either of them. That helplessness was suffocating. Elfman. I really am too weak. Her voice trembled. I can't protect anyone. What? Sister, let me out first. Sorry, Elfman. I don't know how to release this spell. We'll return to the guild and find Kana. Wait. What about Lysana? Marshall will bring her home. Mira gripped Virgo's key tightly. He'll bring her back. He promised. In the other world, Marshall wasn't having a particularly pleasant time. He was falling from a considerable height. Beside him floated an unconscious Lysana, her body covered in injuries. Beneath them was an enormous chunk of lacrima. Unless Marshall was mistaken, that lacrima was his thought projection. No wonder their connection had been severed. It was rather difficult to maintain contact when the entire projection had been turned into a crystal. He had found Lysana. Unfortunately, they now faced a much more serious problem. I can't use magic. Marshall's expression darkened. This is bad. How are we supposed to return? There was no doubt about it. This place wasn't Earthland. Magic couldn't be properly used in this world. Not only was the amount of ether nano in the atmosphere terrifyingly low, even the magic power inside Marshall's body felt blocked, trapped where he couldn't release it. He couldn't open his personal storage space. Constructing a spatial passage to return home was completely out of the question. Losing access to magic felt horrible. It had been far too long since Marshall had experienced this kind of helplessness. Ugh. It hurts. Lysana slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? Then she noticed him. Huh? Marshall? Why are you here? Where are Mireille and Elfman? Marshall released a breath. What had happened couldn't be changed. For now, they would have to investigate this world and find another way home. You're awake. Congratulations. The operation was a complete success. He nodded solemnly. You're still a girl. Lysana shoved him weakly. This isn't the time for jokes. Where are we? I don't know. Marshall looked around at the unfamiliar world. We seem to have traveled into another world. Ha! Lysana's face went pale. At first, she thought he was still teasing her, but after looking at the completely unfamiliar surroundings, she began to believe him. Lysana. Are you hungry? I'm not hungry. She stared at him. Wait, can we please focus on the actual problem here? This is the actual problem. I'm starving. Marshall pointed ahead. I order you to go find something for me to eat. You idiot. How can you think about food at a time like this? Lysana sighed helplessly. Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you? She looked around. What do you want to eat? Good question. Marshall also surveyed the empty wilderness. What can we eat? Chapter 85, Chapter 85. 1,404 words. The beasts in this world are way too vicious. Ugh, why can't we use magic here? I hate this world. Stop whining. At least we found something to eat. Marshall tore off another piece of roasted meat. I never expected magic to become completely useless one day. Sure enough, when everything else fails, the only thing you can truly rely on is a body forged through years of relentless training. Marshall and Lisa looked rather miserable. They had fallen into the middle of an uninhabited wilderness, and after an exhausting struggle, the two of them had finally managed to kill a bizarre rabbit-like creature living in the nearby mountains. Unfortunately, the meal they made from it was almost tasteless. Lisa, your cooking still needs work. You're nowhere near Myra's level. You idiot. We don't have any seasoning. We don't even have a knife, and this thing was a nightmare to clean. Lisa glared at him. Be grateful you have anything to eat. Ultimately, the problem still lies with the cook. Marshall sighed sorrowfully. I miss my Myra. She's my sister. Just watch me beat you. Lisa suddenly froze. Wait. What is it? Marshall, can you hear that? Marshall listened carefully. Yeah. It sounds like an engine. The atmosphere of this world contained almost no ether nano, leaving even telepathy magic unusable. Without the constant thoughts of other people drifting into his mind, Marshall's ears, and his mind, had never felt so peaceful. When he first discovered he couldn't use magic, the helplessness had made him uneasy. Then he realized that if he couldn't use magic, most other people probably couldn't either. That thought immediately relaxed him. After all, once magic was removed from the equation, very few people could give him the same sense of danger. Magic was not omnipotent. When everything else was stripped away, physical strength remained king. Once he returned home, he would train even harder. Come on. Let's go take a look. Marshall picked up the crude wooden spear he had luckily managed to make and headed toward the sound with Lisa. We might find a way out of this place. Huh? What is that? Lisa stared into the distance. A magic vehicle. Or some kind of land ship. Marshall, I thought people couldn't use magic here. Something being able to move doesn't necessarily mean it runs on magic. Marshall narrowed his eyes. And judging from that engine noise, it doesn't sound like a magic vehicle. They watched the large vehicle speed past them. With their current walking pace, there was no hope of catching it. Unexpectedly, however, the vehicle soon made a sharp turn and came racing back. The door flew open, and a familiar pink-haired figure jumped out, already crying at the top of his lungs. Lisa. It really is Lisa. You're alive. You didn't die. Wah-ah. Natsu. Marshall and Lisa exclaimed together. They exchanged bewildered looks. Something felt wrong. Natsu cried easily on occasion, but surely not this much. More importantly, how had he appeared in this world? At that moment, a blonde woman climbed out of the passenger seat. She marched straight toward Marshall, seized him by the collar, and glared at him with open hostility. Marshall, you bastard. What are you doing here? Did that man send you to track me down? Question mark. Marshall was completely lost. Unless he remembered incorrectly, the woman in front of him looked exactly like the blonde companion, who had once traveled back from the future with Natsu and the others. Her name had been Lucy. But had she always been this aggressive? Miss, may I ask who you are? The timid pink-haired Natsu looked over curiously. Lucy, do you know him? TCH. This pretty-faced nuisance is technically my little brother. Marshall became even more confused. Wait. Miss, do you actually know me? Because I definitely don't know you. And could you let go of my collar before we continue? Ha! What are you pretending? Lucy suddenly stopped. She studied him more carefully. Wait a second. Marshall, were you always this short? ×4. Lucy fell silent for several seconds before abruptly releasing him and bursting into loud laughter. Ah ha ha ha. Sorry about that. Looks like I mistook you for someone else. Now that I look properly, you're much better looking than my idiot little brother. My mistake. ×3. She cleared her throat. Why don't all of you come back to our guild first? The royal army is hunting illegal mages everywhere right now, but they haven't discovered our guild's current location yet. Wait. Marshall caught the important part immediately. Illegal mages? Your mages? The timid Natsu scratched his cheek and smiled bashfully. Ah ha ha. Yeah. I'm the fastest driver in the Mage Guild fairy tale, Fireball Natsu. Marshall snorted. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just remembered something amusing. He looked around. You're right, though. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's visit this fairy tale. What? This has to be a miracle. Lysana fell from a cliff like that, yet she still came back alive. One guild member raised a mug with tears streaming down his face. I'm so touched. To Lysana, cheers. Cheers, everyone shouted. By the way, why did Natsu bring two strange people back at a time like this? The girl came with Lysana. As for the boy, I heard he wants to join the guild. You're kidding, right? The king has already ordered every mage guild to be disbanded, and someone still wants to join now. That's how you know who your true friends are in times of hardship. Another mug rose into the air. To our newest member, cheers. Cheers, everyone shouted again. Am I really the only one who thinks that pink-haired guy looks strangely familiar? Oh, stop worrying about pointless details. Cheers. Cheers, everyone answered yet again. Marshall had now confirmed one thing. He had crossed into another world again. This wasn't the fairy tale he knew. It was another world's fairy tale. The general atmosphere felt remarkably similar to the guild in his memories, but the people inside were completely different. Gray wore a thick pile of winter clothing. Natsu was shy, timid, and easily frightened. Kana was gentle and noble, and didn't drink. Levi had a fiery temper and exploded at the slightest provocation. Wendy was tall, long-legged, and strikingly mature. Jet and Droy were candidates for the strongest members of the guild. Gray was awkwardly pursuing Juvia, while the soft-spoken Mira and the painfully skinny Elfman clung to Lysana and cried their hearts out. This world was known as Edolas. Its inhabitants were counterparts of people from Earthland. Although they looked almost identical, their personalities were often complete opposites. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Marshall was starting to get a headache. Fortunately, there was some good news. Magic did exist in this world, Edolas merely lacked ether nano. The fundamental principles of magic appeared to be shared between both worlds. As long as Marshall could still construct a magic circle and provide it with an external energy source, he should be able to cast spells. That made the situation far easier. As long as magic remained possible, Marshall was confident he could eventually construct a spatial passage back to Earthland. Unfortunately, they probably wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Sensing the spatial coordinates of another world was already a tremendous problem. There was no way to solve it quickly. Marshall could only hope nothing disastrous happened at home while he was gone. For now, however, he was already here. He couldn't help wondering what his counterpart in this world was like. And there happened to be an obvious lead standing right in front of him. Marshall approached Lucy, who was still trying to blend back into the guild. Miss Lucy, there's something I'm curious about. Why did you mistake me for your younger brother? Ha! Don't you think the resemblance is obvious? Lucy stared at him incredulously. Has no one ever mentioned it to you before? That shouldn't be possible. His face is extremely recognizable. Ah. Sorry, but I still don't understand. Here. Lucy tossed him a newspaper. See for yourself. The enormous headline on the front page immediately entered Marshall's view. Century's greatest musical genius and rising superstar, Eminem, Marshall Hartfilia's global tour dates officially announced. Marshall stared at the newspaper. The fuck? Here comes the real MC. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. 1,628 words. You've got to be kidding me. Marshall slammed both hands against the table. He absolutely refused to accept that the lunatic glaring out from the front page, dressed in an oversized jacket, gripping a microphone like it had personally offended him, was supposed to be this world's version of him. A rapper. Him. And not merely some street performer shouting rhymes outside a tavern, but apparently the greatest musical genius of the century. Had this world lost its mind, or had he? More importantly, what the hell was Marshall Hartfilia supposed to mean? Did his counterpart in this world actually have parents? Excuse me. While Marshall was busy questioning everything he knew about reality, someone quietly crept up behind him. Back when his telepathy magic worked normally, no one could have approached him unnoticed. Are you Marshall? A girl stared at him with sparkling eyes. Are you really Eminem, Marshall Hartfilia? I'm a huge fan. I know every one of your songs. Could I please have your autograph? Huh? You're Wendy? Oh my gosh. You know me. The newcomer was indeed this world's Wendy, though she appeared 4 or 5 years older than the Wendy Marshall knew, and had grown into a much more mature young woman. Ahahaha. You've got the wrong person. Lucy hurried over, waving both hands frantically. This guy isn't that rapper. They look similar, but you can tell they're completely different at a glance, can't you? Marshall gave her a flat look. Hadn't this woman grabbed him by the collar and accused him of being her brother less than 10 minutes ago? Sorry, but I have no connection to that celebrity. Marshall politely rejected Wendy's request, folded the newspaper under one arm, then grabbed Lucy with the other and dragged her out of the guild hall. He looked the provocatively dressed blonde up and down before getting straight to the point. So you're the young lady of the Hartfilia family in this world. And this Eminem, Marshall, is genuinely your younger brother. Marshall pointed between them. You two don't even have the same hair color. How are you supposed to be siblings? What do you mean, young lady? Lucy scoffed. My family never had much money. Everything we have now was earned by that loudmouth brother of mine. Do you have any idea how much money people will pay to hear someone insult half the kingdom in rhyme? Marshall stared at her. Apparently, far too much. As for our hair, what's strange about it? I took after our awful mother, and Marshall took after his equally awful father. She laughed dryly. Neither of us exactly won the parental lottery. What kind of tangled family history was that? Marshall rubbed his forehead, still unwilling to give up. Are you absolutely certain that Rapper is your biological brother? And who exactly is his father? Of course I'm sure. How many times do I have to say it? Lucy folded her arms. I barely remember his father. I was still young back then. That bastard ran off almost immediately after Marshall was born. I watched my little brother grow up with my own eyes. I changed his diapers, fed him, and survived the phase where he tried to rhyme every sentence he spoke. She shuddered. For 3 straight months, he refused to eat breakfast unless toast rhymed with something. Do you really think I wouldn't know whether we're related? Marshall felt slightly dizzy. His counterpart in this world really was a child of the Hartfilia family. Then what about Earthland? No, that proved nothing. The Hartfilias of Earthland were among the wealthiest families in the kingdom of Fiore. There was no way they would casually allow a member of their bloodline to grow up abandoned somewhere else. This was probably just another difference between parallel worlds. He couldn't treat it as reliable evidence. Lucy's expression gradually became strange. "Why are you so interested in my brother?" She looked Marshall over more carefully. "Come to think of it, you two really do look almost identical. Could it be Marshall is also your brother? Maybe you share the same father but have different mothers." Lucy's eyes lit up. My, what would that make our relationship? You have quite an imagination, but you're completely wrong." Marshall sighed. "My name is Marshall too. However, I'm not from this world. I come from a parallel world called Earthland. Some kind of magic transported me here, and I'm currently searching for a way home." Lucy blinked, then placed a hand against his forehead. "Did you hit your head?" "I'm not joking. I'm completely serious." Marshall pushed her hand away. "Since this world's version of me is your real brother, please help me, Lucy. The two stared at each other in silence. Slowly, Lucy began to believe him. "So you're Marshall from another world?" "That's right." She sucked in a sharp breath. "My little brother from another world is this handsome." "That is not the important part." "No, I think it's extremely important. Mine looks like he hasn't slept since birth." "Lucy." Fine. She scratched her head. "What exactly do you need me to do?" "I should warn you first, I ran away from home. That horrible mother of mine wanted to cash in on Marshall's fame by turning me into a pop singer. She kept talking about a Heartfilia sibling duet." Lucy visibly recoiled at the memory. "Can you imagine it? Me singing some cheerful love song while that idiot stands beside me angrily rapping about taxes, deadbeat fathers, and everyone who annoyed him that morning." Marshall paused. "I admit that sounds memorable. It sounds like a public execution." Lucy snapped. "So I escaped. At the moment, I'm completely broke and have nothing to my name. I doubt I can offer much help." "There's no hurry." Marshall glanced back toward the guild hall. "I need time to study the magic of this world and develop a plan. Until then, I intend to remain with this guild. Could you help cover for me and keep my identity secret?" "No problem." Lucy slapped him enthusiastically on the shoulder. "We're practically family, aren't we? Leave it to me." Her bold, heroic confidence was surprisingly reassuring. With help from someone native to this world, Marshall's identity would be much less likely to attract unwanted attention. Neither of them realized that their entire secret conversation had been overheard by a certain hidden fan. Wendy covered her mouth, her eyes trembling with excitement. "Oh my gosh. Marshall from another world. But he's still Marshall. As a devoted fan, I see absolutely no problem with this. One Marshall writes legendary diss tracks, and the other one is shorter, prettier, and apparently knows magic. Both Marshalls are equally wonderful." Her eyes gleamed with alarming determination. "This matter will require careful planning." Marshall and Lysana temporarily settled into Idola's fairy tale. Over the next several days, Marshall devoted himself to studying the magic of this world and searching for a way home. Lysana spent nearly every moment with Mira and Elfman, pretending to be cheerful for their sake. "Lysana, we'll eventually have to return to our own world." Marshall watched her quietly. "You can't remain with them forever." He knew that this world's Lysana had most likely died after falling from the cliff. By pretending to be her counterpart, Earthland's Lysana was deceiving them. Marshall couldn't entirely approve of what she was doing. I know." Lysana lowered her head. "But there's still Mirane and Elfman. I don't want to see them so heartbroken. I just want to spend a little more time with them before we leave." She offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Marshall. I know I'm being selfish." "It's fine." Marshall returned his attention to his research. You wouldn't be much help here anyway, so go enjoy yourself. Lysana angrily knocked him on the head, and stuck out her tongue behind his back. She didn't argue further. After all, he wasn't wrong. There really wasn't much she could contribute. Have you found a way for us to return yet? Of course. Marshall continued working without lifting his head. Since the people of this world don't possess magic power inside their bodies, their research into magic circles and magical technology has advanced far beyond Earthlands. I've already learned a great deal here. If we weren't in such a hurry to return, I might genuinely consider staying longer. As for why we were transported here in the first place. Haven't you read the newspapers? Marshall handed her one. The answer was published for everyone to see. The headline read, Royal Research Institute unveils revolutionary supersubspace magic, anima. Eternal magic power shall be summoned into our world. This is. The king of this country is extremely ambitious. Marshall's eyes narrowed. Because Idolos is running out of magic power, he decided to steal it from other worlds. And naturally, he chose Earthland as his target. A cold laugh escaped him. What a brilliant plan. Just wait until I return home. I'll find a way to make him regret ever looking in our direction. Lysana immediately felt a sense of impending disaster. Marshall. What exactly are you planning? He smiled innocently. I merely intend to send them a few local specialties from our world. Don't worry. I'm hardly a monster. I'm not going to throw a plague, a deadly virus, an army of demons, or a furious dragon into their world. I'm not that cruel, am I? No. You absolutely thought about doing all of those things. Lysana grabbed him by the shoulders. You definitely considered every single one. Calm down, Marshall. This world has a fairy tale too. Don't do anything stupid. Idolos was in danger. Chapter 87, 1612 words. Magic in Idolos had developed along a fascinating path. Because the mages of this world couldn't store magic power inside their bodies, and ether nano itself was desperately scarce, Idolos treated magic as a limited energy source, and had developed its own unique branch of magical technology. Every mage in this world was effectively a holder-type mage. They cast spells by adjusting the magic circles built into their equipment, which meant nearly all of them possessed an excellent grasp of magical theory. Pick almost any competent mage from Idolos, and they could probably graduate from Earthland's Magic Council Academy with honors. Unfortunately, because Idolos mages had no internal reserves of magic power, their adaptability in battle was much worse. To put it simply, they could only use whatever spells their equipment had been designed to cast. If they carried 5 kinds of magical tools, they had access to 5 kinds of magic. Nothing more. And if a mage in this world wanted to become stronger, they first needed to become wealthy. Improving one's body required purchasing magical equipment that enhanced physical ability. Increasing offensive power meant buying stronger magical weapons. Every movement in battle consumed the magic stored inside Lacrima. Without money, a mage could accomplish almost nothing. In other words, the mages of Idolos were highly trained, highly paid technical professionals. The members of Fairy Tale, the strongest mage guild in this world, might genuinely belong to the most intelligent group of people on the entire continent. Once Marshall understood that, he could only protest the sheer injustice of it all. A guild full of muscle-brained lunatics had somehow become an elite gathering of technical geniuses. It was absurd. Meanwhile, the person who should have been the smartest member of the guild had abandoned magical research to become the continent's most famous rapper. Marshall was shaking with righteous anger. Was there no justice left in this world? No law. No common sense. His counterpart possessed a mind capable of revolutionizing magical theory, yet he had apparently decided that the best use of his genius was insulting people at impossible speeds while making the audience cheer for him. Marshall refused to acknowledge such a fraudulent reality. Still unconvinced, he eventually listened to a few of his counterparts' tracks. The longer he listened, the stranger he felt. The aggressive delivery, the complicated rhymes, even the backing melodies all sounded disturbingly familiar. He could swear he had heard them somewhere before. Wait! Weren't these songs from his previous life? Marshall immediately sat upright. Could the other world's Marshall also be a transmigrator? Even he couldn't remember those songs well enough to reproduce them properly, yet this fellow had somehow restored them almost perfectly, not only the music, but the rapid-fire verses, internal rhymes, and insults aimed at people Marshall had never even heard of in this world. Somehow, the man had also found enough enemies to keep releasing diss tracks without ever running out of material. Marshall became confused. Then slightly alarmed. Still, the Marshall of this world wasn't actually him. That lunatic could declare war on the entire music industry if he pleased. Marshall only wanted to return to his faithful Earthland before someone mistook him for the rapper and demanded that he improvise 16 bars on the spot. After spending a week in Idolos, Marshall had already found the beginnings of a route home. Ultimately, he only needed to regain the ability to cast magic with his own body. If he could access the power stored within him, then when the kingdom next activated the super subspace spell known as Anima, Marshall could exploit the resulting spatial disturbance and teleport back to Earthland. The key question was how to make his body capable of releasing magic again. There was definitely nothing wrong with his body. The problem had to be this world. It was Idolas's fault that none of them could cast magic. In theory, this world still contained magic power. Humans might be unable to store it inside themselves, but surely some other living creatures could. Marshall investigated the matter and discovered that there really was such a race. The Exceeds. Cats born with magic power inside their bodies, naturally capable of using Era to grow wings and fly. They supposedly possessed the authority to decide whether humans lived or died, and were worshipped as divine beings known as angels. Good heavens! Such an awe-inspiring existence was basically Ruby. Marshall nearly flipped the table. He repeatedly checked the information, but the Exceeds of this world really were nearly identical to the cats back home. Since when had his cat been so incredible? Ruby could decide whether humans lived or died. That lazy freeloader could barely decide whether she wanted fish or chicken for dinner, without changing her mind 3 times. Did the people of this world have something seriously wrong with them? At least the discovery proved one important fact. Idolos did allow races with internal magic power to cast spells. If Marshall couldn't do the same, then he simply hadn't found the correct method yet. After another period of intense research, he arrived at a conclusion that nearly broke his composure. The reason he couldn't release his magic was because he had too much of it. The concentration of ether nano in Idolas's atmosphere was extremely low, creating a unique phenomenon that Marshall called the magic pressure effect. Ordinary air flowed from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. Magic power behaved differently. It possessed an unusual tendency to gather. Ambient magic naturally flowed from places with lower magical concentration toward places where it was denser. That was why powerful mages appeared to have a magical aura surrounding them. The sensation wasn't produced solely by magic leaking from their bodies. Ambient ether nano was also naturally drawn toward them. This might even explain why Idolas's magic power continued dwindling. Perhaps the magic of this world was being drawn somewhere else. Because the atmosphere contained almost no ether nano, the enormous difference in magic pressure crushed Marshall's power firmly inside his body and prevented him from releasing it. The Exceeds were probably unaffected because the amount of magic they possessed was so small. After identifying the cause, Marshall considered 2 possible solutions. The first was to revive his long-neglected knowledge of potion making and create a medicine capable of balancing the magical pressure. It would probably allow him to use magic freely for a limited period. The second option was slightly more direct. He could upgrade magic control LV3 to level 4. Greater control over his own power should allow him to overcome the pressure suppressing it. Since Marshall had raised spatial magic to level 4 naturally instead of spending inspiration, he still possessed a considerable reserve. His current total was over 400,000. As for the relevant skills, Light Magic LV3, 42.1%. Enchantment Magic LV3, 14.9%. Magic Control LV3, 53.7%. Marshall had originally planned to upgrade Light Magic next, followed by Enchantment Magic. He hadn't intended to spend inspiration on Magic Control at all. He had expected to raise it gradually through practice. But plans rarely survived contact with reality. It didn't matter. There were still plenty of people waiting for him in Earthland. Remaining in Edolos would even halt the growth of his magic power and constitution. This was hardly the time to be stingy with inspiration. System, dump in the points. NGH. HNNNGH. His precious inspiration transformed into warm streams of experience, and magic control successfully broke through to level 4. To Marshall's surprise, forcibly upgrading it caused no unusual sensation at all. There were no side effects. More importantly, the magic power inside him could finally move. Marshall now controlled his power as naturally as his own limbs, and the precision with which he could manipulate it had risen to an almost terrifying level. He could even distinguish between individual threads of magic power. Music had something known as absolute pitch. Marshall felt as though he had just developed absolute magical perception. For one horrifying moment, he wondered whether his Edolos counterpart would somehow turn that into another album. He quickly forced the thought out of his mind. He no longer even needed the system panel to calculate exactly how much power remained inside him. Magic power, 16, 762/30, 977. Damn it. He had sent half his magic power into the thought projection 2 weeks ago, and this was all he had recovered since then. Edolos really was starved for magic. Not that it mattered anymore. This world could do whatever it wanted. Marshall was done playing along. He excitedly went to find Lysana. Lysana. Come on. We're going home. Marshall, why you found a way back. Of course. Marshall proudly raised his chin. Have you forgotten who I am? Let's head to the royal capital, wait for them to activate anima, then use it to return home together. Lysana's expression, however, became strangely complicated. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't bring herself to speak. After struggling for a long while, she finally lowered her head. Marshall. Will you be able to return to this world again someday? Why are you asking that? Marshall gestured proudly at himself. Have you forgotten who you're dealing with? I am the great genius Marshall. I've already marked this world's coordinates. Once I fully understand Anima's subspace principles, coming back shouldn't be especially difficult. What's wrong? Really? Lysana's face brightened, but only for a moment. She hesitated again before finally gritting her teeth. Then. I want to remain here a little longer. Marshall, I can't just abandon this world's Mirene and Elfman. They won't be able to bear losing me again. What did you just say? Chapter 88, Chapter 88. 1,469 words. Marshall nearly felt smoke coming out of his ears. He had risked his life teleporting into this godforsaken world, and spent 2 exhausting weeks researching a way home. And what had all that been for? To bring Lysana back safely. Now this idiot was actually telling him that she didn't want to leave anymore. If they had been closer in age, Marshall would have slapped some sense into her. Lysana. This is not the time to be selfish. Yes, Mira and Elfman in this world have suffered terribly, but they're still not the family you grew up with. Have you forgotten that your real sister and brother are waiting for you at home? How can you say something like this after everything they've been through? Marshall drew a deep breath. Perhaps he had spoken too harshly. He knew Lysana was kind-hearted, so it wasn't surprising that she had made a decision like this. Even so, if someone had to play the villain, he would do it. Forget it. I'll tell them right now that you aren't this world's Lysana, and then you're coming home with me. No. Marshall, don't. Lysana grabbed him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Please. I know I'm being selfish, but I can't bear to watch them experience that pain all over again. And you said you could return to this world in the future, didn't you? Next time. I'll go home with you next time, all right. Just give me a little more time. I'll explain everything and handle it properly. Please, Marshall. His expression darkened. I promised Mira that I would bring you home. If you refuse, I'll knock you unconscious and carry you back myself. Marshall. Let go. This isn't negotiable. Marshall, I like you. Marshall jolted as though struck by lightning. His eyes went blank, and he slowly turned around with the expression of someone who had just seen a ghost. Lysana's face was redder than an apple. Her gaze darted away, too embarrassed to look at him. Because Idolos lacked ether nano, Marshall's telepathy magic no longer picked up thoughts passively. So he deliberately listened to Lysana's mind for a moment. Oh fucking hell. She meant it. How had this happened? When had Lysana started liking him? He had never heard her think anything like that before. Besides, Marshall had always preferred girls with an older sister aura. The younger sister type did very little for him. More importantly, what would happen if Mira found out? Would she kill him? Marshall's thoughts descended into chaos. Lysana forced herself to endure the humiliation of confessing to a boy 3 years younger than her. She cautiously raised her head, only to see Marshall staring back with an expression of disbelief and profound doubt about the meaning of life. She pouted and spoke in a quiet, dejected voice. Don't worry, Marshall. I gave up on those unrealistic feelings a long time ago. You don't need to feel troubled. I know you like Mirane, don't you? Whenever the two of us were together, you never once looked at me. But that's normal. Who wouldn't like Mirane? She's so wonderful. She's strong, capable at everything around the house, beautiful, and actually very gentle beneath her temper. Ever since we were little, she's protected me from everything. Lysana lowered her head. Compared with her, I've always felt like nothing more than an extra standing beside her. I was never noticeable. In our family, I wasn't the one anyone needed. You idiot. Do you even hear what you're saying? Marshall glared at her. Do you know what happened to Mira after you disappeared? I know. Lysana cried out, her voice nearly breaking. I've always known. Of course I know Mirane loves me. How could I not know that? Her outburst only made her look even more fragile. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm still the useless little sister who always needs Mirane to protect her. I don't want to be like that. Her hands tightened around the fabric of her clothes. But Marshall, do you know something? Mirane in this world is different. She isn't as strong or as fearless as my sister. She's gentler, more vulnerable, and more dependent on me. Do you understand? This world's Mirane needs me. And here, I can actually help her. That's why I want to stay for a while. I can't leave them like this. Even if it's only once, I want the chance to protect my sister too. So, Marshall, your real sister needs you too. Lysana wiped away her tears and forced a smile. But I'm still alive, aren't I? I'll write Mirane a letter and explain everything. She'll understand. And then I might have to trouble you to come back to Idolos and pick me up someday. She gave him a nervous, almost pleading smile. The amazing Marshall wouldn't reject such a tiny request from a girl who's been secretly in love with him all this time, would he? I know I'm asking too much, but you're... Marshall. There's nothing Marshall can't do, right? Heh. Do you seriously think a few flattering words will make me agree? Marshall expressionlessly pulled himself free and turned away. Stay in this world by yourself, then. I'm going home and tell Mira that you're still alive. You heartless little brat. Humph. Lysana reached after him, then slowly lowered her hand with a bittersweet smile. She knew that meant he had agreed. Marshall had always been soft-hearted. No one understood that better than she did. She had always known that Marshall was the one quietly taking care of all three Strauss siblings. Their family could never repay everything he had done for them. That was the only reason she had dared to make such an unreasonable request. Of course. Marshall probably hated her now. There would never be any chance for them after this. Perhaps that was for the best. Marshall was more suited to Mireille anyway. Lysana was only an unimportant little sister. Even without this incident, she probably would have found some excuse to leave the guild eventually. This is fine. It's better this way. Is it really? Marshall looked pretty angry just now. Who's there? Lysana, who had been secretly wiping away her tears, nearly jumped out of her skin. She spun around and saw the tall, blue-haired beauty of this world poking her head out from behind a corner. Wendy. Lysana's face went pale. Why are you here? Did you hear everything? Ahaha. Sorry. Wendy awkwardly scratched her cheek. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I already knew the two of you weren't from this world. The older Wendy cautiously tugged at Lysana's sleeve. I'm grateful that you're willing to stay for Mira and Elfman, but are you sure this is all right? You two were arguing pretty fiercely. Sorry you had to see that. Lysana lowered her head. I'll slowly tell this world's Mireille the truth. I'll still have to return to my own world eventually. I only want to spend a little more time with them. And I want the chance to protect my sister for once. Wendy sighed. What a mess. Still, I'll support you. If Marshall truly can return to this world, then it shouldn't become an impossible problem, right? Her eyes suddenly sparkled. By the way, is Marshall really that incredible? Could you tell me what the Marshall from your world is like? I'm incredibly curious. Haha, you asked exactly the right person. Lysana immediately brightened. No one understands Marshall better than I do. Let me tell you, ever since he was little. Through a certain miraculous coincidence, Lysana and the older Wendy became inseparable friends. They spent the entire night laughing, crying, and talking until they finally fell asleep beside each other. The following morning, Lysana froze when Marshall appeared in front of her. Marshall. Why are you still here? Didn't you go home? Marshall gave her a sidelong glance and huffed. If I really left, a certain idiot would probably cry herself to death. Lysana's heart warmed. Marshall, you aren't planning to wait until I'm ready and then return with me, are you? You can't do that. If you stay away too long, Mireille and the others will be terribly worried. Oh? Now you remember that people will worry about us. Marshall crossed his arms. Don't flatter yourself. I only stayed because I discovered that the kingdom activates anima once a month. We can't leave for another 2 weeks. And I'm definitely not waiting for you. So that's what happened. Lysana smiled brightly. Then I'll take care of Marshall for the next 2 weeks. You can order me around like your personal maid. Humph. Marshall turned his head away. Who needs that? Chapter 89, Chapter 89. 1651 words. By the way, why isn't your surname Hartfilia, Miss Lucy Ashley? Because I don't get along with my mother, obviously. I use my father's surname. Lucy glanced at him. What about you? What's the surname of my little brother from another world? It's Mathers. Marshall answered calmly. And I'm not actually your brother in my world. What? Then you tricked me into helping you for nothing. I've been scammed. Oh, my dear Lucy, how could you say that? Marshall placed a hand over his heart. Aren't we friends? Lisa watched Marshall laughing and chatting with Lucy, her expression dimming. An entire week had passed, yet Marshall hadn't spoken to her once. Even when she shamelessly tried to approach him, he ignored her and continued researching some incomprehensible magical problem. The two of them had become like strangers who happened to know each other. Lisa felt miserable. But she also understood that her selfish decision had placed Marshall in an impossible position. She had no right to demand anything more from him. He must have desperately wanted to bring her home and make Mira happy. What a selfish person I am. Fine. This is what I deserve. Just as Lisa sank deeper into self-pity, someone tapped her on the head. Come outside with me. It was Marshall. Lisanna's eyes immediately lit up, and she eagerly hurried after him. A moment later, she realized she was being far too obvious, and began pretending to admire the scenery instead. The two left the guild and stopped in a secluded area. Lisa tried her hardest to sound casual. Why did you call me out here? Is something wrong? I'm leaving soon. Marshall held out several objects. There are a few things I need to give you before I go. He handed her a pair of gloves, a pair of boots, a belt, and what appeared to be a phone. These are magical tools I threw together after studying Idola's magical technology. Most of them were made from leftover materials I had lying around. Marshall began introducing them one by one. The gloves and boots are designed to work together. The gloves can generate cat-like claws, while the boots enhance your movement and agility. As long as you keep them supplied with lacrima, you can use them for quite a while. Their energy consumption is extremely low. The belt is a defensive magical device. It can block one fatal attack carrying up to roughly 10,000 EDA of power. As for this phone, no, this magical communication terminal, this is the truly impressive one. Marshall proudly held it up. It combines nearly everything I've learned about crafting magical items. Pay attention to the signal icon on the screen. Whenever it receives a signal, it should be capable of communicating directly with Earthland. That means you'll be able to speak with Mira. When I get home, I'm going to start a company specifically to manufacture these things. I'll completely overturn the communication lacrima market. If everything goes well, I'll make a fortune. Ha ha ha, ow. What are you doing? Marshall hadn't even finished speaking when Lisa threw herself around him. Her slender body trembled against his. Marshall. Were you spending the past few days making all of these for me? Huh? What do you mean, for you? Marshall immediately looked away. I was merely worried that I wouldn't be able to explain this disaster to Mira. Besides, these were all made from obsolete materials I had already discarded. I only reused them because wasting perfectly good resources would have been foolish. Lisa burst into laughter through her tears. Marshall, thank you. Moi, moi, moi. I really do love you most, Marshall. I'm sorry. I promise I'll never make you angry again. Will you forgive me? Marshall felt a little guilty. He hadn't actually been that angry in the first place. Most of it had been an act meant to give Lisa the cold shoulder and teach her a lesson. Looking at her now, however, had he taken it a little too far. What do I do? I wasn't trying to raise Lisanna's affection. One white-haired is enough when I already have Mira. Lisa, stop looking at me like that. Mira is going to kill me. All right, all right. Stop crying. Marshall awkwardly patted her back. I'm not angry anymore. And these things aren't free gifts. Since you've decided to stay in Idolos for a while, you might as well do some work for me. Consider this equipment your payment. So stop getting emotional over nothing. What do you need me to do? Lysana immediately released him and stood at attention. Leave it to me. I promise I'll complete the mission. First, let go of me and take out the magical communication terminal. Marshall took the phone-like device and began explaining its functions. You've seen the communication lacrima inside the guild, right? They allow people to speak over long distances. This works on a similar principle. Normally, communicating across different worlds is extremely difficult. Since you'll be staying in Idolos, information can only pass between us whenever anima creates a connection. Real-time communication is only its most basic function. I've permanently installed several useful spells inside the terminal. First, there are the photography and recording functions. Marshall raised the device and pointed it at Lysana. Come on. Tell Mira and Elfman everything you want them to know. Explain what happened, apologize, and clearly describe your situation. When I return, I'll show them this recording and let them see exactly how determined you are not to come home. They deserve to know what an ungrateful little sister you are. Hey! Marshall, why do you have to phrase it like that? Lysana puffed up her cheeks. I'm not ungrateful. Just a reminder, the recording has already started. Wait. Lysana hurriedly straightened her clothes and touched her hair. Do I look all right on camera? It took Lysana more than half an hour of stumbling, restarting, and reorganizing her thoughts before she finally finished explaining everything. Marshall nodded in satisfaction at the meaningful recording. He immediately saved a copy to his own terminal for permanent storage. This was valuable blackmail material. Next is the actual assignment I'm leaving you. You'd better sit down and listen carefully. I'm ready. The magical system of Idolos is extremely unusual. Even people in Earthland could learn a great deal from it. Unfortunately, there's far too much knowledge here for me to record everything during such a short visit. That's why I'm entrusting the task to you. Marshall pointed toward the terminal in Lysana's hands. Use photographs, video recordings, or written notes to document everything useful you encounter, then transmit it to me. Any kind of knowledge is acceptable. Magical technology, magic circles, crafting methods, even novels and other literature from this world. Record all of it and send it back in large batches. You don't need to worry about running out of magic power. Marshall pointed toward a large lacrima nearby. That crystal was formed from the magic power inside my thought projection. I'm leaving the whole thing with you. It should contain enough energy to operate your equipment for an entire year. If it still isn't enough, I'll find a way to send more later. Any questions? No. Lysana hesitated. But Marshall, why does this feel as though we're doing something bad? Nonsense. Marshall looked deeply offended. This is clearly a wonderful deed. Think about it. Earthland will gain countless valuable advances in magical technology, while our people will receive an entire world's worth of moving literary works to enjoy. And I might make an enormous amount of money from all this information. He spread his hands. Which part of that sounds bad? Oh. I see. Lysana nodded uncertainly. As long as it isn't something bad. Exactly. Marshall gave her a serious look. Remember, you are only responsible for Stee. He coughed. You are only responsible for recording and transmitting the information. Leave every other issue to me. Understood. Yes. I guarantee the mission will be completed. After successfully tricking Lysana into becoming his unpaid field operative, Marshall remained in Idolos for several more days. Once he had explained everything and completed his preparations, He formally said goodbye to her and traveled alone toward the royal capital. Super Archive contained a few scattered records about Idolos, but it couldn't provide him with detailed geographical information from another world. As a result, Marshall still had to perform several shorter teleports during the journey. He replenished the magic power consumed by absorbing lacrima. As for where those lacrima came from, it was better not to ask. After entering the royal capital, Marshall secretly gathered information and discovered that although Idolos suffered from an extreme shortage of magic power, the royal army still possessed a considerable stockpile of lacrima. They were even willing to burn through enormous quantities of it to maintain the palace's magical security barriers. Unfortunately for them, those barriers were useless. Marshall's level for spatial magic allowed him to seize complete control over the space surrounding the palace. None of the magical detection arrays could react to him. He casually strolled into the royal palace. Then he casually copied the complete spell model for anima. Afterward, he casually walked straight back out. He even had enough free time to greet a woman who appeared to be this world's Urza. Now that Marshall could freely cast magic again, there was almost nowhere in Idolos that a spatial mage of his level couldn't enter. 2 days later, the kingdom officially activated its next small-scale anima test. Marshall followed the spatial currents until he located the subspace convergence point. Inside the distorted spatial field, he easily found the energy transfer coordinates leading back to Earthland. Then, with a single teleportation spell, Marshall ended his month-long journey through another world. At last, he returned to his faithful Earthland. Chapter 90, Chapter 90. 1,503 words. Throughout the entire month of July, a dark cloud hung over Fairy Tale. The usual fights and noisy arguments still broke out from time to time, but they died down almost as quickly as they began. The amount of alcohol being consumed soared, everyone left for jobs in a hurry, and the atmosphere throughout the guild remained oppressively gloomy. The reason was simple. The girls in the guild hadn't smiled properly in a long time. And the reason they had lost their smiles was equally obvious. The little brat who normally drifted cheerfully around the guild every day was gone. When Mira returned with Elfman and explained what had happened to Makarov, the guild immediately descended into chaos. Once, even the guild master admitted that he couldn't locate Marshall and officially declared him missing. Then, Kana exploded. She beat Mira viciously. It wasn't a fight since Mira never struck back even once. If Urza hadn't returned in time to pull them apart, the situation would have ended far worse. From that day onward, the entire guild changed. Kana never spoke another word to Mira. She began drinking constantly, emptying entire barrels at a time. Whenever she felt herself getting close to passing out, she would stumble over to Marshall's home and continue drinking there, spending nearly every night unconscious in his bedroom. Urza became quiet and withdrawn. Every day, she was either away completing a job or preparing to leave for another one. She refused to let herself stop for even a moment. Juvia stopped coming to the guild altogether, but rain fell over the girls' dormitory every single day without pause. Levi still hid in her usual corner with a book, though she often held it upside down without noticing. Mira changed the most. She stopped wearing the rebellious outfits she had once loved. She no longer tied up her hair, instead allowing it to hang loose and unkempt around her pale face. She completed several jobs, but her attacks became so ruthless that she regularly lost all sense of restraint. The cold expression she wore while handing in each completed request was enough to frighten the clients into tears. Her title, the Demon, was in serious danger of becoming the Devil. Whenever she wasn't away on a job, Mira changed into a server's uniform and took over Kanana's work. Unfortunately, her ghostly complexion and chillingly indifferent service frightened away almost as many customers as she served. It wasn't only the girls closest to Marshall who were suffering. Everyone in the guild felt his absence. Even Laxus's temper had mellowed considerably. Elfman challenged Natsu and Gray to fights every day. No matter how badly they beat him, he would shout, "A real man never gives up," before dragging himself back to his feet and continuing. Realman had practically become his new catchphrase. Natsu and Gray, meanwhile, had lost their enthusiasm for fighting anyone else. Elfman exhausted them so thoroughly that they barely had the strength to move once they returned to the guild. Although Loki repeatedly assured everyone that Marshall was almost certainly still alive, no one could bring themselves to feel relieved. The once cheerful guild had become miserable and lifeless. Even Mikao and Wakaba, the guild's two shameless drinking companions, found that their alcohol no longer tasted the same. That rotten brat had better come back soon, Mikao muttered. At this rate, the whole damn guild is going to fall apart. Don't say that. Even Master hasn't properly smiled in ages. Wakaba sighed. Now that I think about it, Marshall might have had a strange personality, a poisonous mouth, an annoyingly clever brain, and an unfairly handsome face, but he really was a good kid. I actually miss him, damn it. I didn't hear any sadness in that. Only jealousy. In another corner of the guild, little Wendy lay across a table with Ruby and Carla gathered in her arms. Ruby, Carla. Marshall NII isn't here, and the guild suddenly feels so quiet. Boss will come back soon, Naya. Ruby believes in Boss, Naya. Carla opened her mouth, then closed it again. When she learned that Marshall seemed to have been transported into another world, she immediately suspected that he had gone to Idolos. If her instincts were correct, then Marshall might never return. After all, he was also a dragon slayer. Carla had always known that she came from Idolos. She had arrived in Earthland carrying a supposed mission to eliminate the dragon slayers. Once she joined Fairy Tail and discovered that two other dragon slayers also had cats at their sides, she became even more convinced that her mission was real. She had never intended to complete it. Carla planned to spend the rest of her life peacefully beside Wendy, pretending that she was simply too weak to accomplish anything. But if a dragon slayer had been sent directly into Idolos, there might be nothing she could do. Marshall would probably be captured and drained of his magic power. He was incredibly strong, but magic couldn't be used normally in Idolos. He might not even have been able to resist. Should she tell Wendy? But what good would that accomplish? And how could Carla explain how she knew all of this? What if Wendy discovered that Carla had originally remained beside her because of a mission to kill dragon slayers? Would Wendy still accept her? Carla sank deeper into indecision. At that very moment, high above Fairy Tail, someone hovered in the freezing wind with cold sweat running down his back. Marshall had already returned to Earthland some time ago. Unfortunately, he was now suffering from a sudden case of fear upon reaching home, and didn't quite dare enter the guild. Fortunately, he had possessed enough foresight to observe the building first with light telescope magic. He had even used past image magic to investigate what had happened during his month-long absence. That was how he discovered the terrifying pressure radiating from inside the guild. Marshall was genuinely frightened. Had his disappearance for only 1 month really affected everyone this badly? Had he carelessly raised the girls' affection for him far too high? Marshall was seriously worried that if he suddenly appeared in the guild hall, the excited girls would crush him into a tiny pancake. Right. One at a time would be safer. After using telepathy magic to quietly inform Makarov that he had returned safely, Marshall decided to find Mira first and explain everything. At that moment, Mira was alone in the kitchen, mechanically organizing the utensils. Housework had long since become second nature to her, allowing her to complete everything without thinking. Her eyes remained distant, as though her mind were somewhere far away. The instant Marshall appeared behind her, however, Mira sensed the familiar magic power. She turned around. The dull grayness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a brilliant light that seemed to bring her entire body back to life. Shoo! Marshall covered her mouth before she could shout and anxiously shrank back. Mira, don't yell. Please don't yell. No one else knows I'm back yet, and I don't want to cause too much commotion. You know I can't handle enormous scenes like that. MMPH. Mira threw both arms around him and pulled him against her with so much force that it felt as though she wanted to fuse him into her body. Feeling the flood of emotion she had suppressed for an entire month, Marshall sighed helplessly. Just as I expected. In the next moment, he teleported both of them to his castle. Go ahead and cry. No one else is here. Marshall. Marshall. Mira finally broke down. What? You finally came back. I'm sorry. I thought you. Her voice dissolved into sobs. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Honestly, what are you apologizing for? Marshall patted her back. You didn't do anything wrong. He realized that Mira had hugged him so tightly that both of his feet were dangling above the floor. He still wasn't tall enough. All right, stop crying. Marshall softened his voice. Mira. Come on, be good. Don't cry. I'm standing right here, aren't I? I told you I'd return soon. Why did you worry yourself sick? See? When it comes down to it, you still don't trust me. I do trust you. Mira became so emotional that a tiny bubble appeared beneath her nose. The moment she noticed it, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she immediately released him. The interruption finally snapped Mira out of the daze she had lived in for the past several days. She suddenly remembered that she still had a younger sister. Marshall. Where's Lisa-Anna? Her expression changed sharply. Weren't the two of you together? That's difficult to explain quickly. Marshall had no intention of dragging out the suspense. You should watch this first. He took out the magical communication terminal and began playing Lisa-Anna's humiliating confession video. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 91, Chapter 91. 1,746 words. So, to summarize, Lisa-Anna was accidentally caught in a super subspace spell and transported to a parallel world. That world also has its own fairy tale, its own Mira and Elfman, and their Lisa-Anna fell from a cliff around the same time. After understanding Lisa-Anna's explanation, Myra's first reaction was to seize Marshall's hand. Marshall, could the Lisa-Anna from that world have been caught in some other accident too? Maybe she only went missing. Marshall sighed. I considered that possibility. Once my magic recovered, I teleported to the bottom of the cliff and searched the entire area, but the drop was extremely high, and there wasn't even a river below. So. He didn't finish the sentence. The light in Myra's eyes dimmed slightly. She watched her little sister apologizing on the recording and sighed helplessly. This really is exactly the kind of thing Lisa-Anna would do. She's always been far too kind. The other me must have suffered terribly. If this is truly what Lisa-Anna has decided, then I'll support her. She hesitated. It may mean troubling you again later, Marshall. It's fine. It won't be especially difficult. Marshall shook his head. I left a coordinate mark in that world. Once I fully understand their technology, I should be able to activate Anima in reverse and travel back to Edolos. I promised Lisa-Anna I would bring her home eventually, so I will. Myra's gaze softened until it practically melted. She hugged Marshall tightly once again. Thank you, Marshall. Really? Thank you. If you hadn't been there, I don't know what I would have done. Her unusually gentle behavior left Marshall feeling slightly awkward. He wasn't accustomed to such a docile Mira. Where had his proud little tsundere gone? Ahem. There's no need for us to talk like strangers. He looked her over suspiciously. Still, Mira. You seem different somehow. Is it because of your hair? No. This is the real me. Mira released him and gave him a soft smile. During the past month, I thought about many things and finally understood myself. Marshall, I've grown up. True strength isn't something you can create by pretending to be fierce, so I don't need that useless shell anymore. Marshall could have sworn he saw a faint red light flash through her eyes. Her expression was warm and gentle, yet her words carried a sharp, dangerous edge. I'll become stronger through my own efforts. Strong enough to protect everyone important to me. And more importantly, I don't want to remain helpless while Marshall protects me anymore. She giggled softly. I'm supposed to be the big sister, remember? Marshall had several things he wanted to say, but none of them came out. As expected of siblings, Mira and Lysana's thoughts were almost identical. No wonder Lysana had become so stubborn. Mira was hardly any better. Honestly, is being protected by someone really that humiliating? Marshall couldn't understand them at all. My dream is to live comfortably off a capable older woman, let my big sister protect me, and spend every day lying around doing absolutely nothing. Really? Myra's smile became even sweeter. Then how about Mirane protects Marshall from now on? Sure. Whatever makes you happy. Now that Mira knew both Marshall and Lysana were safe, the weight that had crushed her for the past month finally lifted. Her mood visibly brightened. She continued cuddling Marshall for a while, replenishing all the Marshall energy she had been deprived of, before reluctantly releasing him. Then she suddenly remembered something and sighed. Even if I understand Lysana's decision, it still hurts to think that she won't be by my side. That stupid girl. Couldn't she have come home once before leaving again? Hey. What kind of tone is that? This was another world, not a holiday destination. Crossing between worlds wasn't supposed to be as easy as taking a train. Marshall muttered under his breath. He might have made interdimensional travel look easy, but if his spatial magic hadn't reached level 4, he probably never would have returned. Almost anyone else transported to Idolos would have been trapped there for the rest of their life. He was beginning to suspect that the Strauss sisters saw him as some kind of interdimensional pack animal. Since Marshall loved stirring up trouble, he decided to make Myra's life slightly more complicated. You're right. He nodded thoughtfully. Come to think of it, I think Lysana has entered her rebellious phase. She has more schemes in that little head than you'd expect. She may have used this incident as an excuse to stay in Idolos because she was already looking for an opportunity to leave the guild someday. Ha! She said she doesn't want to spend her entire life living in her sister's shadow. Marshall continued cheerfully. Just like what you said earlier, she wants to become independent and strong without relying on anyone else. Ha! Oh, and Lysana also said she likes me. She may be young but she's surprisingly, Marshall suddenly stopped. Cold sweat poured down his back. Damn it. That was probably something he shouldn't have revealed. His mouth had moved faster than his brain. Wah. As expected, Mira immediately understood. Her hair practically stood on end as she released several sharp breaths. Ha. Well, Lysana has reached that age, hasn't she? He. My little sister really has grown up. After several heavy breaths, Mira quickly regained her composure. She even smiled gently. But Marshall could sense a storm raging beneath that pleasant expression. He swallowed. Time for emergency damage control. Oh, of course, Lysana doesn't truly understand what love means. She's still young. How could she possibly know anything about romance? If I were going to like someone, naturally I'd choose Mirane. Sorry, Lysana. You aren't in this world right now, so please carry this blame for me. Once I grow older, I'll find some way to take it back. Marshall's survival instincts effortlessly pushed Lysana forward as a human shield. He might have hesitated if it were another girl, but Lysana was different. He didn't have any romantic feelings toward her yet. If someone forced him to choose between Mira and Lysana right now, there wouldn't even be a moment of hesitation. Lysana. She was merely his friend's little sister. That's right, this obviously isn't Marshall's fault. Mira affectionately stroked his hair. Certain little girls have simply been spoiled too much and lost sight of their proper place. They may require some serious correction. Her smile remained perfectly gentle, yet every word sounded as though it were being ground out between clenched teeth. Don't worry. Mirane will protect Marshall. I absolutely won't allow any wicked woman to corrupt you. Wicked woman. That's your little sister, Lisa. I don't have a sister. Question mark. I mean, I don't have a shameless sister who would reveal improper intentions toward a little boy. Myra's expression darkened. It seems there have been serious flaws in my education. I'll have to teach her a very thorough. She stopped halfway through her sentence. Then her face twisted in frustration. TCH. I just realized that Lisa escaped into another world. And that world barely has any magic. I can't even discipline her. Is that why she refused to come home? That rotten little sister truly deserves a beating. Mira complained bitterly for some time before suddenly turning to Marshall for assistance. Marshall, do you have any way for me to punish Lisa across worlds? Ahaha. The best you can probably do is yell at her through the communication terminal. I understand the feeling. You want to crawl through the network and beat someone on the other side, but something like that. Marshall abruptly stopped. Wait. Maybe there actually is a way. He rubbed his chin. In a world without usable magic, achieving such a thing should have been impossible. But this was a magical world. The magical communication terminal was fundamentally an application of telepathy magic, or rather information magic. It compressed information, packaged it, transmitted it, and then decompressed it at the destination. Marshall had combined those principles with the properties of Super Archive to create a new generation of magical communication devices. The medium used to transmit information wasn't actually magic power. Magic itself couldn't travel that quickly. Instead, the terminal relied on some form of light wave. Otherwise, it couldn't have functioned in Eidos, where ambient ether nano was almost non-existent. In a certain sense, information magic was remarkably scientific. It wouldn't even be inaccurate to describe it as electromagnetic wave magic. Following that logic, could Marshall's talent for light magic have originated from the information magic he awakened at birth? Had he been studying the relationship backward all this time? Inspiration began surging through his mind. At that moment, countless possibilities opened before him. Even the magic circles required to activate spells were ultimately a type of information. In that case, could he transmit an entire magic circle through the communication terminal? He could create a kind of magical virus and send it to another device. The moment someone opened the message, it would automatically draw upon the recipient's magic power, activate the embedded spell, and achieve the glorious feat of beating someone through the network. Marshall inhaled sharply. Could it be? Am I truly a genius? If information magic combined with light magic could become electromagnetic magic, then the possibilities were almost endless. Radio waves, microwaves, infrared light, ultraviolet light, and even gamma rays. What had he been overlooking all this time? If everyone in the world eventually possessed a magical communication terminal, wouldn't Marshall be able to? There was still the major problem that Eidos contained very little ambient magic. Most spells needed to combine the caster's power with ether nano in the atmosphere before being released. Wait. Electromagnetic waves wouldn't necessarily be restricted by the amount of magic in the environment. Electromagnetic magic might be capable of inflicting both magical and physical damage simultaneously. Wouldn't that make it nearly perfect? Marshall? Mira cautiously waved a hand in front of him. Are you all right? She hadn't expected him to enter that feverish research state in the middle of their conversation. Marshall truly did love magic. Great. He suddenly threw both arms into the air. This is fantastic. I'm so excited I can barely contain myself. Mira, just wait. Once I finish researching this, you'll be able to electrocute Lysana from another world. Mira stared at him. Question mark. Marshall had achieved enlightenment once again. Chapter 92, Chapter 92. 1,447 words. Although Marshall had fallen into another burst of inspiration, he hadn't forgotten everything else he needed to handle. After saying goodbye to Mira, he visited Kana, Levi, and Urza one at a time. When he went to see Levi, the ever-alert Juvia discovered him as well. Several sets of clothes ended up soaked in the process, but at least he managed to calm all the girls down. Only then did Marshall openly return to the guild hall, and give the rest of those idiots an enormous surprise. After the cheering, crying, and chaotic celebration finally died down, everyone naturally wanted to know where Lysana was. Marshall didn't bother explaining it all himself. He simply pulled out his magical terminal, and projected the recording onto a large screen. If Lysana ever learned that Marshall had publicly shown the entire guild the video she had recorded for Mira and Elfman, she would probably try to murder him. After all, it included several deeply embarrassing moments of her crying, apologizing, and acting spoiled. But Lysana wasn't here, so no one could stop him. Marshall was even considering turning some of her expressions into reaction images he could use whenever she returned. Surely the kind-hearted Lysana wouldn't hold a grudge over something so minor. The news of another world left everyone equally stunned. What? There's another fairy tale in a parallel world. A world running out of magic power, and their king wants to steal ours. This is a serious threat. Master, shouldn't we report this to the Magic Council? Once everyone had discussed the matter at length, Marshall prepared to announce his own Idolos counterattack plan. Before he could begin, everyone in the guild suddenly started yawning. One after another, their eyes rolled shut and they collapsed to the floor. A sleep spell. Marshall's mind blurred for only an instant before he immediately broke free of the magic. When his senses cleared, he discovered that only he, Laxus, and Makarov remained conscious. Even Urza had fallen asleep. What an intricate magical array. If Marshall hadn't possessed an enormous reserve of magic power and level for magic control, allowing him to detect the spell's activation, even he might have been caught. His expression turned solemn. Master, is this an enemy? Calm down, Marshall. He isn't an enemy. Makarov looked toward the guild entrance. He's a new companion who joined while you were away. Come inside, Mistigan. Marshall turned. A mysterious figure stood in the doorway, completely wrapped in robes. Bandages covered his hands and feet, leaving only his eyes visible, and 5 large magic staves were strapped across his back. Marshall's gaze sharpened. He couldn't sense even the slightest trace of magic power from the Mun. Unless Mistigan's strength vastly surpassed his own, and he was deliberately concealing everything, then. My apologies for greeting you this way. Mistigan's voice was calm and restrained. I prefer to leave as few traces of my presence in this world as possible. I had little choice but to put the others to sleep. Please forgive me. Oh? Laxus folded his arms. Mistigan, I thought you were just too shy to speak. So you can hold a conversation after all. What, did you refuse to talk before because you looked down on me? My apologies. That was never my intention. Laxus truly possessed an unmatched talent for provoking people. Mistigan had barely spoken, yet Laxus had already started picking a fight. Marshall wasn't particularly pleased with him either. The Mun had entered without warning and cast a spell on every member of the guild. What if he had been stronger and decided to do something far worse? Marshall's eyes deepened. He surveyed the guild hall and snapped his fingers. Every unconscious guild member vanished, transferred into a separate spatial dimension. The other 3 stared at him in surprise. There. Marshall smiled faintly. Now we can talk without anyone overhearing us. Laxus gave an exaggerated grin. Not bad, Marshall. Your spatial magic has improved. I suppose I can finally acknowledge you as one of my companions. Are you an idiot? Marshall gave him a flat look. You're already an adult, Laxus. Aren't you embarrassed to say something that childish? Ha! You rotten little brat. Makarov chuckled silently before raising a hand to stop them. That's enough. He turned toward Mistigan. You came here because you have something important to tell us, didn't you? Although you've always avoided revealing your past to the guild. I suspect this concerns that other world, Edolas. Am I correct? Marshall unintentionally caught the name that crossed Makarov's thoughts. Poorly Yusika. He paused. That's right. Poorly Yusika's body contained no magic power either. Could she also be? That is correct. Mistigan lowered his head. I originally intended to keep this secret from everyone. But since Marshall has already visited that world, there is no longer any reason to hide the truth. Mistigan removed his hood and unwrapped the cloth covering his face. A face Marshall knew extremely well appeared beneath it. Seagrain. The person you met was probably this world's version of me. Mistigan looked slightly uncomfortable. My true name is Jalal. Wait, you're that Jalal? Marshall was shocked twice in quick succession. His reaction startled even Mistigan. You know my counterpart in this world too. I'm certain that I do. Marshall stared at him carefully. But what about Urza and Wendy? Do you recognize them? I know the Urza from my world. Mistigan paused. And I know Wendy from this one. He lowered his gaze. Speaking of Wendy, I owe you my gratitude. When I first arrived in this world years ago, I found her lost in a forest. I was the one who entrusted her to Guildarts. I always felt guilty about leaving her behind. I never expected to find her again in this guild. Mistigan drew a deep breath and spoke with solemn conviction. I come from Edolas. More specifically, I am the prince of the kingdom that has been using the super subspace spell Anima to steal magic power from this world. I came to Earthland for the sole purpose of stopping Anima. Mistigan concealed nothing further. He explained his origin and everything he had done over the years. All this time, I have traveled from place to place, searching for every trace of Anima. Whenever I discovered one, I secretly disrupted the spell before it could fully activate. My goal was partly to protect Earthland from being harmed. But I also hoped that if the Magic Council eventually discovered what my kingdom was doing, it would create a powerful enemy capable of forcing my father to stop. Mistigan turned toward everyone and bowed deeply. 1 month ago, I failed to prevent the activation of a small Anima. That failure caused Lisanna of your guild to be dragged into Edolas. I bear significant responsibility for what happened, and I am truly sorry. He remained bowed. However, I have one deeply selfish request. Could you please refrain from reporting the truth about Edolas to the Magic Council? I have always opposed my father's policies. Edolas is a world starved of magic power. It cannot possibly defeat Earthland, where magic is abundant and powerful mages are everywhere. My father's plan will only lead our kingdom, and perhaps our entire world, to destruction. Mistigan raised his head. I want to resolve this conflict through my own efforts before the two worlds are driven into war. I am willing to pay any price necessary. Please give me one chance. Laxus scoffed disdainfully. Boring. What your kingdom is doing is nothing more than theft. And that pathetic country is supposed to be the strongest nation in your world. He cracked his knuckles. Your father's plan was doomed from the beginning. Does he really think the mages of Earthland will simply stand around and let him steal our power? Laxus didn't believe some super subspace spell could instantly drain enormous amounts of life and magic from the land. If he ever encountered such a spell, he would simply smash it apart with one punch. Makarov's brows knitted tightly. As one of the 10 wizard saints, He was obligated to report any threat capable of endangering the continent. But Mistigan was also a member of Fairy Tale. For the moment, Makarov couldn't think of a solution that protected both worlds without betraying one of his children. Marshall, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes and quietly listened to Mistigan's thoughts. Mistigan hadn't lied. His experiences also answered several of Marshall's lingering questions. But if everything Mistigan had revealed represented the full extent of his preparations, then there was no chance Marshall would support such a naive plan. Therefore, Marshall's answer was, "I agree." Chapter 93, Chapter 93. 1,704 words. Marshall continued delivering his righteous speech with complete conviction. Although Anima has only abducted one innocent girl so far because of Mistigan's interference, and hasn't yet caused widespread damage, that doesn't mean everyone in our world should be forced to live beneath this threat simply because you're trying to contain it alone. We don't even have the right to know what's happening. What happens if your strength proves insufficient one day and Anima activates successfully, causing irreversible losses? Will a casual "I did everything I could" somehow compensate the innocent people of this world for everything they suffer? Mistigan, I believe your intentions are probably good, but that doesn't change the fact that your world is invading ours. This is war. You can't treat it like a private family dispute, and insist on solving everything behind closed doors. So I refuse your request. Mistigan was left speechless. He had no way to refute Marshall because everything the boy said was true. If Mistigan hadn't spent years concealing every trace of Anima, the Magic Council might have discovered Idolos long ago. War between the two worlds might already have begun. He had even prepared himself for that eventuality. Over the years, Mistigan had secretly continued developing X-Balls, medicine that would allow people from Earthland to use magic normally within Idolos. If the situation ever became truly hopeless, he intended to join Earthland's side and overthrow his father himself. But if war actually broke out, Idolos had no possibility of victory. Earthland possessed far too many powerful mages, while the people of Idolos were naturally incapable of storing magic power inside their bodies. The difference was simply too great. Idolos might gain an initial advantage because of the unusual conditions within their world, but if even Mistigan could develop a medicine that allowed Earthland mages to cast spells there, then others would inevitably accomplish the same thing. Idolos would lose in the end. Faced with such a hopeless future, what was he supposed to do? Mistigan's thoughts fell into turmoil. Laxus had already returned to sitting in the corner and listening to music. He found the entire issue rather dull. A nation capable of doing nothing except stealing from another world wasn't worth his attention. Makarov, meanwhile, was silently nodding in approval. As expected of the guild's only properly educated magical scholar. Marshall's speech was beautifully delivered, rational, compelling, and morally sound. Such awareness. Such perspective. Even Makarov couldn't have said it better. Master. Hurry up and say something supportive. You play the good cop and I'll play the bad cop. First, we earn Mistigan's complete trust. Then we convince him to help us deal with Idolos. I guarantee the guild will make an absolute fortune from this. Makarov's pupils contracted. So the rotten brat had been plotting something this entire time. Marshall, what exactly are you planning? Wouldn't it be better simply to follow the argument you just made? The Magic Council genuinely has reason to know about this. And there's no need to manipulate Mistigan. He's one of our guild mates. Forget the council. Did you lose every bit of cunning you had when you planted a spy inside it? How can we entrust something involving this much profit to those useless parasites? If they learn about Idolos, war will become practically inevitable. That's an entire world's worth of resources. Do you honestly believe no one would be tempted? Parasites may be going a little far. Speaking of the council, Marshall, you returned before I had the chance to tell you. They sent an invitation to you as the Academy's top graduate. If you agree to join, they claim you could become a counselor within a year. I'm not joining. Reject it for me. What future could I possibly have working beside those parasites? It's a bloated organization that can't even properly manage the power already in its hands. Anyone else is welcome to join. Master, stop worrying about the council and help me finish this performance. Wait. Marshal, why are we doing all this in the first place? If you also believe informing the council would be dangerous, then we can simply help Mystigan. We're members of the same guild. We shouldn't deceive one another. Deceive him. This is a benevolent lie. What we need Mystigan to do amounts to betraying his own world. Even if justice is technically on our side, forcing him to agree under pressure would only make it harder for him to accept emotionally. I'm doing this for his own good. Pressure? Betraying his world. Marshal, what exactly are you planning to make him do? Fairy Tale does not blackmail its own members. Don't stray down a dangerous path. Oldman, why do you ask so many questions? Just answer this. Once we finish, the guild could earn more money than it normally makes in 100 years. Are you helping or not? What? Is that really true? Just follow my lead and you won't regret it. Makarov's expression shifted repeatedly. In the end, he chose to trust Marshall. The brat was usually reliable when it truly mattered. Besides, enough money to support the guild for 100 years. When Marshall had previously claimed he wanted to earn a little money, he had built an entire Naruto theme park. That one project had permanently freed Fairy Tale from its financial deficit. If Marshall was now talking about making a fortune, how much money could that possibly mean? Even Makarov, who normally considered wealth a mere worldly possession, couldn't help feeling tempted. Well, Marshall, perhaps that isn't the only way to look at the matter. Makarov stroked his beard. If too many people learned about Edo loss, it might actually make the situation worse. There are many greedy people in this world. Once they discovered another world existed, Edo loss might never know peace again. Mystigan's eyes brightened with emotion. Thank goodness his guild master was a righteous and compassionate man. Ha! Master, even if we do nothing, do you think Edolos will remain hidden forever? Marshall glared at him as though disappointed by his naivety. The moment anima succeeds on a large scale, everyone in Earthland will learn that people from another world have been stealing our magic behind our backs. When that happens, Edolos will face the wrath of our entire world. I won't allow that to happen. Mystigan clenched his teeth. I will destroy every anima and stop the king's plan. I'm prepared to sacrifice anything necessary. Please believe me. TCH. Those are pretty words. Laxus, still listening to music with one leg crossed over the other, unknowingly offered Marshall perfect assistance. But would you still be willing if stopping the war meant betraying your own world? I would. Mystigan answered without hesitation. I resolved long ago to sacrifice everything if that was what it took to prevent war. Now. There's no need to speak of sacrifice. Makarov quickly stepped in. The situation hasn't become completely hopeless yet. I'm certain we can find a solution that protects both worlds. He turned toward Marshall. For now, why don't we refrain from reporting this to the council? What do you think? Master, mercy toward an enemy is cruelty toward your own people. Marshall first acted furious at Makarov's softness. Then, after being persuaded by the guild master, he finally sighed and reluctantly compromised. Fine. Since Master has chosen to trust you, I'll trust his judgment. We'll help you solve the anima problem. But you must agree to stand completely on our side when dealing with the Edolos government. I agree. You must provide every piece of information you possess about Edolos, without payment and without falsifying anything. No problem. You must become an employee of the new company I'm creating. Marshall raised a finger. You'll serve as chief technician and help manufacture magical devices intended to prevent this war. Mystigan paused. Wait. What does that have to do with anything? It's a business transaction. Marshall smiled innocently. I help you stop anima, and you help me manufacture magical equipment that will prevent the war. That's perfectly fair, isn't it? And no, wait. Mistigan stared at him. Did you say you can help me stop anima? Marshall nodded. Something that has been difficult and exhausting for you isn't nearly as troublesome for me. Because I possess this magic, super archive. He tapped the air several times. A gigantic projection of the planet appeared above them. Marshall pointed at the glowing globe. Super Archive can detect any location where unusual spatial activity resembling anima appears. And my teleportation magic can send someone to almost any point on this planet. Whenever anima begins forming, I can teleport you directly to the location. Then you simply destroy it as usual. Mistigan stared at the globe in amazement. That's incredible. He also knew teleportation magic and had traveled across countless regions over the years, leaving magical coordinates behind wherever he went. Even so, he couldn't teleport freely to absolutely any location. He had never expected Fairy Tail to possess a spatial mage this accomplished. Wait. If Marshall's spatial magic was that powerful, then he must have known from the beginning that helping Mistigan stop anima would be easy. So why had he made that harsh speech earlier? Could it be? No. Mistigan immediately rejected the thought. Stopping anima had always been his responsibility. No one else was obligated to help him. He should already be grateful that Marshall was willing to assist at all. He absolutely couldn't repay that kindness by suspecting him without evidence. Mistigan nodded firmly. With your magic supporting me, I'm far more confident that I can complete my mission. I accept all your conditions. Marshall nodded with equal satisfaction. A prince who was highly skilled in magical arrays and magical item production was an exceptionally rare technical expert. Better yet, he already knew how to pressure and guilt himself. Where else could Marshall possibly find such an ideal employee? The magical communication terminal factory, he planned to establish desperately needed talent like this. Work hard for me from now on, Prince of Another World. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 94, Chapter 94. 1809 words. Because Mistigan didn't want too many people learning about his past, he asked the three of them to keep everything they had discussed secret. Makarov readily agreed. Marshall had already achieved his objective, so he had no objections either, while Laxus simply couldn't bring himself to care. After leaving Marshall away to contact him, Mistigan departed. Marshall then released the guild members from his subspace dimension. Once his spatial magic reached level 4, his former personal storage space had evolved into a genuine miniature subspace. It was now nearly as large as the whole of Magnolia. The place was still almost completely empty, containing little more than the miscellaneous junk Marshall had thrown into storage over the years, but its fundamental nature had changed entirely. Living creatures could enter and leave without harm. Of course, once someone was dragged inside, they were essentially at Marshall's mercy. Every inch of that subspace existed under his absolute control. Without his permission, an intruder couldn't even move. Anyone with less magic power than Marshall could now be pulled into his dimension with relative ease, leaving them almost no chance to resist him. At this point, Laxus is probably the only person in the guild who can still give me a proper fight. Marshall's mood improved considerably at the thought. He woke the sleeping girls one by one, privately deciding that these muscle-brained fools had far too little resistance against mental attacks. Mistigan's sleep spell was also recorded in Super Archive, and belonged to the broader category of mental magic. Marshall's own mental magic was only level 1. However, mental magic, soul magic, and memory magic all shared certain underlying principles, and his soul magic had already reached level 3. As a result, his resistance to mental interference remained fairly strong. The Magic Council strictly prohibited research into mind control spells, but real enemies wouldn't care what the council allowed. Today's incident had served as a warning. Marshall decided to find time to develop magical equipment that improved mental resistance and give it to the girls for protection. The mages of this world were far too careless. When everyone woke and learned that Mystigan had put them all to sleep, they were understandably annoyed. Still, since he was a guildmate, and none of them were confident they could beat him, they settled for grumbling a few complaints before letting the matter go. Makarov then stepped forward and announced that he would personally decide how the guild handled the matter of the parallel world. He warned everyone not to spread the story carelessly, though he didn't issue any harsh prohibition. Without sufficient status or evidence, no one outside the guild would believe such an unbelievable tale anyway. To celebrate Marshall's safe return, Fairy Tale held an enormous banquet, with Makarov paying the entire bill. Ever since the guild became wealthy, the old man had carried himself with noticeably greater confidence. In the past, every reprimand and fine from the Magic Council would leave him depressed for days. Now he treated their lectures like meaningless background noise. The guild damaged property during a job. So what? It wasn't as though Fairy Tale couldn't afford the compensation. Having tasted the benefits of wealth, Makarov had been easily tempted by Marshall's proposal and willingly joined his little conspiracy. Perhaps before retiring, he could raise Fairy Tale into the strongest mage guild on the entire continent. Makarov Dreyer had ambitions too. Marshall shook his head when he noticed the dreamy smile on the old man's face. The guild master's appetite was still far too small. The strongest guild on one continent. How could such a minor accomplishment possibly satisfy them? Fortunately, Marshall would handle the rest. As the moon working behind the guild master's throne, he would ensure that Fairy Tale became the strongest guild in the entire world. When the guild's fame spread across the seas, and its power shook every corner of the earth, perhaps even placing a crown upon Makarov's head wouldn't be entirely unreasonable. This was the exclusive benefit of having a transmigrator under one's roof. Fairy Tale's journey toward the stars would begin with the new company they were about to establish. Several days later, inside the guild master's office, Marshall was enthusiastically presenting his plans and selling Makarov a magnificent dream, through what could only be described as a magical PowerPoint presentation. Fairy Tale Industrial Group Development Plan. Makarov stared blankly at the documents spread across his desk. Fairy Tale Media Company, Fairy Tale Communications, Fairy Tale Terminals, Fairy Tale Magical Equipment Manufacturing Factory. What in the world are all these things? It was rare to see Makarov look so completely lost. He recognized every individual word, yet once they were combined into those strange titles, they became incomprehensible. What exactly went on inside this little genius's head every day? Marshall floated through the air, circling Makarov as he launched into his explanation. Master, have you ever considered one very important question? What is Fairy Tale, or rather, what is a mage guild, at its most fundamental level? Makarov cleared his throat. Well, a mage guild is a place where companions who share the same ideals gather together. They work together, live together, and face the unknown as one large family. No, no, no. Marshall shook his finger. Your answer contains far too much personal emotion, Master. That makes it inaccurate. The official Guild League charter states it clearly. A mage guild is an organization that provides mages with employment services and a base for their activities. To put it more simply, a guild is a talent agency, a place that introduces mages to potential work. Surely you agree with that much? Well, yes. Makarov nodded reluctantly. That interpretation isn't wrong. Then here's the real question. Marshall leaned over the desk. If our purpose is to find work for our members, why must we sit around waiting for clients to bring jobs to us? Why shouldn't we create more jobs ourselves? He pointed proudly at the proposals on the desk. We have money now. A great deal of money. Even if no one accepted a single outside job, the guild could support everyone for at least half a year. And the reason we can afford that is because we've already completed our first successful business venture, the Naruto theme park. We created permanent jobs for retired guild members, while the park's profits became income for Fairy Tale itself. Our treasury finally has money. And that money wasn't paid by one or two wealthy clients. It came from tens of thousands of visitors spending a little at a time on businesses owned by our guild. Master, tell me honestly. Marshall smiled. Doesn't earning money that way feel wonderful? Well, it certainly does. Makarov stroked his beard. But it isn't enough. Marshall slapped the desk. We still have too few sources of income. We haven't created enough jobs. Our younger members are still using the least efficient possible method to earn unstable, unpredictable incomes. That is unacceptable, Master. But mage guilds have operated this way for nearly a century. Just because something has always been done that way, does that make it right? Marshall struck the table again, his voice filled with righteous conviction. Fairy Tale is one of the finest mage guilds in Fiori. We possess some of the most talented mages in the entire kingdom, yet we're doing almost the same work as third-rate and independent guilds. That makes no sense. Our family deserves better lives. Everyone should have a stable and respectable income every month. They should live comfortably, build happy families, and become the envy of every other guild in the country. That is the treatment and status worthy of members of the number one guild. Makarov sucked in a breath. Marshall. You do have a point. I also want the children to live better lives. But how can we possibly accomplish all of this? Marshall patted the stack of documents. The answer is already written here. We will gradually transform Fairy Tale from an ordinary talent agency into a diversified industrial group. We'll create professions designed specifically for mages and establish jobs that only mages are capable of performing. Then we'll work together and earn more money than any guild has ever imagined. Of course, I understand that this will be extremely difficult. But we've already taken our first successful step. Every step after that will only become easier. To begin with, we can start with the simplest option, a media company. We'll establish a magazine owned by Fairy Tale, and use it to publish literary works from Idolos. Huh? Makarov blinked. Where are we supposed to get? I've already entrusted that task to Lisanna. Marshall waved dismissively. She'll transport the finest works of Idolos back to us. That's an entire world's accumulated literary heritage. I investigated it personally. Since Idolos lacks magic power, its culture and literature have developed much further than ours. There will be absolutely no shortage of excellent material. Makarov's expression became complicated. Marshall. Did you plan this far ahead from the very beginning? Huh? Are you talking about Lisanna? Marshall looked genuinely surprised. Of course not. My original plan was to return and sell magical communication terminals. Unfortunately, mass-producing them still presents several technical problems. We may even need to build an entire factory first, so that business can't be launched immediately. But Lisanna happened to insist on remaining behind. How could I possibly waste such a perfect opportunity? Transferring knowledge from another world is a business requiring almost no initial cost. Makarov immediately felt ashamed of himself. That's right. Marshall was a good child. How could he possibly have abandoned a companion for the sake of profit? He was becoming far too suspicious in his old age. Makarov considered the plan carefully and couldn't identify any meaningful disadvantage. At worst, they would be competing with existing magazines for readers. Was Fairy Tale supposed to be afraid of that? Then they would do it. All right, Marshall. Makarov slammed his palm against the desk. I'll support this project with everything the guild has. You'll have to work hard too. No, no, no. Marshall rapidly floated backward and folded his arms. My responsibility is to propose the strategy. I already have far too many important matters to handle. I don't have time to perform ordinary administrative work. Our guild is filled with talented people. Why should I do everything myself? He smiled brightly. I think Levy would be perfect for managing the media company. She doesn't enjoy traveling around and fighting on jobs anyway. What do you think, Master? Excellent. Makarov's eyes burned with sudden passion. Then Levy will be responsible for it. At that moment, the 80-something-year-old Makarov seemed to rediscover the ambition and energy of his youth. He was still young enough to struggle toward a greater future. Chapter 95, Chapter 95. 1,347 words. After selling Makarov a magnificent dream of fairy tales' future, Marshall happily disappeared from sight. As the only person in Fairy Tale with a functioning brain, he felt the weight of his responsibilities keenly. The people carrying out his plans on the front lines only needed to charge ahead and get things done. As the mastermind responsible for strategy, however, Marshall had far more complicated matters to consider. In truth, from the moment he regained the memories of his previous life and joined Fairy Tale, Marshall had always thought the profession of mage was hopelessly outdated. The work was dangerous and unstable, the pay was inconsistent, and there were practically no protections or benefits. If the people in Fairy Tale hadn't been so sincere and welcoming, Marshall might genuinely have considered settling somewhere else. A guild was little more than a job brokerage platform. Mages functioned like mercenaries, accepting whatever requests happened to be available. Since most jobs were fairly easy for competent mages, they still lived rather relaxed lives. That was one reason Fairy Tale remained so lively every day. Most members had no particular long-term goals. When they had money, they drank and wasted time. When they ran low, they accepted a job, earned enough to get by, and rested for another few days. They were the living embodiment of working 3 days, and taking the next 2 off. That wasn't entirely their fault. It was simply a limitation of the era, or, more accurately, a result of this world's historical development. A little over a century ago, mage guilds hadn't even existed. Many regions still viewed magic as an evil power, and witch hunts had occasionally taken place. The social standing of mages had only risen gradually during the past 100 years. To older mages, the current era, where practitioners of magic could openly work and receive public respect, already seemed wonderful. Perhaps that sense of satisfaction was also why the Magic Council had never attempted to place itself above the nations of Ishgard. Marshall didn't care about any of that. He possessed knowledge and experience far beyond this age, so naturally he wouldn't be satisfied with the current way of life. When he lacked power, he had no choice but to serve as a beast of burden. Now that he possessed strength, no one was going to force him to keep living that way. Marshall's moral boundaries might have been flexible, but he still understood the importance of repaying kindness. Guildarts had saved his life, while Fairy Tale had taken him when he was still a helpless child. Those were huge debts and he intended to repay them. Marshall had been planning how to improve the lives and treatment of Fairy Tale's members for years. He simply hadn't possessed the age, status, or strength to push such ideas before. No one took the grand plans of a child seriously. That was why he had started with something more fitting for his age, such as building a theme park. Now, however, Marshall was the top graduate of the Magic Council Academy. Through tangible achievements, he had proven to Makarov that his intelligence wasn't merely childish boasting. Only then had he gained enough influence to convince the guild master to support his plans. His immediate objective was to strengthen Fairy Tale's foundations. First, they would cultivate the land already beneath their feet, and fully develop their home territory. Marshall intended to transform Magnolia from a modest town into a thriving metropolis. He wanted to establish several large businesses, preferably including proper factories, that would provide more opportunities and stable employment for both guild members and ordinary residents. More jobs would stimulate the economy, increase consumption, and bring the entire region to life. The world's existing level of production was already fairly advanced. They even possessed magical vehicles. Developing something as basic as an electrical generator would be laughably easy, especially when lacrima capable of storing magic power already provided an almost perfect energy source. Once they pushed the technological tree slightly further, assembly plants could begin operating. And once the industrial age took its first true step forward, it would never stop. The people themselves would discover where progress needed to go next. Marshall didn't need to involve himself too deeply in ordinary improvements to civilian life. As a mage, he cared more about the future of mages. Controlling their own voice through a publishing company was merely the first step. After that, Marshall intended to use magic to leap directly over the industrial age and enter the information age. The magical communication terminal was the perfect opening move. Phones weren't something only mages could use. The potential market was almost limitless, and whoever entered first would earn a fortune. The current prototype terminals only supported simple calls, recorded messages, photographs, and video, but those limitations were temporary. Once Marshall managed to separate a portion of Super Archive's authority into an independent structure, he might be able to create a private server and drag Earthland directly into the age of networks. Of course, that wouldn't happen quickly. Even after merging the experience he had gained through card magic, Marshall's magic item crafting skill was only level 2. Fortunately, he had captured an expert whose skill in magical item production was at least level 3. Mystigan. With that rare talent helping him, Marshall estimated that they could solve the technical problems preventing mass production of communication terminals within a few years. All of this lengthy explanation ultimately served to establish one simple fact. Marshall had delegated every part of the economic development plan to someone else. He had his own work to do. After graduating from the academy, his thought projection gained much more time for research. Marshall had become so accustomed to dividing his attention that having his main body and projection conduct separate work no longer affected him at all. Unfortunately, he had accumulated far too many research projects. Even splitting himself into 2 still wasn't enough. So it wasn't that Marshall was too lazy to assist Makarov with management. He genuinely had no free time. What was he doing instead? Researching magic, grinding experience, and strengthening himself, naturally. Everything else was ultimately temporary. Only strength could guarantee that all his plans survived. Marshall's real body was restructuring information magic and light magic. His thought projection was delving deeper into script magic and studying the construction of celestial spirits and magical items, or rather, conducting experiments into the creation of artificial magical life. Both projects were extremely important to his future strength, so Marshall had no intention of setting either aside. The main body's project had begun with his earlier inspiration to shock Lisanna through a screen. That idea made him realize how much of information magic's potential he had overlooked. The magic that had accompanied him since his awakening wasn't limited to overhearing other people's thoughts. Marshall could now state with confidence that the voices he heard were actually tiny electromagnetic signals produced by the human brain and decoded through magic. In other words, brain waves. Archive magic worked through the same fundamental principles. Compressing information, transmitting it, and implanting it directly into another person's mind were all applications of electromagnetic waves. That meant information magic should be fully capable of emitting and manipulating electromagnetic radiation. And if that was true, Marshall might be able to develop heat ray magic. The reason his light magic lacked truly destructive offensive power was that the spectrum of light it produced remained too stable. Marshall couldn't freely adjust its wavelength or frequency across a sufficiently wide range. Information magic might be able to compensate for that weakness. If he successfully created heat ray magic, Marshall would move one step closer to becoming Superman. Unfortunately, the research wasn't progressing smoothly. Combining 2 distinct magical systems was far more difficult than expected. Perhaps he truly needed to raise light magic to level 4 first. Still, when one path closed, another often opened. Although the research conducted by Marshall's main body had temporarily stalled, his thought projection had achieved a new breakthrough in the artificial magical life experiment. Chapter 96. 1,506 words. Several days earlier, inside Laboratory Number 1 of Marshall's Mage Tower, Loki lay limply in the experimental chair, feeling as though he were about to return to the celestial spirit world ahead of schedule. Before coming here, he had never imagined Marshall's experiments might actually endanger his life. If Loki died while the celestial spirit world was still denying him entry, he would genuinely be dead. Unfortunately, Marshall had never shown the slightest mercy. Loki felt wronged, he wanted to cry. But the pride of the Lion King would never permit such weakness. Only Marshall's excited voice echoed throughout the laboratory. You celestial spirits are truly fascinating. Your bodies are formed from the power of the stars, and they bear extremely clear traces of thought projection magic. However, there are also some important differences, especially when it comes to your souls. Celestial spirit souls are completely different from human souls. Completely different. Marshall's eyes shone with fascination. Human souls feel more disorderly, chaotic, filled with endless possibilities. Celestial spirit souls, however, are extremely orderly, stable, and almost incapable of changing. It's as if everything about you was designed in advance. Your souls resemble meticulously written programs, or perhaps magical programs designed to simulate how a soul operates. A strange light burned in Marshall's eyes. There's no doubt about it. You aren't naturally occurring life forms. You're artificial beings. Every one of your abilities was established when you were created. That's why you can become stronger but can't truly evolve beyond your original design. Your very existence is a special form of magic. Impressive, Marshall. You uncovered the secret behind the celestial spirits so easily. Loki's expression became complicated. But he weakly raised his head. If that was all you wanted to know, I could have simply told you. You didn't need to torment me like this. What? Marshall's head snapped around. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. ×2. The two stared at one another, equally annoyed. Marshall was furious that Loki had wasted so much of his time. Loki was furious that the brat had spent days inventing new ways to torture him. Forget it. At least the experiments weren't completely useless. Marshall crossed his arms. I confirm that even an artificial soul can develop independent thoughts. The only true weakness of celestial spirits is that your growth ceiling is locked and you can't evolve on your own. Still, you're already more than powerful enough for most purposes. Whoever created you was incredible. I demand that you completely restore my celestial energy. Loki pointed indignantly at himself. I endured all of that for nothing. Actually, I found a convenient way to replenish your celestial energy. What is it? Come out, Lucky. Marshall summoned his Canis Minor celestial spirit, shoved the small, long-snout dog into Loki's arms, then used link magic to bind the two of them together. See? Whenever I provide Lucky with magic power from now on, you'll receive a portion of the celestial energy too. It's almost as though you've become half of one of my summons. Isn't that far more convenient? Silver keys convert magic power less efficiently than gold keys. Loki stared at him. Why don't you link me to Virgo instead? Because you're filthy. Hey. That's going too far. During the month Marshall had been trapped in Edolos, the idol Loki had thoroughly abandoned all restraint. The bastard was currently dating 18 women at once. He was an absolute menace. Even Gildarts would have to bow before him in defeat. Fortunately, Loki still understood boundaries, and never laid a hand on any of the underage girls in the guild. Otherwise, Marshall would have personally taught him how to behave like a human being. Loki raised his dim, faintly translucent arm and sighed. Marshall, you know our true bodies remain in the celestial spirit world. But do you know what those true bodies actually are? No. I've never heard any details. Of course not. Celestial spirits don't casually reveal their secrets. Loki shrugged. Still, it hardly matters if you know. Our true bodies can never leave the celestial spirit world. Our true forms are sheets of parchment. Parchment. Yes. Though whatever animal produced that hide certainly wasn't an ordinary sheep. The parchment is almost impossible to damage. Magical writing inscribed across it records everything about us. You were right. The existence of a celestial spirit is itself a type of magic. Can I see one? No. Loki answered immediately. Our true bodies cannot leave the celestial spirit world. Even if we willingly tried to show you, it would be impossible. That rule is absolute. I see, Virgo. Did you call for me, little master? Marshall handed Virgo a magical terminal. Virgo, could you take some photographs of your true body and bring them back for me to study? What a perverted request, little master. Virgo looked at him calmly. If you continue spending time with Leo, he may corrupt you beyond repair. What are you imagining? Marshall's face darkened. I mean your true form as a piece of parchment. Not your physical body. Oh. Virgo gave Loki a meaningful glance before nodding. If that is Little Master's request, Virgo can only obey. She disappeared. It was more than half a day before she returned. My apologies, Little Master. Taking the photographs required some time. That's fine. Let me see what your true body looks like. Marshall excitedly accepted the terminal and opened the images. Extremely ancient magical writing. I'll probably need to consult Super Archive while studying it before I can understand everything. But there's no question that this is script magic. So a soul can genuinely be created through written magic. He zoomed in on another section. A body shall form when infused with celestial energy. No wonder celestial spirits can't truly be killed. I understand. Marshall's eyes widened. I understand now. So that's how it works. The photographs of Virgo's parchment were like priceless treasure to him. His theory had been correct. A combination of script magic and soul magic was enough to create a genuine artificial soul. Once that soul was filled with sufficient magic power, it could generate an entirely new life form. The resulting creature wouldn't be natural, but almost everything about it could be designed by its creator. Its appearance, abilities, strength, and limitations. Everything. For example, Marshall found smoke magic interesting, but had no desire to learn or use it himself. He knew that combining smoke magic with poison magic could create a terrifyingly lethal weapon. Even if he didn't want those powers personally, he could simply design a creature that existed solely to wield smoke and poison magic. Its strength would never surpass Marshall, its creator, but that still meant he could build an extremely useful biological weapon that would never permanently die. The enormous collection of obscure skills sitting and used in Marshall's system might finally have found a purpose. The creator of the celestial spirits had probably sealed their true bodies within the celestial spirit world because they feared their creations being destroyed. That was a sensible method of protecting them. But strictly speaking, a celestial spirit's true body wasn't the parchment itself. It was the magical writing inscribed upon the parchment. Or more precisely, it was the information encoded within those magic-infused words. The magical text was the real core of their existence. The parchment was merely a medium used to carry that information. If those same magical words were copied into a book instead, a celestial spirit should theoretically still be born from them. Then what would happen if Marshall uploaded those life-creating scripts into Super Archive? What could he create there? A virtual life form. Modern mages could upload information into archive magic, but without sufficient authorization, they couldn't delete anything already recorded within it. In other words, anything written into Super Archive was effectively permanent. If Marshall created a life form whose core information existed inside Super Archive, would it ever be capable of dying? Marshall desperately wanted to know. After discovering this mysterious technology, his inspiration surged wildly. He became as excited as a child who had found a new toy and immediately began attempting to create his first custom-built life form. Back in the present, Marshall stared at the creature standing in front of him. It was barely 2 heads tall and didn't even reach his knee. It wore a tiny penguin costume and possessed a little face that looked suspiciously similar to Lysana's. Marshall sank into deep thought. Did this count as success? Goo goo gaga. Little master. Virgo stared at the tiny creature. Is this the new life form you created? Yes. Marshall nodded solemnly. She already has a name. Her name is Guga. Goo goo gaga. What does she do? Nothing. Question mark. Can she speak? Goo goo gaga. Marshall pointed. That's the only thing she can say. Then what abilities does she possess? None? Virgo fell silent. For the first time, she began questioning her little master's competence. Had spending too much time with Leo damaged his mind? Chapter 97, Chapter 97. 1,633 words. Marshall's experiment might have succeeded, but it was equally possible that it had failed spectacularly. He hadn't deliberately designed his first artificial magical life form to look like a penguin. Originally, Marshall had wanted to create something resembling a real celestial spirit, complete with a human body. Unfortunately, he quickly discovered that his current abilities weren't sufficient for anything that ambitious. The script magic used to construct an artificial soul required him to complete the entire character profile in one uninterrupted flow. Soul magic couldn't be allowed to lapse halfway through. Script magic couldn't stop either. At the same time, Marshall also had to maintain information magic and upload the completed data into Super Archive. Calling it difficult would have been a severe understatement. Even after dismissing his thought projection and focusing every bit of his attention on the spell, the amount of information Marshall could upload in one attempt remained extremely limited. With no other choice, he kept simplifying his character settings. First, he reduced the body's proportions. When that still wasn't enough, he realized that properly describing for separate limbs consumed far too much memory, so he simply enclosed the entire creature inside a penguin costume. Abilities were abandoned almost immediately. There wasn't even enough room to install a proper language system. Marshall continued cutting information here and simplifying details there, until his once elaborate design had been reduced to little more than a few basic lines. By the end, he had stopped thinking altogether. As long as he managed to create something alive, he would count the experiment as a success. The result was the tiny creature now standing before him. Goo goo gaga. Greetings, great creator. I know. Virgo looked down at the tiny penguin. Little master. You can understand what she's saying. She can't speak, but that doesn't mean she can't think. Marshall shrugged. I still have serious doubts about her intelligence, but listening to her thoughts is easy enough. Goo goo gaga. Creator. You're the stupid one. I know. Virgo sighed. The creature called Guga stood barely 2 heads tall. Her backhand had no power, her forehand lacked precision, her footing was unstable, and her reactions were slow. Not a single one of her movements looked remotely competent. Her body was weak, no language system had been installed, and magical abilities were entirely out of the question. Aside from being rather cute, Virgo genuinely couldn't imagine what purpose she served. Little master, why does she have Lysana's face? Because I originally intended to make Lysana number 2. Marshall answered as though it were obvious. My terminal only had detailed records of her facial features. Whose face was I supposed to use instead? Besides, Lysana isn't here to object. Even if Lysana did object, she had no way to make herself heard from another world. Virgo had no intention of defending her. She bent down, lifted Guga into her arms, and gently squeezed her. The tiny creature was surprisingly soft and pleasant to hold, almost like a stuffed toy. Goo goo gaga. Little master, if she possesses neither magic nor physical strength, what exactly is her purpose? I don't know. Marshall scratched his cheek. She can be a pet for now. Unlike celestial spirits, she only needs a small amount of magic power to maintain her existence. Oh, right. She does have one advantage. She can't die and she doesn't feel pain. Marshall took Guga back from Virgo and began squeezing, stretching, and flattening her. He even pressed her completely flat until she looked two-dimensional. The moment he infused her with magic power, however, she immediately returned to her original shape. Goo goo gaga. This is abuse. I know. Marshall smugly pinched Guga's cheeks. It felt strangely satisfying, almost as though he were bullying Lisanna herself. See? She's extremely durable. He suddenly paused. Wait. If I ever encounter something dangerous, couldn't I send her ahead to investigate? Or use her as a shield? If her defining feature is that she can't die, those are the only practical applications I can think of. Does anyone else have a better suggestion? Virgo stared at him. Little master. Are you a demon? My reasoning is perfectly sound. Marshall held Guga up proudly. Guga's true body is merely a collection of information recorded inside Super Archive. That means she can freely move between reality and the archive. If she encounters danger, she can escape back inside, then return and report what she discovered. She's practically the ultimate scout. Marshall was delighted to have finally discovered Guga's proper purpose. As expected, there was no such thing as useless magic. Wait. Because Guga couldn't speak, only someone who understood telepathy magic could communicate with her. Didn't that make her an exceptionally secure intelligence agent? Marshall couldn't immediately improve his ability to create magical life, but producing more creatures identical to Guga would be relatively simple. Perhaps he could create an entire army of Gugas and scatter them across the world to gather information for him. Although he didn't currently have any particular need for a worldwide intelligence network. While Marshall was considering the possibilities, a visitor arrived. Marshall, I came to see you. Mira entered with light, cheerful steps. Since Marshall's main body had recently stopped visiting the guild, she had gone an entire day without seeing him, and missed him terribly. The moment she entered the room, however, she noticed the tiny penguin in Marshall's arms. That's Lisanna. What happened to Lisanna? Mira, this isn't Lisanna. Marshall quickly corrected her. She's only a little pet that happens to look like Lisanna. Her name is Guga. Goo goo gaga. Marshall placed Guga in Myra's arms. Mira stared blankly at the tiny creature, turning her from side to side before suddenly hugging her tightly. She's so cute. Marshall's eyes darted thoughtfully. Ahem. You like her? In that case, I'll give her to you. I was worried you might miss Lisanna, so I made a little pet that resembles her. It was supposed to be a surprise. Thank you, Marshall. Myra's eyes sparkled. I love her. This little thing is even cuter than Lisanna. Why don't you become my new little sister from now on, Guga? Poor Lisanna. By the time she returned, there might no longer be a place for her in this family. Goo goo gaga. Creator. Don't abandon me. From now on, stay beside Mira. Do whatever I tell you and make sure to keep her happy. Understood. This is your first mission. Goo goo gaga. Guga reluctantly accepted the assignment. When Marshall created her, he hadn't installed anything resembling the contracts used by celestial spirits. The deepest command written into Guga's core was simply absolute obedience to Marshall. Marshall only cared about what happened while he was alive. If he died someday, Guga would become free and could do whatever she pleased. He intended to place her beside Mira as a secret observer. Not because he planned to do anything malicious. It was merely a precaution. Ideally, he would eventually arrange for one of them to accompany every girl close to him. Whether any of them would actually agree to carry around a tiny penguin was another question. Mira, take this card. Marshall handed her a summoning card. You can think of it as something similar to a celestial spirit key. Activate the card whenever you want to summon Guga. She doesn't fear pain or death, so you don't need to worry if anything happens to her. The process Marshall used to create Guga had been modeled almost entirely after celestial spirit magic, though he had removed many of its more complicated components. In essence, she was a heavily simplified, low-spec celestial spirit. According to Marshall's theory, celestial spirits required attribute conversion magic so that their entire system could operate naturally. Celestial energy existed throughout their world, allowing them to absorb it and survive without external assistance. Guga, however, had already reached the limit of how much information Marshall could place inside her. There had been no room left to include an attribute conversion formula. As a result, he had designed her to return to Super Archive and enter dormancy whenever she ran out of magic power. She was incapable of sustaining herself. Marshall had already reached the limit of what he could currently achieve. Further improvements would have to wait until his understanding of the spell deepened. Mira happily accepted Guga. At that moment, whether Lisanna ever returned almost seemed unimportant. Wasn't this tiny creature far sweeter than that black-hearted little sister? Oh, right, Marshall. Mira suddenly remembered why she had come. Master asked me to find out whether you intend to participate in this year's S-Class Mage promotion trial. He needs to finalize the list of candidates. This year's opportunity should go to Kana. Marshall shook his head. I won't interfere. But Mistigan is participating. Mira tilted her head. His magic was strong enough to affect even Urza. Kana probably won't be able to defeat him, will she? Huh? Marshall frowned. Why is Mistigan taking the S-Class trial? He doesn't even accept ordinary jobs anymore. I'm already paying his salary. Apparently, Master insisted. You know how obedient Mistigan is when it comes to the Master. That Makarov was really a vain old man. He had always wanted to increase Fairy Tale's number of S-Class mages. Marshall scratched his head. Kana was already 16, and her magic power had long since exceeded 10,000 units. Her sacrifice summoning style was also powerful enough to qualify her as an S-Class mage without question. Unfortunately, her luck this year didn't seem particularly good. Although Marshall also wanted to test Mistigan's strength personally. Fine. I'll participate in the trial too. Let's see whether I can give Kana a hand. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 98, Chapter 98. 1,466 words. Several days later, Marshall lured all the girls closest to him over to his house by announcing that the gifts he had promised them ages ago were finally ready. That's right. Marshall had prepared an entire pile of little Gugas for them. Not only would this allow him to plant a spy beside each girl, but it also saved him the trouble of preparing separate gifts. A perfect win-win situation. Thus, when Urza and the others arrived at Marshall's house, they found dozens of tiny penguins running and jumping everywhere while producing an endless chorus of goo-goo-gaga. The sheer noise made their heads buzz. Then they took a closer look at the little creatures' faces. Wait. Weren't those their faces? Had Marshall turned all of them into penguin people? Marshall, what exactly are these? These are Gugas. Their boss's subordinates, Naya. Urza's eyes immediately became as round as a cat's. Clearly fascinated, she picked up a Guga with Myra's face and subjected it to a thorough round of squeezing and pinching. Huh? Why is there a Guga that looks like me too? Mira puffed out her cheeks unhappily. Watching Urza manhandle the creature felt almost as though she were being bullied personally. Remember when I took pictures of all of you a few days ago? This is what they were for. Marshall spread his arms proudly. These are magical pets called Gugas, my latest creation. They don't die, require no food or daily care, and can survive as long as you give them a little magic power. Choose whichever one you like and take it home. Juvia searched through the crowd of Gugas several times, but couldn't find the face she wanted. Her shoulders drooped in disappointment. Marshall, why isn't there a Guga that looks like you? Why would I make one with my own face? Marshall immediately refused. Watching someone else carry around a tiny version of me would feel incredibly strange. You know it would be strange, yet you still used our faces. Well, anyone who doesn't like their own model can take a Lisanna version instead. Marshall gestured toward a large group of identical white-haired penguins. I made plenty of those. They're fun to play with. No need. I'll take this Mira one. Urza tucked the unfortunate Mira Guga under one arm, and raised her thumb in satisfaction. Boss, then Ruby wants an Urza Guga too, Naya. Kana picked up a Levi Guga and examined it curiously. What can these little things actually do? They can scout for traps, keep watch, and deliver information. Marshall began counting off their functions. They're physically weak, but they're strong enough to clean rooms and handle simple chores. They aren't stupid either, so you can use them as little maids. That's... Levi's expression became complicated. I can't shake the feeling that creating these things with our faces involved a lot of malicious amusement. Kana, on the other hand, quickly accepted the idea. She lifted the Levi Guga and smiled. This little thing reminds me of a puppy I used to have. I've decided. I'll keep this one. Huh? Kana, what is that supposed to mean? Levi became increasingly irritated. Fine. Then I'm taking one of you too. She angrily picked up a Kana Guga. After rubbing its soft body for a while, she had to admit that it felt surprisingly pleasant. Curious, Levi tried pulling open the costume to look inside. Unfortunately, she discovered that the penguin suit was simply part of the creature's body. There was nothing underneath. Her disappointment was immeasurable. Juvia couldn't find a Marshall Guga, so she reluctantly settled for one modeled after herself. Wendy also chose a Wendy Guga. Once everyone had finished picking, they stared at the dozen or so remaining creatures still running around and shouting at one another. None of them knew quite how to describe the scene. Marshall, why did you make so many of them? Because I discovered they're actually fairly useful. Marshall gestured toward the noisy group. They may have almost no combat ability, but since I personally created their souls, their intelligence is surprisingly decent. I've decided to use the extras as laboratory assistants. They can handle simple records, monitor experiments, and perform repetitive tasks. Marshall felt as though he had accidentally created an army of minions. Gugas could actually perform a surprising variety of jobs. Besides, his castle was enormous. Leaving Virgo and Ruby responsible for managing everything was far too much work for the two of them. His maid corps desperately needed to expand. Oh. So that's why. Levi quietly muttered something under her breath. Marshall grew curious and accidentally caught the increasingly inappropriate direction of her thoughts. After hearing them, his entire expression collapsed. No matter how desperate he became, he would never do anything like that with a group of Gugas. Teenage girls were terrifying. He definitely needed to give Levi more work before her imagination became even worse. After choosing their Gugas, the girls gradually left. Two of them, however, seemed to have something they wanted to discuss with Marshall. The first was Carla. For the past several days, the white cat had repeatedly looked as though she wanted to ask him something, yet she never found the courage to speak. Marshall suspected that even Carla hadn't sorted out her own thoughts, so he didn't press her. Just as before, the moment she saw Kana remaining behind, Carla lost her nerve and left with Wendy. Kana never bothered behaving like a guest. She stayed in Marshall's home as naturally as though she already lived there. "Marshall, I heard you're participating in this year's S-Class promotion trial too." She sighed dramatically. "Doesn't that mean I have no hope of passing again? I wasn't originally planning to enter." Marshall scratched his cheek. "But Mistigan is participating this year, so I thought I could defeat him first and then deliberately lose to you." "Marshall." Kana gave him an exasperated look, clearly having expected exactly that answer. "I knew it. You're not allowed to do that. You're stronger than I am, so you deserve to become an S-Class mage. If you deliberately lose and hand me the position, I will never accept it." "Huh? But you know I'm not particularly interested in becoming S-Class. Don't you want to study Fairy Tale's 3 great magics?" "Well, I already have more experiments than I can finish. Either way, I absolutely refuse to let you hand me the position like that." Kana crossed her arms firmly. "If you genuinely try it, I'll withdraw from the exam myself." Marshall sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do with her. "I only wanted to help you. You already possess the strength of an S-Class mage, and you need the title far more than I do. If Marshall truly believes I'm strong enough, then trust me to earn it with my own strength." "Fine. I understand." Kana's stern expression immediately turned into a cheerful smile. "Still, if Marshall really wants to help me, I do have one small request." "What is it?" "Marshall, I'm almost 16 now." So. Kana blinked innocently. "So I'm getting a little too old to continue living at the church. Marshall, could I move here and live with you? That's all." Marshall stared at her. "You've already spent more time at my house than at the church this past month. I thought you had moved in ages ago. My home is enormous, so do whatever you like." "Hee hee. Then I'm going back to pack my things right now." Kana left in complete satisfaction. During the month Marshall had been missing, Kana had suffered terribly. She had always believed he would survive. No one understood Marshall's strength better than she did. But merely considering the possibility that she might lose him had nearly overwhelmed her reason. Kana had vaguely sensed that her feelings weren't entirely normal, and that realization had only confused her further. To understand herself properly, she had decided that she needed to become even closer to Marshall. Her decision to move in had been planned from the beginning. As for how Marshall viewed Kana's actions, he would simply wait and see. What else was he supposed to do? He was still a little brat who hadn't even entered puberty. There was nothing he could do about any of this. Rather than filling his head with complicated nonsense, he might as well spend that time researching magic and grinding more experience. However, Marshall soon realized that he might have made one mistaken assumption. He might not have grown any body hair yet because he was still young. But with the way body conditioning magic had refined his constitution, there was also a very real possibility that he simply wasn't going to grow much at all. Chapter 99, Chapter 99. 1,387 words. Ever since Kana moved into Marshall's home, some unspoken balance between the girls seemed to have shattered. Certain rivalries that had once remained hidden were now creeping into the open, and their relationships grew more delicate by the day. Marshall barely dared to activate telepathy magic around them anymore. He was afraid that if he heard too much, he might lose what little faith he had left in friendship. The girls' bonds were apparently far more fragile than he'd imagined. Most of the conflict revolved around Kana, Mira, and Juvia. Juvia was targeting Mira. Mira was targeting Kana. Kana was targeting Juvia. Juvia's reasoning was simple. Kana treats Marshall like her own little brother, so she can be ignored for now. But Mira has stopped even pretending lately. She must be defeated. Myra's thoughts ran along a similar track. That Rain woman came out of nowhere, so I'll deal with her later. Kana, however, isn't even trying to hide it anymore. She must be corrected. And Kana's position was equally clear. There are already too many girls circling my Marshal. Mira can be tolerated for now, but that newcomer is the greatest threat. She has to go. Their thought processes were disturbing in several different ways. Marshal had no idea how he was supposed to respond. The more he interfered, the more likely he was to make things worse, so he chose the wisest possible strategy. He did absolutely nothing. Urza remained largely unchanged. Unlike the others, she didn't waste much thought on schemes or subtle competition. She was focused entirely on becoming stronger. Levy claimed she was too busy with work to participate in the conflict, though Marshal suspected she was secretly planning something of her own. He neither wanted nor had the time to involve himself in their battles. He already had far too many projects and problems to handle. One of those problems, unfortunately, also involved Kana. Marshal had assumed that allowing her to move into his castle wouldn't cause any serious trouble. Clearly, he had underestimated both Kana and himself. The problem began when Kana chose not to live on one of the many empty floors. Instead, she moved directly into the room beside Marshal's bedroom. Kana had never been particularly self-conscious around him. One evening, after finishing a bath, she casually wrapped herself in a towel and stepped into the hallway, only to run straight into Marshal, who had just returned from the laboratory. The youthful vitality of a girl rapidly approaching adolescence hit him without warning. Marshal froze. His entire face turned red, and before Kana could even react, he spun around and fled into his room. It wasn't that Marshal was especially shy. He had simply discovered something terrifying. His mind and his rapidly maturing body were beginning to disagree over who was in charge. Kana had developed faster than he had expected, and certain talents could no longer be ignored. The incident frightened Marshal badly enough that he hid inside the laboratory for the next several days. He was beginning to regret letting Kana move in at all. At the very least, he should have placed her on another floor. Marshal trusted his own judgment and self-control. He wasn't worried that he would do anything inappropriate. The problem was whether he could prevent his overcharged constitution from embarrassing him at the worst possible moment. His energy attribute had already exceeded 5,000. Beneath his perfectly balanced physique lurked the vitality of a small volcano. Marshal had assumed that volcano would remain dormant for years. Apparently, it had already begun rumbling, and it was both highly flammable and dangerously easy to set off. If anyone ever noticed his body reacting before his mind did, he would be so humiliated that he might leave the planet entirely. After that, Marshal began avoiding Kana whenever possible and buried himself in magical research. Only the beautiful world of magic could properly distract him. Nearly a month passed after his return before he finally received the good news he had been waiting for. Mistigan, come to the top floor of my castle immediately. Anima has appeared. After sending the message through his magical terminal, Marshal had his thought projection enter the planetarium chamber, where Super Archive's planetary model was maintained. Goo goo gaga. Boss. It's right here. 3 little Gugas had been assigned to monitor unusual weather patterns across the planetary display without pause. Having inherited fragments of Marshal's intelligence, the creatures were remarkably clever. They were the ones who noticed a disturbance resembling anima. Since the receiving array in Idola's royal capital was fixed in place, every anima that appeared in Earthland manifested somewhere within Fiori. This time was no exception. The spatial storm had formed above a dense forest in the central region of the kingdom. Mistigan arrived quickly. Marshal wasted no time on explanations. He grabbed him and teleported both of them directly to the coordinates, where a mass of magical clouds was already gathering high above the forest. This is incredible. Mistigan looked up in relief. Your teleportation is far more flexible than my own arrays. With your help, I can reach every anima before it fully forms. Thank you, Marshal. The moment he finished speaking, Mistigan began arranging the spell formation needed to disrupt anima. A second later, however, he looked up in surprise. Marshall had flown directly toward the spatial vortex. Marshall? What are you doing? I'm going to teach your world to fear garbage. Marshall reached the subspace convergence point and pulled out a specially prepared signal converter, which he pushed directly into the spatial crack. At the same time, his main body remained at the Strauss family's home, holding another magical terminal while Mira and Elfman gathered around it. After a short delay, an image finally appeared on the screen. Lise Anna stood on the other side, still in Eidolos. Lise Anna. Mirane. Elfman. Thank goodness. You're really all right. All three siblings immediately began crying. Mira and Lise Anna hadn't seen one another for nearly 2 months. They had lived together since childhood, and had never been separated for anything close to this long. Naturally, they had endless things to say. Marshall quietly left them to their reunion. His thought projection still had work to do. Placing the signal converter inside the spatial convergence point had only been a side objective. Marshall hadn't forgotten his plan to take revenge on the king of Eidolos. He produced 2 tightly wrapped cloth bundles. In truth, they were spatial storage bags, and developing them had cost him a painful number of brain cells. Personal storage magic wasn't particularly difficult to learn in Earthland, so there had never been much demand for spatial bags. They were also extremely troublesome to manufacture. Mages who understood spatial magic usually had no need for them, while magical item craftsmen rarely understood enough spatial magic to build one. Combining both specialties was an inconvenience most people had no reason to endure. Only someone like Marshall, who scattered his talent across far too many fields, would willingly waste time developing such ridiculous objects. And he had done it for one reason alone, to disgust the king of Eidolos. One bag was filled entirely with rotten fish. The other contained spoiled shrimp. Marshall had spent the past month occasionally visiting coastal towns and purchasing every batch of rotting seafood he could find. The quantity was enormous. And the smell. It was devastatingly authentic. Even while controlling the bags from a considerable distance, Marshall nearly recoiled when he loosened their seals. He sincerely hoped His Majesty would appreciate the gift. Marshall sensed the coordinates on the other side of the subspace passage. Once he confirmed that the exit had opened directly above the royal palace, he released both storage bags and began the precision deployment of rotten fish and shrimp. That day, seafood rained from the sky above the Eidolos royal palace. Countless rotting carcasses poured down in overwhelming waves, burying the palace guards and covering nearly the entire royal compound. For more than 2 months afterward, the royal capital was said to have been haunted by a fragrance disturbingly similar to manure. From that day forward, Faust's residence became known throughout Eidolos as the stinkiest palace in the world. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 100, Chapter 100. 1,330 words. Lise Anna, quite a few interesting things have happened while you've been away. What things? Well, after everyone learned why you decided to stay in the other world, they naturally became curious about what fairy tale over there is like. Ahaha, everyone here is really interesting. Wait. Lise Anna suddenly froze. Why does everyone know what happened? Mirane, did you tell them? Huh? Didn't I mention it? Mira smiled sweetly. Marshall played your little recording for everyone in the middle of the guild hall. Huh? What? La la la, it's nothing to worry about. Mira continued in the same cheerful voice. Marshall also told me that you like him. It really isn't a big deal, is it? Huh? Eek, wait. Mirane, let me explain. There's no need, I understand everything. Mira lifted Guga into view. Honestly, Lise Anna, you can stay in that world for as long as you like. Our family already has a new Lise Anna. Look, Guga. Say hello. Gugu gaga. Wait, what is that? What happened while I was gone? Nothing much. Life has been perfectly ordinary, and nobody has changed at all. No. Wait, what the? At yen %%. Oh? Mira tilted the terminal. The signal suddenly seems rather poor. Lise Anna, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? My, it looks like our time is up. Marshall had been standing nearby, holding back his laughter for ages. Mira. You're awful. He finally burst out laughing. Lise Anna won't be able to sleep for days after that. Humph. It was only a tiny lesson. Mira folded her arms. I haven't even brought out the family punishment yet. Mira and Marshall exchanged matching smiles. She was beginning to understand the joy Marshall found in secretly causing trouble. Their compatibility really was far too good. They were practically made for each other. Meanwhile, Mistigan had just finished disrupting Anima on the other side. He had witnessed everything Marshall's thought projection did in the sky, leaving him with a complicated expression. Marshall. Was that truly a good idea? What part of it was bad? Marshall looked innocent. Don't worry. I dropped the rotten fish and shrimp directly into your royal palace. Hardly any ordinary citizens were affected. But could that provoke them into retaliating even more aggressively? That was nothing. Marshall waved dismissively. I'll tell you the truth. That guild request asking for huge quantities of animal manure. I posted it. If we hadn't been short on preparation time, the palace wouldn't have received only rotten seafood today. Mistigan sucked in a sharp breath. Isn't that going a little too far? Too far? Of course not. Marshall spoke with complete confidence. It's rude not to return a gift. If you never fight back, they'll only assume you're easy to bully. They love stealing things from us, don't they? Fine. I generously gave them something. I guarantee that after the Great Shrimp Drop incident, they'll learn their lesson and become much more cautious. Anima used to appear once every month, right? Marshall grinned. I bet the next activation will be delayed. They might even become too frightened to launch Anima casually in the future. Isn't my method far more efficient than you exhausting yourself by destroying every single formation? That. Mistigan considered it carefully. Marshall actually had a point. If Mistigan were king, and every activation of Anima summoned a flood of rotting fish, spoiled shrimp, or even more horrifying waste, he would certainly hesitate before performing the ritual again. Even so, the method was rather. Mistigan thought about it from every possible angle but couldn't decide how to judge it. Then he imagined a rotten fish landing directly on his father's head. Why did he suddenly feel like laughing? No. I'm the prince. I must maintain proper dignity. Marshall truly has no respect for appearances whatsoever. You may be right. Mistigan cleared his throat. Perhaps next time, in addition to excrement, we could include various insects. I remember that my father despises them. Oh. Marshall's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Accepted. I can prepare a separate spatial bag filled entirely with insects. The Prince of Idolos had thoroughly defected. Not only that, he was now actively discussing with the enemy how best to torment his own kingdom. Morality was truly declining and society had lost its way. As it turned out, Marshall had been correct. 1 month later, Anima failed to appear on schedule. Idolos had delayed its plan. The result affected Mistigan deeply. Marshall had accomplished with one ridiculous prank what Mistigan had failed to achieve after years of exhausting work. Mistigan felt increasingly indebted to him, and threw himself into his new work with even greater dedication. That, however, was a story for another time. After successfully stopping Anima, Marshall returned to Magnolia with Mistigan. He immediately checked his communication terminal, and as expected, found a large quantity of intelligence from Idolos waiting for him. Marshall nodded approvingly. Lisanna had performed her assignment quite well. He would reward her with a guga later. With this, Fairy Tale's new magazine wouldn't need to worry about running out of material. Gugas, assemble. Marshall summoned every guga, including the ones he had already given away as pets. Aside from the original Lisanna guga, he had created 5 copies each based on Kana, Urza, Mira, Levi, Lisanna, Juvia, and Wendy. 36 gugas sat in orderly rows inside one of the castle's great halls. Here is your next assignment. Marshall projected the photographs and documents Lisanna had transmitted. Sort every piece of written information in these images by category, then copy it all onto paper. Each guga will handle one section. You have 3 days to complete everything. Any questions? The gugas saluted in perfect unison and loudly declared their loyalty. Goo gaga. No, boss. Times 36. Excellent. That's the spirit. Marshall pointed dramatically. Begin working immediately. He transmitted all the Idolos material into the guga network, divided the workload, and happily clocked out. Having subordinates to do the work for him felt wonderful. Magical printing presses existed in Earthland, but proper printers hadn't been invented yet, so everything first had to be copied using the old-fashioned method. Fortunately, Marshall's gugas were clever, obedient, and tireless. They could handle such a large assignment without difficulty. Leaving the data processing to them, Marshall headed to visit Levi. After a month of preparation, Fairy Tale's publishing company had already established its basic structure. A new printing facility had been built in Magnolia, along with an office building, and the first round of recruitment had been completed. When Marshall arrived, Levi was holding a meeting with the employees. Everyone appeared deeply engaged, so he chose not to interrupt them. Once the meeting ended, Levi returned wearily to her office and found her troublesome little brother sitting in her chair. Oh, Marshall. She leaned against the doorway. What brings you to visit your poor, neglected Levi? Where did that come from? Marshall smiled. Levi has always been my favorite. Such a smooth talker. Levi rolled her eyes. What do you need? Your Levi has been so busy lately that her head is spinning. I don't have time to play any intimate little games with you. Question mark. Marshall suspected that Levi was teasing him, but he had no evidence. Levi, there's no reason to exhaust yourself like this. He stood up from her chair. Master placed you in charge of the publishing company, so you could oversee the whole operation. You only need to make sure the general direction remains correct. Everything else can be delegated. You're here to be the boss, not another overworked employee. Understand? I know. You've already told me plenty of times. Levi smiled tiredly. The main reason I'm doing so much is because I genuinely enjoy being involved. Don't worry about me. Fair enough. Marshall nodded. I came to tell you that the high-quality material I promised will be organized very soon. Prepare yourself, Levi. It's almost time to publish the first issue of our very own magazine, New Era Weekly. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.